Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 21 Astanipta. 533, Cullahamsa Jataka. All Other Birds, etc. This was a story told by the master, while dwelling in the bamboo grove, as to how the venerable Ananda renounced his life. For when archers were suborned to slay the Tathagata, and the first one that was sent by Devadatta on this errand returned and said, "Holy Sir, I cannot deprive the Blessed One of life. He is possessed of great supernatural powers." Devadatta replied, "Well, sir, you need not slay the ascetic Gautama. I myself will deprive him of life." And as the Tathagata was walking in the shadow cast westward by the Vulture's Peak, Devadatta climbed to the top of the mountain and hurled a mighty stone, as if shot from a catapult, thinking, "With this stone will I slay the ascetic Gautama." But two mountain peaks meeting together intercepted the stone, and a splinter from it flew up and struck the Blessed One on the foot and drew blood, and severe pain set in. Jātaka, cutting open the Tathagata's foot with a knife, let out the bad blood and removed the proud flesh, and anointing the wound with a medicament healed it. The master moved about just as he was wont aforetime, surrounded by his attendants, with all the great charm of a Buddha. So on seeing him Devadatta thought, "Verily no mortal beholding the excellent beauty of Gautama's person dare approach him, but the king's elephant Nalagiri is a fierce and savage animal, and knows nothing of the virtues of the Buddha, the law, and the assembly. He will bring about the destruction of the ascetic." So he went and told the matter to the king. The king readily fell in with the suggestion, and, summoning his elephant keeper, thus addressed him, "Sir, tomorrow you are to make Nalagiri mad with drink, and at break of day to let him loose in the street where the ascetic Gautama walks." And Devadatta asked the keeper how much arrack the elephant was wont to drink on ordinary days, and when he answered, 8 pots, he said, "Tomorrow give him 16 pots to drink," and sent him in the direction of the street frequented by the ascetic Gautama. "Very good," said the keeper. The king had a drum beaten throughout the city and proclaimed, "Tomorrow Nalagiri will be maddened with strong drink, and let loose in the city. The men of the city are to do all that they have to do in the early morning, and after that no one is to venture out into the street." And Devadatta came down from the palace and went to the elephant stall, and, addressing the keepers, said, "We are able, I tell you, from a high position to degrade a man to a lowly one, and to raise a man from a low position to a high one. If you are eager for honor, early tomorrow morning give Nalagiri 16 pots of fiery liquor, and at the time when the ascetic Gautama comes that way, wound the elephant with spiked goads, and when in his fury he has broken down his stall, drive him in the direction of the street where Gautama is wont to walk, and so bring about the destruction of the ascetic." They readily agreed to do so. This rumor was noised abroad throughout the whole city. The lay disciples attached to the Buddha, the law, and the priesthood, on hearing it, drew nigh to the master and said, "Holy Sir, Devadatta has been closeted with the king, and tomorrow he will have Nalagiri let loose in the street where you walk. Do not go into the city tomorrow for alms, but remain here. We will provide food in the monastery for the priests, with Buddha at their head." The master, without directly saying, "I will not enter the city tomorrow for alms," answered and said, "Tomorrow I will work a miracle and tame Nalagiri, and crush the heretics. And without going my round for alms in Rajagaha, I will leave the city, attended by a company of the brethren, and go straight to the bamboo grove, and the people of Rajagaha shall repair thither with many a bowl of food, and tomorrow there shall be a meal provided in the refectory of the monastery." In this way did the master grant their request. And on learning that the Tathagata had acceded to their wishes, they set out from the city, carrying bowls of food, and saying, "We will distribute our gifts in the monastery itself." And the master in the first watch taught the law, in the middle watch he solved hard questions, in the first part of the last watch he lay down lion-like on his right side, and the second part he spent in the attainment of fruition, in the third part, entering into a trance of deep pity for the sufferings of humanity, he contemplated all his kinsfolk that were ripe for conversion, and seeing that as the result of his conquest of Nalagiri 84,000 beings would be brought to a clear understanding of the law, at daybreak, after attending to his bodily necessities, he addressed Ananda and said, "Ananda, today bid all the brethren that are in the 18 monasteries that are round about Rajagaha to accompany me into that city. The elder did so, and all the brethren assembled at the bamboo grove. The master, attended by a great company of brethren, entered Rajagaha, and the elephant keepers proceeded according to their instructions, and there was a great gathering of people. The believers thought, "Today there will be a mighty battle between the Lord Elephant Buddha and this elephant of the brute world. We shall witness the defeat of Nalagiri by the incomparable skill of the Buddha," and they climbed up and stood upon the upper stories and roofs and house tops. But the unbelieving heretics thought, "Nalagiri is a fierce, savage creature, and knows nothing of the merits of Buddhas and the like. Today he will crush the glorious form of the ascetic Gautama, and bring about his death. Today we shall look upon the back of our enemy." And they took their stand on upper stories and other high places. And the elephant, on seeing the Blessed One approach him, terrified the people by demolishing the houses, and raising his trunk he crushed the wagons into powder, and with his ears and tail erect with excitement, he ran like some towering mountain in the direction of the Blessed One. On seeing him the brethren thus addressed the Blessed One, "This Nalagiri, holy sir, a fierce and savage creature, and a slayer of men, is coming along this road. Of a truth he knows nothing of the merit of Buddhas and the like. Let the Blessed One, the Auspicious One, withdraw. Fear not, brethren," he said, "I am able to overcome Nalagiri." Then the Venerable Sariputta prayed the Master, saying, "Holy sir, when any service has to be rendered to a father, it is a burden laid on his eldest son. I will vanquish this creature." Then the Master said, "Sariputta, the power of a Buddha is one thing, that of his disciples is another," and he rejected his offer, saying, "You are to remain here." This too was the prayer of the 80 chief elders for the most part, but he refused them all. Then the Venerable Ananda, by reason of his strong affection for the Master, was unable to acquiesce in this, and cried, "Let this elephant kill me first," and he stood before the Master, ready to sacrifice his life for the Tathagata. So the Master said to him, "Go away, Ananda, do not stand in front of me." The elder said, "Holy sir, this elephant is fierce and savage, a slayer of men, like the flame at the beginning of a cycle. Let him first slay me, and afterwards let him approach you." And though he was spoken to for the third time, the elder remained in the same spot, and did not retire. Then the Blessed One, by the exercise of his supernatural power, made him fall back, and placed him in the midst of the brethren. At this moment a certain woman, catching sight of Nalagiri, was terrified with the fear of death, and as she fled she dropped the child, which she was carrying on her hip, between the Tathagata and the elephant, and made her escape. The elephant, pursuing the woman, came up with the child, who uttered a loud cry. The Master, thrilling with the charity that is expressly commanded, and uttering the 100 accents of a voice like that of Brahma, called to Nalagiri, saying, "Ho! Nalagiri, those that maddened you with 16 pots of arrack did not do this that you might attack someone else, but acted thus thinking you would attack me. Do not tire out your strength by rushing about aimlessly, but come hither." On hearing the voice of the Master he opened his eyes and beheld the glorious form of the Blessed One, and he became greatly agitated, and by the power of Buddha the intoxicating effects of the strong drink passed off. Dropping his trunk and shaking his ears he came and fell down at the feet of the Tathagata. Then the Master, addressing him, said, "Nalagiri, you are a brute elephant, I am the Buddha elephant. Henceforth be not fierce and savage, nor a slayer of men, but cultivate thoughts of charity." So saying he stretched forth his right hand, and coaxed the elephant's forehead, and taught the law to him in these words: "This elephant shouldst thou presume to assail, an awful doom thou wouldst ere long bewail. To strike this elephant would destine thee to state of suffering in worlds to be. From mad and foolish recklessness abstain. The reckless fool to heaven will ne'er attain. If in the next world thou wouldst win heaven's bliss, see that thou doest what is right in this." The whole body of the elephant constantly thrilled with joy, and had he not been a mere quadruped, he would have entered on the fruition of the first path. The people, on beholding this miracle, shouted and snapped their fingers. In their joy they cast upon him all manner of ornaments, and covered therewith all the body of the elephant. Thenceforth Nalagiri was known as Dhanapalaka, keeper of treasure. now on the occasion of this encounter with Dhanapalaka 84,000 beings drank the nectar of immortality. And the master established Dhanapalaka in the 5 moral laws. With his trunk taking up dust from the feet of the blessed one, the elephant sprinkled it on his head, and retiring with bent body, he stood bowing to the Dasabala, as long as he was in sight. And then he turned and entered the elephant stall. Thenceforth he was quite tame and harmed no man. The master, now that his desire was fulfilled, decided that the treasure should remain the property of those by whom it had been thrown upon the elephant, and thinking, "Today I have wrought a great miracle. It is not seemly that I should go my rounds for alms in this city," and after crushing the heretics, surrounded by a band of the brethren, he sallied forth from the city like a victorious warrior chief, and made straight for the bamboo grove. The citizens, taking with them a quantity of boiled rice, drink, and some solid food, went to the monastery, and set on foot almsgiving on a grand scale. That day at eventide, as they sat filling the hall of truth, the brethren started a topic, saying, "The Venerable Ananda achieved a marvelous thing in being ready to sacrifice his life for the sake of the Tathagata." On seeing Nalagiri, though he was thrice forbidden by the master to remain, he refused to go away. "O sirs, of a truth the elder was the doer of a marvelous deed." The master, thinking, the conversation turns on the merits of Ananda, I must be present at it, went forth from his perfumed chamber and came and asked them, saying, "On what subject are ye discoursing, brethren, as ye sit here?" And when they answered, "On such and such a topic," he said, "Not now only, but formerly too, Ananda, even when he was born in an animal form, renounced his life for my sake." And so saying he told a story of the past. Once upon a time in the kingdom of Mahahamsa, in the city of Sakula, a king named Sakula ruled his kingdom righteously. At that time not far from the city a certain fowler, in a village of fowlers, got his living by snaring birds and selling them in the city. Near that city was a lotus lake called Manusia, 12 leagues in circumference, covered with 5 varieties of lotus. Thither repaired a flock of all manner of birds, and the fowler set his snares there freely. At this time the king of the Dataratha geese, with a following of 96,000 geese, dwelt in Golden Cave on Mount Sitakuta, and his commander-in-chief was named Samukha. Now one day a flock composed of some golden geese came to the lake Manusia, and after browsing to their heart's content in this abundant feeding ground, they flew up to the beautiful Sitakuta, and thus addressed the Dataratha king, "Sire, there is a lotus lake called Manusia, a rich feeding ground lying midst the haunts of men. Thither we will go to feed." He answered, "The haunts of men are dangerous, let not this approve itself to you." And though he declined to go, yet being importuned he said, "If it be your good pleasure, we will go," and with his following he repaired to that lake. Alighting from the air he set his foot in a noose at the very moment he touched the ground. So the noose seized his foot, as it were with an iron vice, and caught and held him fast. Then thinking to sever the snare he tugged at it, and first the skin was broken, next the flesh was torn, and lastly the tendon, till the snare touched the bone and the blood flowed and severe pains set in. He thought, "If I should utter a cry of capture, my kinsfolk would be alarmed and without feeding would fly away famished, and through weakness, they would fall into the water." So he bore with the pain, and when his kinsfolk had eaten their fill and were disporting themselves after the manner of geese, he uttered the loud cry of a captured bird. On hearing it these geese were frightened with the fear of death, and flew off in the direction of Sitakuta. As soon as they were gone, Samukha, the captain of the geese, thought, "Can it be that this means something terrible has happened to the great king? I will find out what it is," and flying at full speed, and not seeing the great being amongst those in the van of the retreating army of geese, he sought him in the main body of the birds, and there too failing to find him he said, "Without all doubt something terrible has occurred," and he turned back and found the great being caught in a snare, stained with blood and suffering great pain, lying on the muddy ground, and he alighted and sat on the ground, and trying to comfort the great being he said, "Fear not, sire, I will release you from the snare at the sacrifice of my own life." Then to test him the great being spoke the first stanza. "All other birds, heedless of me, have fled in haste away. What friendship can a captive know? Be off, make no delay." Here moreover followed these stanzas. Whether I go or stay with thee, I still some day must die. I've courted thee in weal, in woe from thee I may not fly. I either then must die with thee, or live a life forlorn. Far better 'twere to die at once than live thy loss to mourn. It is not right to leave thee, sire, in such a sorry state. Nay, I am well content to share whate'er may be thy fate. What fate for one caught in a snare except the cruel spit? How in thy senses and still free couldst thou to this submit? What good for thee or me, O bird, herein dost thou descry? Or for the kin surviving us, if both of us should die? Rapt, golden-winged one, in night will be thy deed of worth. What moral would such sacrifice, if brought to light, show forth? That blessings follow right, O king of birds, dost thou not see? Right duly honored shows to men what their true good may be. Seeing the right and all the good that still from right may spring. For love of thee I cheerfully my life away would fling. If mindful of the right one ne'er forsakes a suffering friend. Not e'en to save one's life, such act as right the wise commend. Thy duty nobly done, the while I recognize thy love. Depart at once, if thou wouldst do the thing I most approve. Perhaps in time the ties that bound my kin beneath my sway, with fuller knowledge and control may pass to thee some day. As thus these noble birds exchanged high thoughts, to them, behold, like death to some bedridden wretch appeared this fowler bold. The friends in him discerning well the enemy they fear, long silent sat and motionless, as he to them drew near. Seeing the geese rise here and there and vanish into space, their foe, where sat these noble birds, in haste approached the place. And as he ran with utmost speed and reached the fated spot, the fowler, trembling at the thought, cried, "Are they caught or not?" The one he saw caught in the snare, the other bird he found, watching his captive friend, himself unfettered and unbound. Perplexed and doubting in his mind he viewed the noble pair. Full grown were they, two comely birds, and thus he spake them fair. Granted that one caught in a snare may never fly away. Why, mighty bird, dost thou, still free, resolve with him to stay? What is this fowl to thee, that when the rest are fled and gone, though free, beside the captive bird thou sittest here alone? Zero foe of birds, my friend and king, dear as my life is he. Forsake him, no, I never will, until death calls for me. How was it that this bird ne'er spied the fowler's secret snare? Of mighty chiefs the function is of danger to beware. When ruin comes upon a man and death's hour draweth nigh, though you may close upon it come, nor trap nor snare you spy. Snares of all kinds, O holy ones, are oft-times set in vain. In fatal hour at last one's caught in hidden snare and slain. Thus did he by discoursing with him soften the fowler's heart, and begging for the life of the great being he spoke this stanza. Is this the happy issue, say, of friendly talk with thee? And wilt thou, prithee, spare our lives and let us both go free? The fowler, charmed by Samuka's sweet discourse, spoke this stanza. No prisoner of mine art thou, begone, quick, hence away. I would not shed thy blood, unscathed, live on for many a day. Then Samuka repeated 4 stanzas. I should not care to live myself, if this my friend were dead. Content with one, let him go free, and eat my flesh instead. We two are much the same in age, in length and breadth of limb. No loss for thee, if thou shouldst take me in exchange for him. Regard it in this light, and glut thy appetite on me. First bind me in the snare, then let this king of birds go free. Thus thou wouldst gain thy wish and I my heart's desire secure. And peace would be twixt geese and thee, long as life should endure. Thus by the preaching of the law was this fowler's heart softened, even as cotton dipped in oil, and in yielding up the great being to him, as a slave to his owner, he said, Be witness all your sages, friends, servants, and kith and kin. Through thee alone this king of birds his liberty did win. To few 'tis given to own a friend like thee prepared to share a common fate, as when thy king was caught in deadly snare. So I release thy friend the king, to follow thee afar. Quick, hence away, amidst thy kin to shine fair as a star. And so saying, the fowler with kindness in his heart drew nigh to the great being, and cutting his bonds took him up in his arms and lifting him out of the water laid him on the bank of the lake upon the fresh grass, and with great tenderness gently loosing the snare that bound his foot threw it to a distance. Then conceiving a strong affection for the great being, with a heart full of love he took some water, and washed away the blood from his wound, and once and again wiped it. Through the power of his charity the wound in the Bodhisattva's foot grew together, tendon uniting with tendon, flesh with flesh, skin with skin. Fresh skin formed and fresh down grew over it. The Bodhisattva was just as if his foot had never been trapped and sat rejoicing in his ordinary form. Then Samukha, beholding how happy the great being was all owing to his action, in his gladness sang the praises of the fowler. The master, to make the matter clear, said, "The goose glad at the king's release, in honor of his lord." Thus charmed his benefactor's ear with this most pleasant word. "Fowler, with all thy kith and kin, right happy mayst thou be. As I am happy to behold the king of birds set free." After thus singing the fowler's praises, Samukha said to the Bodhisattva, "Sire, this man has wrought us a great service. Had he not hearkened to our words, he might have won great wealth, either by making us tame birds to be kept for pleasure and offering us to some great lords, or by killing and selling us for food. But utterly regardless of his own livelihood he hearkened to our words. Let us conduct him into the king's presence and make him happy for life." The great being agreed to this. Then Samukha, after conversing with the great being in their own language, addressed the fowler in human speech and asked him, saying, "Friend, why did you set snares?" And on his replying, "For gain," this being the case, said Samukha, "Take us with you into the city and present us to your king, and I will persuade him to bestow on you great riches." And he spoke these stanzas. "Come, I will teach thee how thou mayst win for thyself great gain. Seeing the honor of this goose brooks not the slightest stain. Quick, take us to the royal court, in body sound and whole. Standing, unbound, at either end of this thy carrying pole. And say, O sire, lo! Here to thee two ruddy geese we bring. The one is captain of the host, the other is their king. This lord of men beholding then this royal goose will be so glad and overjoyed, he will great wealth bestow on thee." When he had so spoken, the fowler replied, "Let it not be your pleasure to see the king. Verily kings are fickle-minded, they would either keep you captive for their amusement, or would put you to death." Samukha said, "Fear not, my friend. By my preaching of the law I have softened the heart of a fierce creature like you, and have brought you to my feet, a fowler whose hand is red with blood. Kings, verily, are full of goodness and wisdom, and are such as can discern between good and evil words. So make haste and bring us into the presence of your king." The fowler said, "Well, be not angry with me. As it is your good pleasure, I will take you to him." So he mounted the pair of birds on his pole, and went to the court and introduced them to the king, and on being questioned by him the fowler declared all the facts of the case. The master, to make the matter clear, said. On hearing this he wrought the thing they craved in heart and soul, and quickly took the geese to court, in body sound and whole. Standing, unbound, one at each end of his long carrying pole. Lo! Here, he said, two ruddy geese, O sire, to thee we bring. One is the captain of the host, the other is their king. How did these winged mighty ones, fowler, become thy prey? How didst thou creep close up to them, nor frighten them away? O Lord of men, in every pool behold a gin or net. In every haunt of birds, methinks, a deadly snare was set. 'Twas in some hidden trap like this I caught the king of geese. His friend, still free, sat by his side and sought his lord's release. This bird essayed a task beyond what vulgar souls achieve. Resolved his every nerve to strain, his master to relieve. There sat he, worthy to survive, content his life to give. If but his lord, whose praise he sang, might be allowed to live. Hearing his words I all at once attained to state of grace. gladly set free the captive bird and bade them leave the place. The goose rejoiced at his release in honor of his lord. Thus charmed his benefactor's ear with this most pleasant word. Fowler, with all thy kith and kin, right happy mayst thou be, as I am happy to behold the king of birds set free. Come, I will teach thee how thou mayst win for thyself great gain, seeing the honor of this goose brooks not the slightest stain. Quick, take us to the royal court, in body sound and whole, standing, unbound, at either end of this thy carrying pole. And say, O sire, lo, here to thee 2 ruddy geese we bring. The one is captain of the host, the other is their king. This lord of men, beholding then this royal goose will be so glad and overjoyed, he will great wealth bestow on thee. Thus at his bidding hither led by me the pair have come, although for me they both were free to seek their mountain home. Such was the fate of this poor bird, though very righteous he, so much that he with pity moved a fowler fierce like me. This goose, O Lord of men, to thee an offering bring I here. Amidst the haunts of fowling men one scarce could find his peer. Thus did he standing there proclaim the virtues of Samuka. Then the king Sakula offered to the goose king a costly throne and to Samuka a precious golden chair, and when they had taken their seats he served them with parched corn, honey, molasses, and the like, in golden vessels. And when they had finished their meal, with outstretched hands he prayed the great being to preach the law and took his seat upon a golden chair. And at his request the goose king held pleasant converse with him. The master, to make everything clear, said, seeing the king now seated on a lovely golden chair, the goose in tones to charm the ear thus did bespeak him fair. Dost thou, my lord, enjoy good health and is all well with thee? I trust thy realm is flourishing and ruled in equity. O king of geese, my health is good and all is well with me. My realm is very flourishing and ruled in equity. Hast thou true men to counsel thee, free from all stain or blame? Ready to die, if need there be, for thy good cause and name. I have true men to counsel me, free from all stain or blame. Ready to die, if need there be, for my good cause and name. Hast thou a wife of equal birth, obedient, kind in word, with children blessed, good looks, fair name, compliant with her lord? I have a wife of equal birth, obedient, kind in word, with children blessed, good looks, fair name, compliant with her lord. When the Bodhisattva had ended his words of friendly greeting, the king again conversing with him said, when some mischance delivered thee to thy most deadly foe, didst thou then at his hands, O bird, great suffering undergo? Did he run up and with his stick belabor thee, I pray? Of such vile creatures, as I hear, this ever is the way. I never was in danger, as I gratefully recall. Nor did he deal with us as foes in any way at all. The fowler, trembling and amazed, to question us was fain. And Samuka, wisest of birds, made answer back again. Hearing his words he all at once attained to state of grace, gladly released me from the snare, and bade us leave the place. To come and visit thee, O king, was Samuka's desire, thinking our friend the fowler thus great riches might acquire. You are right welcome, sirs, be sure, I'm glad to see you here. And let your fowler friend receive his fill of earthly gear. And so saying the king fixed his gaze upon a certain counsellor, and when he asked, what is your pleasure, sire, he said, see that this fowler has his hair and beard trimmed, and that after being washed and anointed he is sumptuously arrayed, and then bring him here. And when this was done and the fowler was brought back, the king presented him with a village producing annually 100,000 pieces of money, and moreover a house standing in a position abutting on 2 streets, and a splendid chariot, and much store of yellow gold. The master, to make the matter clear, said, the king with riches manifold the fowler amply blessed. And then in tones that charmed the ear the ruddy goose addressed. Then the great being instructed the king in the law, and hearing his exposition he was glad at heart, and being minded to pay some mark of respect to the preacher of the law, he presented him with the white umbrella and made over his kingdom to him, and he spoke these stanzas. Whate'er I lawfully possess, whate'er I duly claim, shall pass beneath your sway, if ye your heart's desire will name. Whether for alms or to enjoy and use it for your own. To you I yield my gear and all, to you resign my throne. Then the great being returned the white umbrella which the king had given to him. And the king thought, I have heard the law preached by the goose king, but this Samuka has been highly praised by the fowler, as speaking words sweet as honey, I shall have to hear him also preach the law. So holding converse with him he spake yet another stanza. If wise and learned Samuka would speak of his free will, a word or two, my happiness would then be greater still. Then Samuka said, I could not in your presence, with propriety, my lord, as though I were some Naga prince, utter a single word. For this the chief of ruddy geese, and thou, O mighty king, on many grounds may rightly claim the homages that I bring. I, a mere underling, my lord, may scarcely intervene, when high debate is being held your majesties between. The king, hearing what he said, was glad at heart and said, the fowler praised you, and surely there cannot be any other like you, so sweet a preacher of the law, and he repeated these stanzas. The fowler rightly praised this bird as wise beyond its kind. Such prudence is not found in one undisciplined in mind. Of noble creatures I have seen, with highest nature blessed. Surely this matchless bird amongst them all is far the best. Your noble form and sweet discourse cast o'er me such a spell. My only wish is that you both long time with me may dwell. Then the great being in praise of the king said, Thou hast dealt with us as a man deals with his dearest friend. Such was the kindness, sir, thou didst to us poor birds extend. Yet a great void the circle of our kin has to deplore. And many a bird is sorely grieved to see our face no more. To drive away their sorrow thou, O king, hast set us free. So humbly taking leave we fly our friends once more to see. I am very glad acquaintance with your highness to have made. Henceforth, I trust, my friends may have less cause to be afraid. When he had thus spoken the king suffered them to depart. And the great being declared to the king the misery attending the 5 kinds of vice and the blessing that followed virtue, and exhorted him, saying, Keep the moral law, and rule your kingdom righteously, and win the hearts of your people with the 4 modes of conciliation. And forthwith he set out for Cittakuta. The master, to make the matter clear, said, Thus to the lord of mortals spake the Dataratha king. Then sought these geese their kith and kin with utmost speed of wing. Seeing their chiefs all safe and sound returned from haunts of men, the winged flock with noisy cries welcomed them back again. Thus circling round their lord in whom they trust, these ruddy geese paid all due honor to their king, rejoiced at his release. While thus escorting their king these geese asked him, saying, How, sire, did you escape? The great being told them of his escape by the help of Samuka, and of the action of the Sakula king and the fowler. On hearing this the flock of geese in their joy sang their praises, saying, Long live Samuka, captain of our host, and the Sakula king and the fowler. May they be happy and free from sorrow. The master, to make the matter clear, repeated a final stanza. Thus all whose hearts are full of love succeed in what they do. E'en as these geese back to their friends once more in safety flew. The master here ended his story, saying, Brethren, not now only, but of old also, Ananda for my sake renounced his life, and he identified the birth. At that time Channa was the fowler, Sariputta the king, Ananda Samuka, the followers of Buddha the 90,000 geese, and I myself was the goose king. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 21 Astanipta. 534, Mahahamsa Jataka. There go the birds, etc. This story the master, while residing in the bamboo grove, told concerning the elder Ananda's renunciation of life. The introductory story is exactly like one already given, but on this occasion the master in telling a story of the past related the following tale. Once upon a time at Benares a king named Samyama had a chief consort named Khema. At that time the Bodhisattva, with a following of 90,000 geese dwelt on Mount Siddhakuta. Now one day at daybreak Queen Khema saw a vision. Some gold-colored geese came and perching upon the royal throne, with a sweet voice preached the law. While the queen was listening and applauding and had not yet had her fill of the exposition of the law, it became broad daylight, and the geese finished their discourse, and departed by the open window. The queen, rising in haste, cried, "Catch them, catch the geese, before they escape," and in the act of stretching forth her hand she awoke. Hearing her words her handmaid said, "Where are the geese?" and softly laughed. At this moment the queen knew that it was a dream, and thought, "I do not see the thing that is not, surely there must be golden geese in this world, but if I should say to the king, 'I am anxious to hear the preaching of the law by golden geese,' he will say, 'We have never yet seen any golden geese. There is no such thing as preaching by geese,' and he will take no pains in the matter. But if I say, 'It is a pregnant longing on my part,' he will search for them in every possible way, and so will the desire of my heart be fulfilled." So pretending to be sick she gave instructions to her servants and lay down. The king, when he had taken his seat upon his throne, not seeing her at the usual time of her appearance, inquired where Queen Khema was, and hearing she was sick, he went to her, and sitting on one side of the bed he chafed her back and inquired if she will. "My lord," she said, "I am not ill, but the longings of a pregnant woman have come upon me. Say, lady, what you would have, and I will soon fetch it you." "Sire, I long to listen to the preaching of the law by a golden goose, while it sits upon the royal throne, with a white umbrella spread over it, and to pay homage to it with scented wreaths, and such like marks of honor, and to express my approval of it. If I should attain to this, it is well, otherwise there is no life in me." Then the king comforted her and said, "If there is such a thing in the world of men, you shall have it, do not vex yourself." And going forth from the queen's chamber he took counsel with his ministers, saying, "Mark you, Queen Khema says, if I can hear a golden goose preach the law, I shall live, but otherwise I shall die. Pray, are there any golden geese?" "Sire," they answered, "we have never either seen or heard of them. Who would know about it?" "The Brahmins, sire." The king summoned the Brahmins and asked them, saying, "Are there such things as golden geese who teach the law?" "Yes, sire, it has come down by tradition to us that fish, crabs, tortoises, deer, peacocks, geese, all these are found of a golden color. Amongst them, they say, the family of Dataratha geese are wise and learned. Including men there are 7 creatures that are gold-colored." The king was greatly pleased and asked, "Where dwell these scholarly ruddy geese?" "We do not know, sire." "Then who will know?" And when they answered, "The tribe of fowlers," he gathered together all the fowlers in his dominion and asked them, saying, "My friends, where dwell gold-colored geese of the Dataratha family?" Then a certain fowler said, "People tell us, sire, by tradition from one generation to another, that they dwell in the Himalayas, on Mount Siddhakuta. Do you know how to catch them?" "I do not know, sire." He summoned his wise Brahmins and after telling them that there were golden geese on Siddhakuta, he asked if they knew any way to catch them. They said, "Sire, what need for us to go and catch them? By a stratagem, we will bring them down close to the city and catch them." "What is this stratagem?" "On the north of the city, sire, you are to have a lake dug, 3 leagues in extent, a safe and peaceful spot, and filling it with water, plant all manner of grain and cover the lake with the 5 kinds of lotus. Then hand it over to the care of a skillful fowler and suffer no one to approach it, and by means of men stationed at the 4 corners, have it proclaimed as a sanctuary lake, and on hearing this all manner of birds will alight there. And these geese, hearing one from another how safe this lake is, will visit it and then you can have them caught, trapping them with hair nooses." The king, on hearing this, had a lake such as they described formed in the place they mentioned, and summoning a skilled fowler he presented him with 1,000 pieces of money and said, "Henceforth give up your occupation. I will support your wife and family. Carefully guarding this peaceful lake and driving everyone away from it, have it proclaimed at the four corners, as a sanctuary, and say that all the birds that come and go are mine, and when the golden geese arrive you shall receive great honor." With these words of encouragement the king put him in charge of the sanctuary lake. From that day the fowler acted just as the king bade him, and watched over the place, and as one that kept the lake in peace he came to be known as the fowler Kima, peace. Thenceforth all manner of birds alighted there, and from its being proclaimed from one to another that the lake was peaceful and secure, different kinds of geese arrived. First of all came the grass geese, then owing to their report came the yellow geese, followed in like manner by the scarlet geese, the white geese and the ochre geese. On their arrival Kammaṭṭhāna thus reported to the king, "5 kinds of geese, sire, have come, and they are continually feeding in the lake. Now that the parka geese have arrived, in a few days the golden geese will be coming. Cease to be anxious, sire." The king on hearing this made proclamation in the city by beat of drum that no one was to go there, and whosoever should do so should suffer mutilation of hands and feet and spoliation of his household goods. And from that time no one went there. Now the parka geese dwell not far from Sitakuta in Golden Cave. They are very powerful birds, and as with the Dattaratha family of geese the color of their body is distinctive, but the daughter of the king of the parka geese is gold-colored. So her father, thinking she was a fitting match for the Dattaratha king, sent her to be his wife. She was dear and precious in her lord's eyes, and owing to this the two families of geese became very friendly. Now one day the geese that were in attendance on the Bodhisattva inquired of the parka geese, "Where are you getting your food just now?" "We are feeding near Benares, on a safe piece of water, but where are you roaming?" "To such and such a place," they answered. "Why do you not come to our sanctuary? It is a charming lake, teeming with all manner of birds, covered over with 5 kinds of lotus, and abounding with various grains and fruits, and buzzing with swarms of many different bees. At its 4 corners is a man to proclaim perpetual immunity from danger. No one is allowed to come near, much less to injure another." After this manner did they sing the praises of the peaceful lake. On hearing what the parka geese said, they told Samukha, saying, "They tell us, near Benares is a peaceful lake of such and such a kind, thither the parka geese go and feed. Do you tell the Dattaratha king, and if he allows us, we too will go and feed there." Samukha told the king, who thought, "Men, verily, are full of wiles and skilled in expedients, there must be some reason for this. All this long time past there was no such lake, it must have been made now to catch us." And he said to Samukha, "Let not this going there meet with your approval. This lake was not constructed by them in good faith, it was made to catch us. Men surely are cruelly minded and versed in expedients, keep still in your own feeding grounds." The golden geese a second time told Samukha they were anxious to visit the lake of peace, and he reported their wishes to the king. The great being thought, "My kinsfolk must not be vexed by reason of me, we will go there." So accompanied by 90,000 geese he went and browsed there, disporting himself, after the manner of geese, and then returned to Sitakuta. Kammaṭṭhāna, after they had fed and taken their departure, went and reported their arrival to the king of Benares. The king was highly pleased and said, "Friend Kammaṭṭhāna, try and catch 1 or 2 geese and I will confer great honor on you." With these words he paid his expenses and sent him away. Returning there the fowler seated himself in a skeleton pot, and watched the movements of the geese. Bodhisattvas verily are free from all greed. Therefore the great being, starting from the spot where he alighted, went on eating the paddy in due order. All the others wandered about, eating here and there. So the fowler thought, "This goose is free from greed, this is the one I must catch." The next day before the geese had alighted on the lake, he went to the place hard by and concealing himself in the framework of his pot he remained there sitting in it, and looking through a chink in the frame. At that moment the great being escorted by 90,000 geese came down on the same spot, where he had alighted the day before, and sitting down at the limit of yesterday's feeding ground he went on browsing. The fowler, looking through a chink in his cage and marking the extraordinary beauty of the bird, thought, "This goose is as big as a wagon, gold-colored, and with its neck encircled with 3 stripes of red. 3 lines running down the throat pass along the middle of the belly, while other 3 stripes run down and mark off the back, and its body shines like a mass of gold poised on a string made of the thread of red wool. This must be their king, and this is the one I will seize." And the Goose King, after feeding over a wide field, disported himself in the water, and then surrounded by his flock returned to Sitakuta. For 6 days he fed after this manner. On the 7th day Kammaṭṭhāna twisted a big stout cord of black horse hair, and fixed a noose upon a stick, and knowing for certain the Goose King would alight tomorrow on the same spot, he set the stick on which the snare was mounted in the water. The next day the Goose King coming down stuck its foot, as it alighted, into the snare, which grasping the bird's foot as it were with a band of iron held it fast in its grip. The bird, thinking to sever the snare, dragged at it and struck it with all its force. First its gold-colored skin was bruised, next its flesh of the color of red wool was cut, then the sinew was severed and last of all its foot would have been broken, but thinking a maimed body was unbefitting a king, it ceased to struggle. As severe pain set in, it thought, if I should utter a cry of capture, my kinsfolk would be alarmed and without feeding properly they would fly away, and being half-starved they would drop into the water. So putting up with the pain it remained in the power of the snare, pretending to be feeding on the paddy, but when the flock had eaten their fill, and were now disporting themselves after the manner of geese, it uttered a loud cry of capture. The geese on hearing it flew away, just as previously described. Samukha, too, considering the matter, just as related before, searched about and not finding the great being in the 3 main divisions of the geese, thought, "Verily this must be something terrible that has come upon the king," and he turned back, saying, "Fear not, sire, I will release you at the sacrifice of my own life," and sitting down on the mud he comforted the great being. The great being thought, "The 90,000 geese have forsaken me and fled and this one alone has returned. I wonder, when the fowler comes up, whether or not Samukha too will forsake me and flee." And by way of testing him, stained with blood as he was, and resting against the stick fastened to the snare, he repeated 3 stanzas. There go the birds, the ruddy geese, all overcome with fear. O golden yellow Samukha, depart. What wouldst thou here? My kith and kin deserted me, away they all have flown. Without a thought they fly away. Why art thou left alone? Fly, noble bird, with prisoners what fellowship can be? Samukha, fly. Nor lose the chance, while thou mayst yet be free. On hearing this, Samukha thought, "This Goose King is ignorant of my real nature, he fancies I am a friend that speaks words of flattery. I will show him how loving I am," and he repeated 4 stanzas. "No, I'll not leave thee, royal goose, when trouble draweth nigh. But stay I will, and by thy side will either live or die. I will not leave thee, royal bird, when trouble draweth nigh. Nor join in such ignoble act with others, no, not I. I'm one in heart and soul with thee, playmate and friend of old. Of all thy host, O noble king, famed as the leader bold. Returning to thy kith and kin what could I have to say? If I shall leave thee to thy fate and heedless fly away. Nay, I would rather die than live, so base a part to play." When Samukha had thus in 4 stanzas uttered as it were a lion's note, the great being, making known his merits, said, "Thy nature 'tis, O Samukha, abiding in the right. Ne'er to forsake thy lord and friend or safety seek in flight. Looking on thee no thought of fear arises in my mind. E'en in this sorry plight some way to save me thou wilt find." While they were thus conversing, the fowler standing on the edge of the lake saw the geese flying off in 3 divisions, and wondering what this could possibly mean he looked at the spot where he had set the snare, and beheld the Bodhisattva leaning on the stick to which the noose was fastened. Overjoyed he girt up his loins and taking a club he hastily drew nigh and stood before the birds, like the fire at the beginning of a cycle, with head towering above them, and his heel planted in the mud. The master, to make the matter clear, said, As thus these noble birds exchanged high thoughts, to them, behold, all in hot haste, with staff in hand drew nigh this fowler bold. Seeing him trusty Samuka stood up before the king, his anxious lord in his distress stoutly encouraging. Fear not, O noble bird, for fears become not one like thee. An effort I will duly make with justice as my plea, and soon by my heroic act once more thou shalt be free. Thus did Samuka comfort the great being, and going up to the fowler and speaking with a sweet human voice he asked, What is thy name, friend? Then he answered, O king of the gold-colored geese, I am called Kemaka. Samuka said, Do not imagine, friend, a mere ordinary goose has been caught in the horsehair noose you set. The chief of 90,000 geese, the Jataratha king, is caught in your snare. Wise is he and virtuous, and he is ranged on the side of conciliation. He ought not to be put to death. I will do whatever he was to have done for you. I too am gold-colored, and for his sake will lay down my life. If you are anxious to take his feathers, take mine, or, if you would have anything else of his, skin, flesh, sinew or bone, take it from my body. Again, supposing you wish to make a tame bird of him, make a tame bird of me, selling me while still alive, or if you would make money, make it by selling me. Do not slay him, endowed as he is with wisdom, and such like virtues. If you shall kill him, you will never escape from hell and similar states of suffering. After thus terrifying the fowler with the fear of hell, and making him give ear to his sweet discourse, Samuka once more drew near, and took his stand by the Bodhisattva, comforting him. The fowler, hearing his words, thought, being a mere bird, as he is, he can do what for men is impossible. For they cannot remain constant in friendship. Oh! What a wise, eloquent, and holy creature is this! His whole body thrilling with joy and ecstasy, and his hair standing erect with wonder, he dropped his stick and raising his joined hands to his forehead, like one worshipping the sun, he stood proclaiming the virtues of Samuka. The master, to make the matter clear, said. The fowler hearing what the bird so eloquently said, with hair erect and folded hands his homage duly paid. Ne'er was it heard or seen before that, using human speech, to man in his own tongue a goose sublimest truth should preach. What is this bird to thee, that when the rest are fled and gone, though free, beside the captive bird thou here art left alone? Samuka, on being asked this question by the evil-minded fowler, thought, he is relenting. To soften his heart still more I will now show him my quality, and he said. He is my king, O foe to birds, his captain chief am I. I cannot leave him to his fate, while I to safety fly. Let not this lord of mighty hosts here perish all alone. Near him my happiness I find, him as my lord I own. On hearing this sweet discourse of his treating of duty, the fowler, overjoyed and with hair erect in wonder, thought, if I should kill this royal goose endowed with virtue and the like good qualities, I shall never escape from the 4 states of suffering. Let the king of Benares do what he will with me. I shall make over this captive as a free gift to Samuka and let him go, and he spake this stanza. Noble art thou, to honour one through whom thou still dost live. Fly where ye list, to thy good lord his freedom now I give. So saying, the fowler with kindly purpose drew nigh to the great being and bending the stick he laid the bird on the mud, and pulling up the stick he set it free from the noose. Then he drew forth the bird from the lake and laying him on some young kusay grass he gently loosed the snare that bound his foot. Conceiving a strong affection for the great being, with kindly thought he took some water and washed off the blood, repeatedly wiping it. Then by the power of his charity nerve was united to nerve, flesh to flesh, and skin to skin, and the foot became just as before, not to be distinguished from the other one, and the Bodhisattva sat rejoicing in his original state. Samuka, seeing how happy the king was all owing to his action, was highly delighted and thought, this man has rendered us a great service, but we have done nothing for him. If he caught us for the king's ministers of state and took us to them, he would receive a large sum of money, and if he caught us for himself, he could sell us and still make great gain. I will question him somewhat. So in his desire to render him a service he put this question and said, If thou for thine own purposes didst set for us this snare, our freedom we accept from thee without a thought or care. But otherwise, O fowler bold, in letting us go free, without the king's permission, sure, 'twere naught but robbery. The fowler on hearing this said, I did not catch you for myself, I was employed by Samyama, king of Benares, and he then told them the whole story, beginning from the time of the queen seeing a vision down to the time when the king heard of the arrival of the geese, and said, Friend Kemaka, try and catch 1 or 2 geese, and I will confer great honor on you, and dispatched him with a provision for his journey. On hearing this Samuka thought, this fowler, taking no account of his own livelihood, in setting us free has wrought a difficult thing. But if we shall return hence to Sitakuta, neither the supernatural wisdom of the Dataratha king nor my act of friendship will be revealed, the fowler will not receive great honor, the king will not be established in the 5 moral laws, nor will the queen's desire be fulfilled. And he answered, Friend, it being so, you cannot let us go, present us to the king and he shall deal with us according to his pleasure. To make this clear, he spoke this stanza. Thou art the servant of the king, his wishes then fulfill. King Samyama shall deal with us according to his will. On hearing this the fowler said, O sirs, let it not be your pleasure to see the king. Kings verily are dangerous beings. They will either make tame geese of you or put you to death. Then Samuka said, Friend fowler, do not trouble yourself about us. By my preaching of the law I made a cruel fellow like you soft-hearted. Why should I not do the same in the case of the king? Kings are wise and understand goodly words, quick and take us to the king. And in taking us do not carry us as captives, but put us in a cage of flowers and take us thus. For the Dataratha king make a big cage shaded with white lotus, and for me a small cage covered with red lotus, and put him in front and me behind, somewhat lower, and take us with all speed and present us to the king. The fowler, hearing the words of Samuka, thought, Samuka, in seeing the king, must be desirous of conferring great honor on me, and being highly delighted he fashioned cages of soft osiers, and covering them with lotuses set out with the birds in the way already described. To make the matter clear, the master said, the fowler grasping them with both his hands, as he was told, placed in their cage these ruddy geese with skin of yellow gold. The goose king now and Samuka with plumage bright to see. Safe in their cage the fowler took and off with them marched he. As soon as the fowler had set off with them the Dataratha goose called to mind his wife, the daughter of the Parka goose king, and addressing Samuka, under the influence of his passion he thus lamented. To make the matter clear, the master said. The king on being carried off to Samuka thus spake. My fair and gracious spouse, methinks, now grieving for my sake. If she should hear that I am dead, her life, I fear, might take. Like heron mourning for its mate by lonely ocean's shore. Suhima, bright as gold her skin, her lord will still deplore. On hearing this Samuka thought, this goose, though ready to admonish others, all for a female's sake, under the sway of passion babbles just as when water is heated, or as when birds rise up from a bank and devour a field of grain. What if I were by my own wisdom to make clear to him the vices of the female sex, and to bring him to his senses? And he said, that one so great and peerless thought, a leader of his kind, should grieve for bird of female sex shows little strength of mind. As wind will carry any scent, be it or bad or good. Or greedy child, as if 'twere blind eats raw or well-cooked food. Without true judgment in affairs, poor fool, thou canst not see what to avoid or what to do in each emergency. Half mad thou speak'st of womankind as blessed with every grace. Yet most as common are to men as topers drinking place. Sorrow, disease, calamity, like harshest chains to bind. Mirage and fraud, the snare of death deep-seated in the mind. Such women are, who trusts in them is vilest of his kind. Then the Dataratha goose, in his infatuation for the female sex, said, You know not the virtues of womankind, but the sages know, they are not deserving of censure. And by way of explanation he said, Truth that sages ascertained, who is there that dares to blame? Women in this world are born, destined to great power and fame. They for dalliance are formed, joys of love for them ordained. Seeds within them germinate, source from whence all life sustained. They from whom man draws his breath scarce by man may be disdained. Art thou, Samukha, alone versed in ways of womankind? Didst thou only, moved by fear, this belated wisdom find? Meeting danger every man bears up bravely midst alarm. In a crisis sages all strive to shelter us from harm. Princes then to counsel them fain would have a hero brave. 'Gainst the shock of adverse fate, apt to counsel, strong to save. Let not royal cooks, I pray, roast our mangled limbs today. As its fruit the bamboo kills, us 2 golden plumes might slay. Free thou wouldst not fly from me, captive of thy own free will. Cease from words in danger's hour, up, a manly part fulfill. The great being by singing the praises of womankind reduced Samukha to silence, but on seeing how distressed he was, he now, to conciliate him, repeated this stanza. An effort make such as is due, with justice as thy plea. And by heroic act, dear friend, restore my life to me. Then Samukha thought, he is greatly terrified by fear of death, he does not know my powers. After seeing the king of Benares and having a little talk with him, I shall know what to do, meanwhile I will comfort my king, and he spoke this stanza. Fear not, O noble bird, for fears become not one like thee. An effort I will duly make, with justice as my plea. And soon by my heroic act thou shalt once more be free. While they were thus conversing in the language of birds, the fowler did not understand a single word they said, but carrying them on his pole he entered Benares, followed by a multitude of people, who, filled with wonder and amazement, stretched forth their hands in suppliant attitude. On reaching the door of the palace, the fowler had his arrival made known to the king. The master, to make the matter clear, said. The fowler with his burden to the palace gate drew near. Announce me to the king, he cried, the ruddy goose is here. The doorkeeper went and announced his arrival. The king was highly delighted and said, let him come hither at once, and attended by a crowd of courtiers and seated upon the throne with a white umbrella held over him he saw Kammaṭṭhāna ascend to the dais with his burden, and looking at the gold-coloured geese, he said, my heart's desire is fulfilled, and he gave an order to his courtiers that all due service should be rendered to the fowler. To make the matter clear, the master said, seeing these birds with holy looks and marks auspicious blessed, King Samyama with words like these his counsellors addressed. Give to the fowler meat and drink, soft food, apparel brave, and store of ruddy gold as much as heart of man can crave. Being highly elated with joy, he in this way showed his pleasure and said, go and array the fowler, and bring him back to me. So the courtiers, taking him down from the palace, had his hair and beard trimmed, and when he had taken a bath, and had been anointed and was sumptuously arrayed they brought him into the presence of the king. Then the king conferred on him 12 hamlets, yielding annually 100,000 pieces of money, a chariot yoked with thoroughbreds, a large well-equipped house and very great honour. On receiving so great honour, the fowler, to explain what he had done, said, this, sire, is no ordinary goose that I have brought you, this is the king of 90,000 geese, Jātaka by name, and this is the chief captain, Samukha. Then the king asked, how, friend, did you catch them? The master, to make the matter clear, said. Seeing the fowler highly pleased, the king of Kosa said, if, Kammaṭṭhāna, on yonder lake geese in their thousands fed, amidst the throng of kindred fowl, pray, how didst thou contrive to single out this lovely bird and capture him alive? The fowler answering him said, through 7 long days with anxious care in vain I marked the spot, searching for that fair goose's track, concealed within a pot. Today I found the feeding ground to which the goose repaired, and there straightway I set a trap and lo! He soon was snared. On hearing this the king thought, this fellow standing at the door and telling his story spoke only of the arrival of the Jātaka king, and now too he speaks of this one only. What can be the meaning of this? And he spoke this stanza. Fowler, thou speak'st of only one, yet here 2 birds I see. 'Tis some mistake, Why wouldst thou bring this second bird to me? Then the fowler said, There was no change of purpose on my part, nor am I anxious to present the second goose to someone else, moreover only one was caught in the snare I set, and in explanation he said, The goose with lines like ruddy gold all running down his breast. Caught in my snare I hither bring, O king, at thy behest. This splendid bird himself still free sat by the captive's side. The while with kindly human speech his friend to cheer he tried. And he then after this manner proclaimed the virtues of Samukha. As soon as he knew that the Jataratha goose was caught, he stayed and consoled his friend, and on my approach he came to meet me and remained poised in the air, conversing pleasantly with me in human language, and telling of the virtues of the Jataratha. And after thus softening my heart he once more took his stand in front of his friend. Then I, sire, on hearing the eloquence of Samukha was converted and let the Jataratha loose. Thus was the release of Jataratha from the snare, and my coming here with these geese all owing to Samukha. On being told this the king was anxious to hear a sermon from Samukha, and while the fowler was still paying honour to him, the sun set, lamps were lighted, and a crowd of warrior chiefs, and others gathered together, and Queen Kema, with an escort of divers bands of dancers took her seat on the right of the king. And at this moment the king, desiring to persuade Samukha to speak, uttered this stanza. Why, Samukha, dost hold thy tongue? Is it from awe, I pray, that in my royal presence thou hast not a word to say? Hearing this, Samukha, to show he was not afraid, said, I fear not, Kosa lord, to speak amidst thy royal train. Nor, should occasion fit arrive, would I from words refrain. Hearing this, the king, desirous to make him speak at greater length, reviling him, said, No archers clad in mail, no helm, no leather shield I see. No escort bold of horse or foot, no cars, no infantry. I see no yellow gold, no town with goodly buildings crowned. No watch-tower made impregnable with moat encircling round. Entrenched wherein by Samukha will naught to fear be found. When the king had in this wise asked why he was not terrified, Samukha replied in this stanza. No escort for a guard I want, no town or wealth need I. Midst pathless air we find a way, and travel through the sky. If thou wert stablished in the truth, we fain to thee would teach some useful lesson for thy good and wise and subtle speech. But if thou art a liar, false, one of ignoble strain, this fowler's words of eloquence appeal to thee in vain. On hearing this the king said, Why speakest thou of me as lying and ignoble? What have I done? Then Samukha said, Well, listen to me, and he spoke as follows. At Brahman's bidding thou didst make this Kema, lake of fame, and didst to birds at twice 5 points immunity proclaim. Within this peaceful pool thus fed with streams serene and pure, birds ever found abundant food and lived a life secure. Hearing this noised abroad we came to visit that fair scene, and snared by thee we found alas, thy promise false had been, but under cover of a lie each act of sinful greed forfeits rebirth as man or god, and straight to hell must lead. Thus did he even in the midst of his retinue put the king to shame. Then the king said to him, I did not have you caught, Samukha, to kill you and eat your flesh, but hearing how wise you were I was anxious to listen to your eloquence, and making the matter clear, he said, No sin was mine, O Samukha, nor seized I you through greed. Your fame for wisdom and deep thought, 'twas this that caused the deed. Haply if here they may declare some true and helpful word, 'twas so I bade the fowler seize and bring thee here, O bird. On hearing this Samukha said, You have acted wrongly, sire, and he spoke as follows. We could not speak the word of truth, awed by approaching death. Nor when in death's last agony we draw our parting breath. Who would a bird with bird decoy, or beast with beast pursue? Or with a text a preacher trap, naught base would he eschew. And whoso utters noble words, intent on action base, both here and in the next world sinks from bliss to woeful place. Be not o'erjoyed in glory's hour, in danger not distressed. Make good defects, in trouble strive to do thy very best. Sages arrived at life's last stage, the goal of death in view. After a righteous course on earth, to heaven their way pursue. Hearing this cleave to righteousness, O sire, and straight release this royal Dataratha bird, the paragon of geese. Hearing this the king said, Go, fetch ye water for their feet, and throne of solid worth. Lo! From his cage I have set free the noblest bird on earth. Together with his captain bold, so able and so wise. Taught with his king in weal and woe ever to sympathize. Sure such an one right well deserves e'en as his lord to fare. Just as he was prepared with him both life and death to share. Hearing the king's words they fetched seats for them, and as they sat there they washed their feet with scented water, and anointed them with oil an hundredfold refined. The master, in explaining the matter, said, The royal bird sat on a throne, 8-footed, burnished bright. All solid gold, with cossack cloth o'erspread, a splendid sight. And next his king sat Samuka, his trusty captain bold. Upon a couch with tiger skin o'erspread, and all of gold. To them full many a Kossa lord in golden bowls did bring choice gifts of dainty food to eat, the offerings of their king. When this food had been thus served to them, the Kossa king, to welcome them, himself took a golden bowl and offered it to them, and they from it ate honey and parched grain and drank sugar water. Then the great being, taking note of the king's offering and the grace with which it was made, entered into friendly converse with him. The master, to clear up the matter, said, Thinking, how choice the gifts this lord of Kossi offered us. The bird, skilled in the ways of kings, made his inquiries thus. Dost thou, my lord, enjoy good health and is all well with thee? I trust thy realm is flourishing and ruled in equity. O king of geese, my health is good and all is well with me. My realm is very flourishing and ruled in equity. Hast thou true men to counsel thee, free from all stain and blame? Ready to die, if need there be, for thy good cause and name. I have true men to counsel me, free from all stain and blame. Ready to die, if need there be, for my good cause and name. Hast thou a wife of equal birth, obedient, kind in word? With children blessed, good looks, fair name, compliant with her lord. I have a wife of equal birth, obedient, kind in word. With children blessed, good looks, fair name, compliant with her lord. And is thy realm in happy case, from all oppression free? Held by no arbitrary sway, but ruled with equity. My kingdom is in happy case, from all oppression free. Held by no arbitrary sway, but ruled with equity. Dost drive bad men out from the land, good men to honor raise? Or dost thou righteousness eschew, to follow evil ways? I drive bad men out from the land, good men to honor raise. All wickedness I do eschew, and follow righteous ways. Dost mark the span of life, O king, how quickly it is sped? Or drunk with madness dost regard the next world free from dread? I mark the span of life, O bird, how quickly it is sped. And, standing fast in virtues 10, the next world never dread. Almsgiving, justice, penitence, meek spirit, temper mild. Peace, mercy, patience, charity, with morals undefiled. These graces firmly planted in my soul are clear to see. Whence springs rich harvest of great joy and happiness for me. But Samuka, though knowing naught of evil we had done, right heedlessly gave vent to words in harsh and angry tone. Things I knew not were to my charge by this bird wrongly laid. In language harsh. Herein, methinks, scant wisdom was displayed. On hearing this Samuka thought, this virtuous king is angry, because I upbraided him, I will win his forgiveness, and he said, I sinned against thee, lord of men, and words of rashness spake. But when this royal goose was caught my heart was like to break. As earth bears with all living things, as father with his son. Do thou, O mighty king, forgive the wrong that we have done. Then the king took the bird up and embraced him, and seating him on a golden stool he accepted his confession of error, and said, I thank thee, bird, that thou shouldst ne'er thy nature true conceal. Thou breakest down my stubborn will, upright art thou, I feel. And with these words the king, being highly pleased with the exposition of the law by the great being, and with the straightforward speech of Samuka, thought, when one is pleased, one ought to act so as to show one's pleasure. And yielding his royal splendor to the birds, he said, Whate'er of silver, gold, and pearls, rich gems and precious gear, in Kos's royal town is stored within my palace here. Copper and iron, shells and pearls, and jewels numberless. Ivory, yellow sandal wood, deer skins and costly dress. This wealth and lordship over all, I give you to possess. And with such like words honoring both birds, with the white umbrella he handed over to them his kingdom. Then the great being, conversing with the king, said, Since thou art fain to honor us, be pleased, O Lord of men, to be our master, teaching us those royal virtues 10. And then if thy approval and consent we haply win, we would take formal leave of thee, and go to see our kin. He gave them leave to go, and while the Bodhisattva was still preaching the law, the sun arose. The master, to make the matter clear, said, The livelong night in deepest thought the king of Kosa spent. Then to that noble bird's request straight yielded his consent. When he had thus got his permission to depart, the Bodhisattva, saying, Be vigilant and rule your kingdom in righteousness, established the king in the 5 moral laws. And the king offered them parched corn with honey and sugar water in golden dishes, and when they had finished their meal, after doing them homage with scented wreaths and similar offerings, the king himself lifted the Bodhisattva on high in a golden cage, and Queen Kema lifted Samuka on high. Then at sunrise they opened the window and saying, Sirs, begone, they let them loose. The master, to make the matter clear, said, Then as the sun began to rise and break of day was nigh, soon from their sight they vanished quite in depths of azure sky. One of them, the great being, flying up from the golden cage, remained poised in the air, and saying, O sire, be not troubled, but be vigilant and abide in our admonition, he thus comforted the king, and taking Samuka with him he made straight for Siddhakuta. And those 90,000 geese issuing forth from the golden cave settled on the high table land, and on seeing the 2 birds coming they set out to meet them, and escorted them home. And thus accompanied by a flock of their kinsfolk they reached the plateau of Siddhakuta. The master, to make the matter clear, said, Seeing their chiefs all safe and sound returned from haunts of men, the winged flock with noisy cries welcomed them back again. Thus circling round their lord in whom they trust, these ruddy geese paid all due honor to their king, rejoiced at his release. While thus escorting their king, these geese asked him, saying, How, sire, did you escape? The great being told them of his escape by the help of Samuka, and of the action of King Samyama and his courtiers. On hearing this, the flock of geese in their joy sang their praises, saying, Long live Samuka, captain of our host, and long live the king and the fowler. May they be happy and free from sorrow. The master, to make the matter clear, said, Thus all whose hearts are full of love succeed in what they do. E'en as these geese back to their friends once more in safety flew. This has been fully related in the Cullahamsa birth. The master here ended his story and identified the birth. At that time the fowler was Channa, Queen Kema was the nun Kema, the king was Sariputta, the king's retinue the followers of Buddha, Samuka was Ananda, and the goose king was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's former births. Book 21 Astanipta. 535, Sudhabhojana Jataka. No huckster I, etc. This was a story told by the master, while dwelling at Jetavana, concerning a liberally minded brother. He was said to be a man of gentle birth, living at Savatthi, who after hearing the law preached by the master was converted and adopted the religious life. Being perfected in the moral virtues and furnished with the duta precepts, and with a heart full of love for his fellow priests, he thrice every day zealously ministered to the service of the Buddha, the law, and the assembly, and showed himself exemplary in conduct and devoted to charity. Fulfilling the obligations of kindly civility, whatever he received, so long as there were any recipients, he would give away till he was himself without food. And his liberality and charitable disposition were noised abroad in the assembly of the brethren. So one day the topic was started in the Hall of Truth, how that a certain brother was so liberally minded and devoted to charity, that if he received only sufficient drink to fill the hollow of the hand, free from all greed, he would give it to his fellow priests, his will being even as that of a bodhisattva. The master by his divine sense of hearing caught what they were saying, and issuing forth from his perfumed chamber drew nigh and asked what was the nature of their discussion. And when they answered, it was so and so, he said, this brother of old, brethren, was far from liberal, nay, so stingy that he would not give so much as a drop of oil on the tip of a blade of grass. So I converted and made him self-denying, and by praising the fruits of charity I firmly established him in almsgiving, so that on receiving water just enough to fill the hollow of the hand he would say, I will not drink a drop without giving some away, and he received a boon at my hands. And as a result of his almsgiving he became liberally minded and devoted to charity, and with these words he told a story of the past. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, there lived a wealthy householder possessed of 80 crores, and the king conferred on him the office of treasurer. Being thus honored by the king and highly esteemed by citizens and countryfolk alike, he was one day dwelling upon his worldly prosperity, and he thought, this glory was not won by me by slothfulness and sinful acts in a former existence, but was attained by accomplishing deeds of virtue. It behoves me to make my salvation sure in the future. So he sought the king's presence and addressed him thus, in my house, sire, is treasure amounting to 80 crores. Accept it from me. And when the king said, I have no need of your riches, I have abundant wealth, henceforth take and do whatever you like with it, he said, can I, sire, bestow my money in charity? The king said, do as you please, and he had 6 alms halls built, one at each of the 4 city gates, one in the heart of the city and one at the door of his dwelling house. And by a daily expenditure of 600,000 pieces of money he set on foot almsgiving on a grand scale. And so long as he lived he dispensed alms and instructed his sons, saying, see that you do not break away from this tradition of mine, of giving alms. And at the close of his life he was reborn as Saka. His son, in like manner giving alms, was reborn as Kanda, Kanda's son as Suriya, Suriya's son as Matali, Matala's son as Pankasika. Now Pankasika's son, the 6th in descent, was the treasurer named Makarakosia, the millionaire miser, and he still owned 80 crores. But he thought, my forefathers were fools. They flung away the wealth that was so sorely scraped together, but I will guard my treasure. I will not give a penny to a soul. And he demolished and burned down the alms hall, and became a confirmed miser. So the beggars assembled at his gate and stretching forth their arms cried with a loud voice, O Lord High Treasurer, do not away with the tradition of your forefathers, but give alms. On hearing this the people blamed him, saying, Makarakosia has done away with the tradition of his family. Being ashamed he set a watch to prevent the beggars from standing at his gate, and being thus left utterly destitute, they never again set eyes upon his door. Thenceforth he continued to roll money together, but he neither enjoyed it himself nor shared it with his wife and children. He lived on rice with its red powder, served with sour gruel, and wore coarse garments, being merely the filaments of roots and stalks of berries, shading his head with a parasol of leaves, and he rode upon a crazy old chariot, yoked to worn-out oxen. Thus all this wicked fellow's money was as it were a cocoa nut found by a dog. Now one day, when he was going to wait upon the king he thought he would take the sub-treasurer with him, and at the moment, when he reached his house he found the sub-treasurer seated in the midst of his wife and children, and eating some rice porridge prepared with powdered sugar to sweeten it and cooked with fresh ghee. On seeing Mahahamsa he rose from his seat and said, "Come and sit on this couch, Lord High Treasurer, and have some rice porridge with me." When he saw the rice porridge, his mouth watered and he longed to partake of it, but the thought occurred to him, if I should take some porridge, when the sub-treasurer comes to my house I shall have to make him some return of hospitality, and in this way my money will be wasted. I will not eat it. Then on being pressed again and again he refused, saying, "I have already dined, I am sated." But while the sub-treasurer was enjoying his food, he sat looking on with his mouth watering, and when the meal was ended he repaired with him to the palace. On returning home he was overwhelmed with a craving for rice porridge, but thought, if I should say I wanted to eat rice porridge, a lot of people would also want to eat it and a quantity of husked rice and the like would be wasted. I will not say a word to a creature. So night and day he passed his time thinking of nothing but porridge, but from fear of spending his money he told no one, and kept his craving to himself. But being unable to bear with it he gradually grew paler and paler, and so through fear of wasting his substance he spoke of his craving to no one, and by becoming very weak he lay down, hugging his bed. Then his wife came to see him and stroking his back with her hand she inquired, "Is my lord ill?" "Ill yourself," he cried, "I am quite well." "My lord, you have grown pale. Have you anything on your mind? Is the king displeased, or have you been treated with disrespect by your children? Or have you conceived a craving for something?" "Yes, I have a craving." "Tell me what it is, my lord. Can you keep a secret?" "Yes, I will be silent about any cravings that ought to be kept secret." But even so, through fear of wasting his substance he had not the courage to tell her, but being repeatedly pressed by her he said, "My dear, one day I saw the sub-treasurer eating rice porridge prepared with ghee, honey, and powdered sugar, and from that day I have had a craving to eat the same kind of porridge." "Poor wretch, are you so badly off? I will cook porridge enough for all the inhabitants of Benares." Then he felt just as if he had been struck on the head with a stick. Being angry with her he said, "I am well aware that you are very rich. If it comes from your family, you may cook and give rice porridge to the whole city. Well then I will make and cook enough for the dwellers in a single street. What have you to do with them? Let them eat what belongs to them. Then I will make enough for 7 households taken at random here and there. What are they to you? Then I will cook it for the attendants in this house. What are they to you? Well, then, I will cook for our kinsfolk only. What are they to you? Then I will cook, my lord, for you and me. And pray who are you? It is not allowable in your case. I will cook it for you only, my lord. Pray do not cook it for me. If you cook it in the house, a lot of people will look for it. But just give me a measure of husked rice, a quartern of milk, a pound of sugar, a pot of honey and a cooking vessel, and going into the forest I will there cook and eat my porridge." She did so, and bidding a slave take it all he ordered him to go and stand in such and such a place. Then sending the slave forward, all alone he made himself a veil, and in this disguise he went there, and by the riverside at the foot of a shrub he had an oven made and firewood and water brought to him, and he said to the slave, "Go and stand in yonder road, and if you see anyone, make a sign to me, and when I call you come back to me." Sending off the slave he made a fire and cooked his porridge. At that moment Saka, king of heaven, contemplating the splendid city of the gods, 10,000 leagues in extent, and the golden street 60 leagues long, and Vejayanta reared 1,000 leagues high, and Sudharma compassing 500 leagues, and his throne of yellow marble, 60 leagues in extent, and his white umbrella with its golden wreath, 5 leagues in circumference, and his own person accompanied with a glorious array of 25 millions of heavenly nymphs, contemplating, I say, all this glory of his he thought, what can I have done to have attained to such honor as this? And he saw in his mind's eye the almsgiving he had established when he was Lord High Treasurer at Benares, and then he thought, where are my descendants born, and considering the matter he said, my son Kanda was born in an angel form, and his son was Surya. And marking the birth of all of them, what, he cried, has been the fate of the son of Pankasika? And on reflection he saw that the tradition of the race had been done away with, and the thought occurred to him, this wicked fellow being niggardly neither enjoys his wealth himself nor gives aught to others. The tradition of the race has been destroyed by him. When he dies he will be reborn in hell. By admonishing him, and by re-establishing my tradition, I will show him how to be reborn in the city of the gods. So he summoned Kanda and the rest and saying, Come, we will visit the haunts of men. The tradition of our family has been abolished by Makarikosia, the alms halls have been burned down, and he neither enjoys wealth himself nor gives aught to others. But now being desirous of eating porridge and thinking, if it is cooked in the house, the porridge will have to be given to someone else as well, he has gone into the forest and is cooking it all alone. We will go and convert him and teach him the fruits of almsgiving. If however he were asked by all of us at once to give us some food, he would fall dead on the spot. I will go first, and when I have asked him for porridge and have taken my seat, then do you come, one after another, disguised as Brahmins, and beg of him. So saying he himself in the likeness of a Brahmin approached him and cried, Ho! Which is the road to Benares? Then Makarikosia said, Have you lost your wits? Do you not even know the way to Benares? Why are you coming this way? Get you gone from hence. Saka, pretending not to hear what he said, came close up to him, asking him what he said. Then he bawled, I say, you deaf old Brahmin, why are you coming this way? Go yonder. Then Saka said, Why do you bawl so loud? Here I see smoke and a fire, and rice porridge is cooking. It must be some occasion for entertaining Brahmins. I too, when the Brahmins are being fed, will take somewhat. Why are you driving me away? There is no entertainment of Brahmins here. Be off with you. Then why are you so angry? When you eat your meal, I will take a little. He said, I will not give you even a single lump of boiled rice. This scanty food is only just enough to keep me alive, and even this was got by begging. You go and look for your food elsewhere. And this he said in reference to the fact of his having asked his wife for the rice, and he spoke this stanza. No huckster I to buy or vend. No stores are mine to give or lend. This dole of rice 'twas hard to gain. 'Tis scarce enough to serve us twain. On hearing this Saka said, I too with honey sweet voice will repeat a stanza for you, hearken to me. And though he tried to stop him, saying, I do not want to hear your stanza, Saka repeated a couple of stanzas. From little one should little give, from moderate means likewise. From much give much, of giving naught no question can arise. This then I tell thee, Kosia, give alms of that is thine. Eat not alone, no bliss is his that by himself shall dine. By charity thou mayst ascend the noble path divine. On hearing his words he said, This is a gracious saying of thine, Brahmin, when the porridge is cooked, thou shalt receive a little. Pray, take a seat. Saka sat down on one side. When he was seated, Kanda in like manner drew nigh and starting a conversation in the same way, though Makarikosia kept trying to stop him, he spoke a couple of stanzas. Vain is thy sacrifice and vain the craving of thy heart. Shouldst thou eat food and grudge to give thy guest some little part? This then I tell thee, Kosia, give alms of that is thine, etc. On hearing his words, the miser very reluctantly said, Well, sit down, and you shall have a little porridge. So he went and sat down near Saka. Then Surya in like manner drew nigh and starting a conversation in the same way, though the miser tried to stop him, he spoke a couple of stanzas. Real thy sacrifice nor vain the craving of thy heart. Shouldst thou not eat thy food alone, but give thy guest a part? This then I tell thee, Kosia, etc. On hearing his words the miser with great reluctance said, Well, sit down, and you shall have a little. So Surya went and sat by Kanda. Then Matali in like manner drew nigh and starting a conversation, though the miser tried to stop him, spoke these stanzas. Who offers gifts to lake or flood of Gaya's stream that laves? Or Timbaru, or donor shrine with rapid flowing waves? Herein gains fruit of sacrifice and craving of his heart. If with a guest he shares his food nor sits and eats apart. This then I tell thee, Kosea, etc. On hearing his words also, overwhelmed as it were with a mountain peak, he reluctantly said, Well, sit down, and you shall have a little. Matali came and sat by Sariya. Then Pankasika in like manner drew nigh and starting a conversation, though the miser tried to stop him, spoke a couple of stanzas. Like fish that swallows greedily hook fastened to a line, is he who with a guest at hand all by himself shall dine. This then I tell thee, Kosea, etc. Kosea on hearing this, with a painful effort and groaning aloud, said, Well, sit down, and you shall have a little. So Pankasika went and sat by Matali. And when these 5 Brahmins had just taken their seats, the porridge was cooked. Then Kosea taking it from the oven told the Brahmins to bring their leaves. Remaining seated, as they stretched forth their hands and brought leaves of a creeper from the Himalayas. Kosea on seeing them said, I cannot give you any porridge in these large leaves of yours, get some leaves of the acacia and similar trees. They gathered such leaves and each one was as big as a warrior's shield. So he helped all of them to some porridge with a spoon. By the time he had helped the last of all, there was still plenty left in the pot. After serving the 5 Brahmins he himself sat down, holding the pot. At that moment Pankasika rose up and putting off his natural form, was changed into a dog and came and stood in front of them, and made water. Each of the Brahmins covered up his porridge with a leaf. A drop of the dog's water fell on the back of Kosea's hand. The Brahmins fetched water in their jars and mixing it with the porridge pretended to eat it. Kosea said, Give me too some water and after washing my hand I will take some food. Fetch water for yourself, they said, and wash your hand. I gave you porridge, give me a little water. We do not make a business of exchanging alms. Well then guard this cooking pot, and after I have washed my hand, I will come back, and he descended to the riverside. At that moment the dog filled the pot with urine. Kosea on seeing him make water took a big stick and drew nigh, threatening him. The dog was now transformed into a spirited blood horse, and as it pursued him, it assumed various colors. Now it was black, now white, now gold-colored, now dappled. At one time high, at another time low of stature. Thus in many different appearances it pursued Kosea, who frightened with the fear of death drew nigh to the Brahmins, while they flew up and stood fixed in the air. On seeing their supernatural power he said, Ye noble Brahmins, standing in mid-air, why does this hound of yours thus strangely wear 1,000 varied forms, though one he be? And tell me truly, Brahmins, who are ye? On hearing this Saka, the king of heaven, said, Kanda and Sariya lo. Both are here. And Matali the heavenly charioteer. Isakaram, chief god of 33. And Pankasika there is chasing thee. And celebrating Pankasika's fame Saka spoke this stanza. With tabor, drum, and tambourine they rouse him from his sleep. And as he wakes, glad music makes his heart with joy to leap. On hearing his words Kosea asked, By what acts do men attain to heavenly glory such as this? They that do not practice charity, evildoers and misers reach not the angel world, but are reborn in hell. And by way of showing this Saka said, Who are miserly niggards born? Or priests and holy Brahmins scorn their earthly frame now laid aside. In hell, dissolved by death, abide. And speaking the following stanza, to show how those that are steadfast in righteousness attain to the angel world, he said, Steadfast in right who heaven would win, give alms and keep themselves from sin, and, with their body laid aside, by death's decay, in heaven abide. After these words Saka said, Kosea, we have not come to you for the sake of the porridge, but from a feeling of pity and compassion for you are we come, and to make it clear to him he said, Thou, though to us in former births akin, a miser art, a man of wrath and sin. 'Tis for thy sake we have come down to earth, to avert from thee sin's doom, in hell rebirth. Hearing this Kosia thought, they tell me they are my well-wishers, plucking me out of hell they would fain establish me in heaven. And being highly pleased he said, in that ye thus admonish me, ye doubtless seek my good. I too will follow your advice, so far as understood. Henceforth I'll cease from stingy ways, from sinful deed abstain. Give alms of all, nor in a cup, unshared, of water drain. Thus ever giving, Saka, soon my wealth will minished be. Then will I orders take, and lusts of every kind will flee. Saka after converting Makara taught him the fruits of alms-giving and made him self-denying, and when by preaching the law, he had established him in the 5 moral virtues, together with his attendant gods he returned to the angel city. Makara too went into the city of Benares and having asked the king's permission, he bade them take and fill all the vessels they could lay hands on with his treasure and gave it to the beggars. And now he started from the Himavat upon the right-hand side, and on a spot between the Ganges and a natural lake he built a hut of leaves, and becoming an ascetic he lived on roots and wild berries. There he dwelt a long time till he reached old age. At that time Saka had 4 daughters, Hope, Faith, Glory, and Honor, who taking with them many a heavenly scented garland came to Lake Anattatta, to disport themselves in the water, and after amusing themselves they seated themselves on Mount Manasila. Just at that moment Naida, a Brahmin ascetic, went to the palace of the 33 to rest during the heat of the day, and constructed a dwelling place for the day in the bowers of Sitakuta, in the Nanda grove. And holding in his hand the flower of the coral tree, to serve as a sunshade, he repaired to Golden Cave, the place where he dwelt on the top of Manasila. The nymphs on seeing this flower in his hand begged it from him. The master, to make the matter clear, said, in Gandhamadana's lordly height, these nymphs, great Saka's care, delight. To them a saint of world-wide fame, with goodly bough in hand there came. This bough with flowers so pure and sweet, is deemed for gods and angels meet. No demon, none of mortal birth, can claim this flower of priceless worth. Then Faith, Hope, Glory, Honor, those 4 maids with skins like gold, arose, and, peerless midst all nymphs confessed, the Brahmin Naida addressed, give us, O sage, this coral flower, if still to give is in thy power. As Saka's self we'll honor thee, and thou in all things blessed shalt be. When Naida their prayer had heard, he straight a mighty quarrel stirred. I need it not, whom ye allow to be your queen shall claim the bough. The 4 nymphs on hearing what he said spoke this stanza. O Naida, supreme art thou, on whom thou wilt the boon bestow, whom thou shalt with such gift invest, amongst us shall be counted best. Naida, on hearing their words, addressing them said, fair one, such counsel is not right. What Brahmin strife would dare excite? Take to the Lord of Sprites your quest, if ye would know who's worst or best. Then the master spoke this stanza, with pride of beauty mad and rage, excited by the cunning sage. To Saka, Lord of Sprites, they go, who amongst them all is best to know. As they stood asking this question, these nymphs so earnest in their quest, Saka with due respect addressed, ye all in beauty equal are, who thus with strife your peace would mar. Being thus addressed by him they said, Naida, world-traversing, a sage of might, truth-piercing, steadfast ever in the right, thus spake to us on Gandhamadana's height. To Saka, Lord of Spirits, straightway go, if who is first or last ye fain would know. Hearing this Saka thought, if I shall say that one of these 4 daughters of mine is virtuous beyond the others, the rest will be angry. This is a case impossible for me to decide. I will send them to Kosya, the ascetic in the Himalayas, he shall decide the question for them. So he said, I cannot decide your case. In the Himalayas is an ascetic called Kosya. To him I will send a cup of my ambrosia. He eats nothing without sharing it with another, and in giving he shows discrimination by bestowing it upon the virtuous. Whichsoever of you shall receive food at his hand, she must be the best amongst you. And so saying he repeated this stanza. The sage that dwells in yon vast wood will not unshared touch any food. Kosya with judgment gifts confers. To whom he gives, first place is hers. So he summoned Matali and sent him to the ascetic, and in sending him he repeated the following stanza. On Himavat slopes where Ganges glides, towards the south a saint resides. Ambrosia, Matali, take to the saint, for food and drink he's waxing faint. Then the master said, at the god's behest went Matali. On a car with 1,000 steeds rode he. Unseen he soon by the hermitage stood, and offered the sage ambrosial food. Kosya took it and even as he stood spoke a couple of stanzas. A flame of sacrifice while I did raise, the sun that drives away all gloom to praise. Saka supreme o'er spirit world that stands. Who else, ambrosia placed within my hands. White like a pearl was it, beyond compare. Fragrant and pure, and marvelously fair. Never before seen by these eyes of mine. What God puts in my hands this food divine? Then Matali said, I come, O mighty sage, by Saka sent, in haste to bring thee heavenly nutriment. This best of food, pray, eat without all fear. Thou sayest here Matali, heaven's charioteer. By eating this 12 evil things are slain. Thirst, hunger, discontent, fatigue and pain. Cold, heat, rage, enmity, strife, slander, sloth. This heavenly essence eat thou, nothing loat. Hearing this Kosya, to make it clear that he had taken a vow upon him, spoke this stanza. 'Twas wrong to eat alone I thought, so took a vow one day. To touch no food, unless I gave some part of it away. To eat alone is ne'er approved by men of noble mind. Whoso with others does not share no happiness may find. And when Matali questioned him, saying, Holy Sir, what did you discover was wrong in eating without giving a portion to others that you took this vow upon you? He answered. All who commit adultery or womankind do slay. Who holy men curse and revile or friendly souls betray. And misers, worst of all, that I may ne'er be ranked with such. Not in a drop of water I unshared will ever touch. On men and women both alike my gifts shall ever flow. Sages will praise all such as shall their goods in alms bestow. All that are generous in this world and niggard ways eschew. Approved by all, will ever be esteemed good men and true. On hearing this Matali stood before him in a visible form. At that moment these 4 heavenly nymphs stood at the 4 points of the compass. Glory at the east, hope at the south, faith at the west, honor at the north. The master, to clear up the matter, said, 4 nymphs with golden forms so bright. Hope, glory, faith, and honor height. At Saka's bidding earthward sent. To Kosya's cell their footsteps bent. The maids with forms that glowed like flame. To each of earth's 4 quarters came. For Matali, now God confessed. The sage o'erjoyed one thus addressed. Who art thou, nymph, like morning star, illuming eastern skies afar? Thy form in robe of gold arrayed. Tell me thy name, O heavenly maid. I gloriam, man's honored friend. The sinless soul prompt to defend. To claim this food, lo, here am I. With this my prayer, great sage, comply. I bliss confer on whom I will, and all his heart's desire fulfill. High priest, my name is Glory, know. On me thy heavenly food bestow. On hearing this Kosya said, men may be skillful, virtuous, wise, excel in all their wits devise. Yet without thee they ne'er succeed. In this I blame thy evil deed. Another slothful, greedy, see. Low-born and ugly as may be. Blessed by thy care and rich withal. He makes one nobly born his thrall. Thee then as false and dull, glory, I recognize. Reckless in courting fools and laying low the wise. No claimest thou in sooth to seat or water pot. Much less ambrosial food. Begone, I like thee not. So did she straightway vanish from sight. Then holding converse with Hope he said, Who art thou, maiden fair, with teeth so pure and white? With rings of burnished gold and spangled bracelets dight. In robe of watered sheen and wearing on thy head a sprig like ruddy flame by tufts of kusa fed. Like a wild doe all but by hunter's arrow grazed. Thou look'st dull-eyed around as 'twere some creature dazed. O softly glancing maid, what comradest thou here? That through lone forest glade thou stray'st without a fear. Then she spoke this stanza. No comrade have I here, from Saka's heavenly home. Masakasara called, angelic born I come. To claim ambrosial food hope now appears to thee. O hearken, noble sage, and grant this boon to me. On hearing this Kosia said, They tell me that whosoever pleases you, to him by accomplishing the fruition of hope you grant hope, and whosoever pleases you not, to him you grant it not. Success does not come to him through you in this case, but you bring about his destruction, and by way of illustration he said, Merchants through hope seek treasure far and wide, and taking ship on ocean's billows ride. There sometimes do they sink to rise no more, or else escaping their lost wealth deplore. In hope their fields the farmers plough and till, sow seeds and labour with their utmost skill. But should some plague, or drought afflict the soil, no harvest will they reap for all their toil. Ease-loving men, led on by hope, take heart, and for their Lord's sake play a manly part. Oppressed by foes on every side they fall, and fighting for their Lord lose life and all. Grain stores and wealth renouncing for their kin, through hope aspiring heavenly bliss to win. Long time harsh penances they undergo, and by bad ways attain to state of woe. Deceiver of mankind, thy suit is vain. Thy idle craving for this boon restrain. No claimest thou to seat or water pot, much less to heavenly food. Begone, I like thee not. She too on being rejected straightway vanished from sight. Then holding converse with Faith he spoke this stanza. Famed nymph in blaze of glory dressed, standing towards the ill-omened west, thy form in robe of gold arrayed. Tell me thy name, illustrious maid. Then she repeated a stanza. My name is Faith, man's honored friend, the sinless soul prompt to defend. To claim this food, lo, here am I. With this my prayer, great sage, comply. Then Kosia said, Those mortals that in believing the words of first one and then another do this or that, do that which they ought not to do more often than that which they ought to do, and verily it is all done through you. And he repeated these stanzas. Through faith at times men freely alms dispense, show self-control, restraint and abstinence. At times again through thee from grace they fall, slander and lie and cheat and steal withal. With wives chaste, faithful, and of high degree, a man may circumspect and prudent be, may curb his passions well in such a case. Yet in some harlot his whole trust may place. Through thee, O Faith, adultery is rife. Forsaking good thou leadest a sinful life. No claimest thou to seat or water pot, much less ambrosial food. Begone, I like thee not. She too straightway vanished from sight. But Kosia holding converse with honor, as she stood on the north side, repeated these two stanzas. Like dawn that gilds the skirts of hateful night, so doth thy beauty burst upon my sight. O heavenly nymph in form so passing fair, tell me thy name and who thou art declare. Like to a tender plant whose roots are fed on soil o'er which devouring flames have spread, its wealth of scarlet leaves by summer breezes shed. Why dost thou look at me with bashful air? Fain as it were to speak, yet standing silent there. Then she uttered this stanza. Honour am I, man's cherished friend, who aid to righteous mortals lend. Lo, here am I this food to claim, yet scarcely dare my wish to frame. To woman suing counts as shame. On hearing this the ascetic repeated 2 stanzas. No need for thee to beg and sue. Receive what is thy right and due. I grant the boon thou durst not crave. Accept the food thou fain wouldst have. Deign, nymph, all golden clad, I pray, to feast within my cell this day. First honouring thee with dainties rare, I too this heavenly food would share. Then follow some stanzas inspired by divine wisdom. Thus Honour, glorious nymph, at his behest, in Kosia's home was welcomed as a guest. Fruits and perennial streams therein abound, and thronging saints are in its precincts found. Here flowering shrubs in a dense mass we see, the mango, peel, breadfruit, Judas tree. Here sal and bright rose apple deck the glade, their fig and banyan cast their holy shade. Here many a flower with fragrance scents the wind. Here peas and beans, panic and rice we find. Bananas everywhere rich clusters show, and bamboo reeds in thickest tangle grow. On the north side, hemmed in by smooth and level bank, and fed by purest streams, behold a sacred tank. There happy fish in peace disport themselves at will, and midst abundant food enjoy to take their fill. There happy birds in peace enjoy abundant fare. Swans, herons, ospreys too, peacocks with plumage rare. Cuckoos and pheasants eke with ruddy geese are there. Hitherto lions, tigers, boars resort their thirst to slake. This bears, hyenas, wolves are wont their drinking place to make. The buffalo, rhinoceros and guile too are here, with antelope, elk, herds of swine, and red and other deer. And cats with ears like to a hare's in numbers vast appear. The mountain slopes are gaily pranked with flowers of varied shade, an echo to the song of birds that haunt each forest glade. Thus did the blessed one sing the praises of Kosia's hermitage. And now to show forth the manner of the goddess Honour's entrance therein he said. The fair one leaning on a branch, all clothed with foliage green, like lightning front a thunder cloud straight flashed upon the scene. For her was set a dainty couch, rich drapings at its head, all wrought of fragrant kusa grass, with deer skin overspread. And thus to Honour, heavenly nymph, the holy hermit spake. For thy delight the couch is set, be pleased a seat to take. The ascetic then pure water from the spring, in freshly gathered leaves with haste did bring. And knowing what her inmost soul would crave, the ambrosial food to her he gladly gave. As in her hands the welcome gift she pressed, the nymph thus overjoyed the saint addressed. Worship to me and victory thou hast given. Lo! Now once more I'll seek my native heaven. The maid intoxicate with pride of fame, with Kosia's blessing, back to Indra came. And see, she cried, God of the thousand eyes, the ambrosia's here, to me award the prize. Then Saka and his host of angels paid due honour to the peerless heavenly maid. And as she sat on her new seat enthroned, her presence gods and men adoring owned. While thus honouring her this thought occurred to Saka, what can be the reason why Kosia refusing it to the others gave the ambrosia to this one alone? To ascertain the reason of this he again sent Mad Ali. The master, in making the matter clear, repeated this stanza. So Saka, lord of the 33, once more addressing Mad Ali, said, Go and bid the saint explain why Honour should the ambrosia gain. In obedience to his word Mad Ali, mounting the car called Vejayanta, departed thither. The master, to explain the matter, said. So Mad Ali then launched a car to voyage through the air, with fittings all to match itself, in splendour wondrous fair. Its pole of gold, gold well refined, and all its framework built with ornament elaborate, and overlaid with gilt. Peacocks in gold depicted were in numbers not a few. Horses and cows and elephants, tigers and panthers too. Here antelopes and deer are seen as if prepared for fight. Here wrought in precious stones are jays and other birds in flight. To it they yoked 1,000 royal steeds of golden hue, each strong as youthful elephant, a splendid sight to view. Their breasts in golden network clad, with wreaths begarlanded. With loosened trace, at a mere word, swift as the wind they sped. As Mat Ali this lordly car ascended with a bound, the firmament in all 10 points re-echoed to the sound. And as he journeyed through the air, he made the world to quake. And sky and sea and earth with all its rocks and woods did shake. Right soon he gained the hermitage, and wishing to declare due reverence for the holy man, he left one shoulder bare. And speaking to this Brahmin sage, a wise and learned man, well trained in holy law, 'twas thus that Mat Ali began. Hear now, O Kosya, the words of Indra, heavenly king. As to what he is fain to learn, this message, lo, I bring. While hope and faith and glory's claims thou wilt not recognize, pray, why should honor at thy hands alone receive the prize? On hearing his words the ascetic spoke this stanza. Glory to me, O Mat Ali, appears a partial jade, while faith, thou charioteer of gods, proves an inconstant maid. Hope ever a deceiver loves its promise to betray. Honor alone established firm in holy virtue's way. And now in praise of her virtue he said, maidens that still within their homes live, ever guarded well. Women now past their prime, and such as still with husbands dwell. In one and all should fleshly lust within their heart arise. At honor's voice they check the thought and sinful passion dies. Where shafts and spears in battle's van are hurtling fast and free. And in the rout when comrades fall or turn them round and flee. At honor's voice they check their flight e'en at the cost of life. And panic-stricken, as they were once more renew the strife. Just as the shore will stem the rush of billows from the main, so honor too will oft the course of wicked folk restrain. Then, Mat Ali, to Indra quick return and make it clear, that saints throughout the whole wide world all honor's name revere. On hearing this Mat Ali repeated this stanza. Who was it, Kosya, that did suggest this view to thee? Was it great Indra, Brahma, or Pajapata maybe? This honor, mighty sage, be sure, to Indra owes her birth. And in the angel world she ranks foremost of all in worth. While he was still speaking, at that very instant Kosya became subject to rebirth. Then Mat Ali said to him, Kosya, thy aggregate of life is passing from thee, thy practice of charity is ended. What hast thou to do with the world of men? We will now go to the angel world, and being minded to conduct him thither he spoke this stanza. Come now, O saint, and straightway mount the car so dear to me. And let me lead thee to the heaven where reign the 33. Indra is longing sore for thee, to Indra's self akin. Today thy way to fellowship with Indra thou shalt win. While Mat Ali was yet still speaking, Kosya passing away, came into existence in the ranks of the gods without the intervention of parents, and mounting up took his stand upon the celestial car. Then Mat Ali conducted him into the presence of Saka. Saka on seeing him was glad at heart and gave him his own daughter Honor to wife, as his chief consort, and conferred on him a boundless sovereignty. On perceiving the state of things the master said, it is the merit of some illustrious beings that is thus purified, and he repeated the final stanza. 'Tis thus the acts of holy men to happy issue lead, and evermore abides the fruit of meritorious deed. Who's beheld the ambrosial food to honor that was given, straight passed away to fellowship with Indra, Lord of heaven. The master here ended his discourse with these words, Not now only, brethren, but of old also I converted this niggardly fellow who was a confirmed miser, and so saying he identified the birth thus. At that time a Palavana was the nymph Honor, a brother of lordly generosity was Kosya, and Neruda was Pankasika, Anandamatali, Kasapa Moggallana Kanda, Sariputanaida, and I myself was Saka. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 21 Astanipta. 536, Kunalā Jataka. This is the report and the fame thereof. This was a story told by the Master, while dwelling beside Lake Kunalā, concerning 500 brethren, who were overwhelmed with discontent. Here follows the story in due order. The Sakya and Kolya tribes had the river Rohini, which flows between the cities of Kapilavatthu and Kolya, confined by a single dam, and by means of it cultivated their crops. In the month Jatamula, when the crops began to flag and droop, the labourers from amongst the dwellers of both cities assembled together. Then the people of Kolya said, "Should this water be drawn off on both sides, it will not prove sufficient for both us and you. But our crops will thrive with a single watering, give us then the water." The people of Kapilavatthu said, "When you have filled your garners with corn, we shall hardly have the courage to come with ruddy gold, emeralds and copper coins, and with baskets and sacks in our hands, to hang about your doors. Our crops too will thrive with a single watering, give us the water." "We will not give it," they said. "Neither will we," said the others. As words thus ran high, one of them rose up and struck another a blow, and he in turn struck a third, and thus it was that what with interchanging blows and spitefully touching on the origin of their princely families they increased the tumult. The Kolya labourers said, "Be off with your people of Kapilavatthu, men who like dogs, jackals, and such like beasts, cohabited with their own sisters. What will their elephants and horses, their shields and spears avail against us?" The Sakya labourers replied, "Nay, do you, wretched lepers, be off with your children, destitute and ill-conditioned fellows, who like brute beasts, had their dwelling in a hollow jujube tree at Koli. What shall their elephants and horses, their spears and shields avail against us?" So they went and told the councillors appointed to such services, and they reported it to the princes of their tribes. Then the Sakyas said, "We will show them how strong and mighty are the men who cohabited with their sisters," and they sallied forth, ready for the fray. And the Kolyas said, "We will show them how strong and mighty are they who dwelt in the hollow of a jujube tree," and they too sallied forth ready for the fight. But other teachers tell the story thus: when the female slaves of the Sakyas and Kolyas came to the river to fetch water, and throwing the coils of cloth that they carried on their heads upon the ground were seated and pleasantly conversing, a certain woman took another's cloth, thinking it was her own. And when owing to this a quarrel arose, each claiming the coil of cloth as hers, gradually the people of the two cities, the serfs and the labourers, the attendants, headmen, councillors and viceroys, all of them sallied forth ready for battle. But the former version being found in many commentaries, and being plausible, is to be accepted rather than the other. Now it was at eventide that they would be sallying forth, ready for the fray. At that time the Blessed One was dwelling at Savatthi, and at dawn of day while contemplating the world he beheld them setting out to the fight, and on seeing them he wondered whether if he were to go there the quarrel would cease. And he made up his mind and thought, "I will go there, and to quell this feud, I will relate 3 birth stories, and after that the quarrelling will cease." Then after telling 2 birth stories, to illustrate the blessings of union, I will teach them the Adidanda Sutta, and after hearing my sermon the people of the 2 cities will each of them bring into my presence 250 youths. And I shall admit them to holy orders, and there will be a huge gathering. Thus after performing his toilet, he went his rounds in Savatthi for alms, and on his return, after taking his meal, at eventide he issued forth from his perfumed chamber, and without saying a word to any man he took his bowl and robe, and went by himself and sat cross-legged in the air between the two hosts. And seeing it was an occasion to startle them, to create darkness, he sat there emitting dark blue rays from his hair. Then when their hearts were troubled he revealed himself, and emitted the 6-colored rays. The people of Kapilavatthu on seeing the Blessed One thought, "The Master, our noble kinsman, is come. Can he have seen the obligation laid upon us to fight? Now that the Master has come, it is impossible for us to discharge a weapon against the person of an enemy," and they threw down their arms, saying, "Let the Koliyas slay us, or roast us alive." The Koliyas acted in exactly the same way. Then the Blessed One alighted and seated himself on a magnificent Buddha throne, set in a charming spot on a bed of sand, and he shone with the incomparable glory of a Buddha. The kings too saluting the Blessed One took their seats. Then the Master, though he knew it right well, asked, "Why are ye come here, mighty kings?" "Holy sir," they answered, "we are come, neither to see this river, nor to disport ourselves, but to get up a fight." "What is the quarrel about, sires?" "About the water." "What is the water worth?" "Very little, holy sir." "What is the earth worth?" "It is of priceless value." "What are warrior chiefs worth?" "They too are of priceless value." "Why on account of some worthless water are you for destroying chiefs of high worth?" "Verily, there is no satisfaction in this quarrel, but owing to a feud, sire, between a certain tree sprite and a black lion a grudge was set up, which has reached down to this present eon." And with these words he told them the Fandana birth. Then he said, "There ought not to be this blind following of one another." A host of quadrupeds in a region of the Himalayas, extending to 3,000 leagues, following one another, at the word of a hare, all rushed headlong into the great sea. Therefore this following one of another ought not to be, and so saying he related the Dadaba birth. Moreover he said, "Sometimes the feeble see the weak points of the mighty, at other times the powerful see the weak points of the feeble, and a quail, a hen bird, once killed a royal elephant," and he related the Latukika birth. Thus to appease the quarrel he told 3 birth stories, and to illustrate the effects of unity he told 2 birth stories. In the case of such as dwell together in unity, no one finds any opening for attack, and so saying he told the Rukadama birth. He also said, against such as were at unity, no one could find a loophole for attack, but when they quarrelled one with another, a certain hunter brought about their destruction, and went off with them. Verily there is no satisfaction in a quarrel. And with these words he related the Vataka birth. After he had thus related these 5 birth stories, he finished up by reciting the Atadanda Sutta. Becoming believers the king said, "Had not the Master come, we should have slain one another, and set flowing rivers of blood. It is owing to the Master that we are alive. But if the Master had adopted the lay life, the realm of the 4 great island continents, together with 2,000 lesser islands, would have passed into his hands, and he would have had more than 1,000 sons. Moreover he would have had an escort of warrior lords. But foregoing this glory he gave up the world and attained to perfect wisdom. Now too let him wander forth with a following of warrior lords." So the 2 peoples each of them offered him 250 princes. The Blessed One after ordaining them retired to a great forest. From the next day onward, escorted by them, he goes his rounds for alms in the 2 cities, sometimes in Kapilavatthu, at other times in Kolia, and the people of both cities paid him great honor. Amongst these men, who were ordained not so much for their own pleasure, as out of respect to the teacher, spiritual discontent sprang up. And their former wives to stir up their discontent sent such and such messages to them, and they grew yet more dissatisfied. The Blessed One on reflection discovered how discontented they were and thought, "These brethren, though living with a Buddha like me, are discontented. I wonder what kind of preaching would be profitable to them," and he bethought him of the religious discourse of Kunalā. Then this notion struck him, "I will conduct these brethren to the Himalayas, and after illustrating the sins connected with womankind by the Kunalā story, and removing their discontent, I will bestow upon them the first stage of sanctification." So in the morning putting on his undergarment, and taking his alms bowl and robes he went his rounds in Kapilavatthu, and having returned and taken his noonday meal, when the repast was finished, he addressed these 500 brethren and asked, Was the delightful region of the Himalayas ever seen by you before? They said, Nay, holy sir. Will you go on pilgrimage to the Himalayas? Holy sir, we have no supernatural powers, how should we go? But supposing someone were to take you with him, would you go? Yes, sire. The master by his miraculous power caught them all up with him in the air and transported them to the Himalayas, and standing in the sky he pointed out to them in a pleasant tract of the Himalayas various mountains, Golden Mount, Jewel Mount, Vermilion Mount, Collyrium Mount, Tableland Mount, Crystal Mount, and 5 great rivers, and the lakes, Kanamundaka, Rathakara, Sahapapata, Chidanta, Tiagala, Anattatta and Kunalā, 7 lakes in all. The Himalaya is a vast region, 500 leagues in height, 3,000 leagues in breadth. This charming part of it by his mighty power did he show them, and the dwelling places that were built there, the quadrupeds too, troops of lions, tigers, elephants and so forth did he show from this place, sacred closes and other pleasances, flowering and fruit-bearing trees, flocks of all manner of birds, water and land plants, on the east side of Himalaya golden tableland, on the west side of Vermilion one. From the first sight of these charming regions, the passionate longing of these brethren for their former wives passed off. Then the master with these brethren alighting from the air on the west side of Himalaya, on a rocky plateau 60 leagues in extent, in Red Valley 3 leagues long, beneath a sal tree covering 7 leagues and lasting a whole aeon, the master, I say, escorted by these brethren, emitting the 6-colored rays and stirring up the depths of ocean and blazing like the sun took his seat, and speaking with a voice sweet as honey he thus addressed these brethren, Brethren, inquire of me about some marvel ye have never seen before in this Himalaya. At that moment 2 spotted cuckoos, seizing a stick at both ends in their mouths, in the center of it had placed their lord. 8 cuckoos in front and 8 behind, 8 on the right and 8 on the left, 8 below and 8 above, thus casting a shadow over their lord as they escorted him, were flying through the air. These brethren on seeing this flock of birds asked the master, What, sir, is the meaning of these birds? Brethren, he said, this is an ancient custom of our family, a tradition set up by me, in a former age they thus escorted me. Now at that time, there was a vast gathering of these birds. 3,500 young hen birds escorted me. Gradually wasting away the flock has become such as you see. In what kind of forest did they escort you, sir? Then the master said, Well, hearken, brethren, and recalling it to mind he told a story of the past and thus taught them. This is the report and the fame thereof, a region yielding from its soil all manner of herbs, overspread with many a tangle of flowers, ranged over by the elephant, guile, buffalo, deer, yak, spotted antelope, rhinoceros, elk, lion, tiger, panther, bear, wolf, hyena, otter, kadali antelope, wild cat, long-eared hare, inhabited by numberless herds of different kinds of elephants, and frequented by various kinds of deer, and haunted by horse-faced yakas, sprites, goblins and ogres, overspread. With a thicket of trees blooming at the top with flowers, stalked and high-standing, and pithless, re-echoing to the cries of hundreds of birds, all mad with joy, ospreys, partridges, elephant birds, peacocks, pheasants, Indian cuckoos, adorned and covered with hundreds of mineral substances, collyrium, arsenic, yellow orpiment, vermilion, gold and silver. It was in such a delightful forest lived the bird Kunalā. Very bright was it and covered with gay feathers. This Kunalā bird had 3,500 hen birds in attendance on him. Then 2 birds seizing a stick in their mouths seated the Kunalā bird between them and flew up, fearing lest fatigue in the course of the long distance should cause him to move from his position, and he should fall. 500 young birds fly below, for they thought, if this Kunalā bird should fall from his perch, we will catch him in our wings. Other 500 birds fly above him, for fear lest the heat should scorch Kunalā. 500 birds fly on either side of him, to prevent cold or heat, grass or dust, wind or dew from coming nigh him. 500 fly in front of him, lest cowherds or neat herds, grass cutters, or stick gatherers or foresters should strike Kunalā with stick or potsherd, with fist or clod, with staff or knife or gravel, or lest Kunalā should come into collision with shrub or creeper or tree, with post or rock, or with some powerful bird. 500 fly behind, addressing him with gentle, kindly words in charming, sweet tones, lest Kunalā should grow weary, sitting there. 500 birds fly hither and thither, bringing a variety of fruits from different kinds of trees, lest Kunalā should be distressed with hunger. Then the birds swiftly transport Kunalā for his satisfaction from pleasance to pleasance, from garden to garden, from one river's bank to another, from mountain peak to mountain peak, from one mango grove to another, from rose apple orchard to rose apple orchard, from one breadfruit grove to another, from one cocoa nut plantation to another. So Kunalā day by day escorted by these birds thus upbraids them, "Perish, ye vile creatures, perish utterly, ye thievish, knavish creatures, heedless, flighty and ungrateful as ye are, like the wind going wheresoever ye list." After these words the Master said, "Surely, brethren, even when I was in an animal form, I knew well the ingratitude, the wiles, the wickedness, and immorality of women folk, and at that time so far from being in their power I kept them under my control." And when by these words he had removed the spiritual discontent of these brethren, the Master held his peace. At this moment 2 black cuckoos came to this spot, raising their lord aloft on the stick, while others in 4s flew below, and on every side of him. On seeing them, the brethren asked the Master of them, and he said, "Of old, brethren, I had a friend, a royal cuckoo, named Panamuka, and such was the tradition in his family," and in answer to the brethren's question, just as before, he said, "On the eastern side of this same Himalaya, the king of mountains, are green flowing streams, having their source in slight and gentle mountain slopes, in a fragrant, charming, bright spot, blooming with the beauty of lotuses, blue, white, and the 100-leaved, the white lily and the tree of paradise, in a region overrun and beautified with all manner of trees and flowering shrubs and creepers, resounding with the cries of swans, ducks and geese, inhabited by troops of monks and ascetics, and such as are possessed of magical or supernatural powers, and haunted by high angelic beings, demons, goblins, ogres, heavenly minstrels, fairies and mighty serpents. Verily it was in such a charming forest thicket that the royal cuckoo Panamuka dwelt. Very sweet was his voice, and his laughing eyes were as the eyes of one intoxicated with joy. 3,500 hen birds followed in the train of this cuckoo Panamuka. So 2 birds seizing a stick in their mouths and seating Panamuka in the middle of it fly up into the air, fearing lest fatigue, etc. Then did Panamuka, escorted by these birds by day, thus sing their praises, saying, "Bravo, my sisters, this act of yours well becomes high-born ladies, in that ye do service to your lord." Then in truth the cuckoo Panamuka drew nigh to the place where sat the bird Kunalā, and the birds in attendance upon Kunalā saw him, and while he was yet afar off they drew nigh to Panamuka, and thus accosted him, "Friend Panamuka, Kunalā here is a fierce bird and has a rough tongue. Haply by your help we may win kindly speech from him." "Haply we may, ladies," he said. And so saying, he drew nigh to Kunalā, and after a kindly greeting he sat respectfully on one side and thus addressed Kunalā, "Wherefore dost thou, friend Kunalā, behave so ill to these high-born ladies of rank, though they themselves are well conducted? One ought, friend Kunalā, to speak pleasantly even to ladies who are themselves ungracious in speech, much more to such as are gracious." When he had so spoken, Kunalā abused Panamuka after this manner, saying, "Perish, vile wretch, perish utterly. Who is to be found like you, won over by the prayers of womenfolk?" On being thus reproached the cuckoo Panamuka turned back. Then surely in no long time afterwards severe sickness attacked Panamuka, and extreme suffering from a bloody flux set in, bringing him nigh unto death. Then this thought occurred to the birds in attendance upon the cuckoo Panamuka, "This cuckoo is ill, peradventure he may be raised up from his sickness." So leaving him quite alone they drew nigh to where the bird Kunalā was. Kunalā spied these birds coming from afar, and on seeing them thus addressed them, "Where, wretches, is your lord?" "Friend Kunalā," they said, "Panamuka is sick, perhaps he may be raised up from his sickness." When they had so spoken, the bird Kunalā cursed them thus, "Perish, ye wretches, perish utterly, ye thievish, knavish, heedless, flighty creatures, ungrateful for kindness done to you, going like the wind whithersoever ye list. So saying, he drew nigh to where the cuckoo Panamuka was and thus addressed him, Ho! Friend Panamuka. Ho! Friend Kunalā, he replied. Then the bird Kunalā seized the cuckoo Panamuka, with his wings and beak, and raising him up gave him all manner of medicines to drink. So the sickness of the cuckoo was relieved. And when Panamuka was well, the birds returned, and Kunalā for a few days gave Panamuka wild fruits to eat. And when he had recovered his strength, he said, Now friend, you are well again, continue to dwell with your attendant birds, and I will return to my own place of abode. Then Panamuka said to him, They left me when I was extremely ill and flew away. I have no need of these rogues. On hearing this the great being said, Well then, friend, I will tell you of the wickedness of womenfolk. And he took Panamuka, and brought him to the Red Valley on a slope of the Himalayas, and sat down on a rock of red arsenic at the foot of a sal tree, 7 leagues in extent, while Panamuka with his following sat on one side. Throughout all the Himalayas went a heavenly proclamation, Today Kunalā, king of birds, seated on a rock of red arsenic in the Himalayas, with all the charm of a Buddha will preach the law, hearken to him. By proclaiming it, one to another, the gods of the 6 Kamavakra worlds heard of it, and for the most part assembled together, many deities too in the forest, serpents, garudas, and vultures proclaimed the fact. At that time Ananda, king of the vultures, with a following of 10,000 vultures dwelt upon Vulture Peak. And on hearing the commotion he thought, I will listen to the preaching of the law, and came with his followers and sat apart. Narada too, the ascetic with the 5 supernatural faculties, dwelling in the Himalaya region, with his following of 10,000 ascetics, on hearing this heavenly proclamation, thought, My friend Kunalā, they say, will speak of the faults of womankind. I too must listen to his exposition. And accompanied by 1,000 ascetics he travelled thither by his supernatural power and sat on one side apart. There was a great gathering like that which assembles to hear the teaching of Buddhas. Then the great being, with the knowledge of one who remembers his former births, making Panamuka a personal witness, related a circumstance seen in a former existence, connected with the faults of women. The master, making the matter clear, said, Then the bird Kunalā thus addressed the cuckoo Panamuka, who had recently been raised up from a bed of sickness, Friend Panamuka, I have seen Kanya, that had a double parentage and 5 husbands, and whose affection was set upon a 6th man, a headless, crippled dwarf. Here too we have a further verse. In ancient story Kanya, it is said, A single maid to princes 5 was wed. Insatiate still she lusted for yet more. And with a humpbacked dwarf she played the whore. I have seen, Friend Panamuka, the case of a female ascetic named Sakatapavi, who dwelt in a cemetery, and gave away even a 4th meal. She sinned with a goldsmith. I witnessed too, Friend Panamuka, the case of Kakati, the wife of Venataya, who dwelt in the midst of the sea and yet sinned with Natakuvara. I have seen, Friend Panamuka, the fair-haired Kurangavi, who though in love with Alakamara sinned with Chalanga Kumara and Danantavasi. This too was known to me, how the mother of Brahmadatta, forsaking the king of Kosala, sinned with Pankalakanda. These and other women went wrong, and one should not put trust in women nor praise them. As the earth is impartially affected towards all the world, bearing wealth for all, a home for all sorts and conditions of men, good and bad alike, all enduring, unshaken, immovable, so also is it with women, in a bad sense. A man should not trust them. As lion fed upon raw flesh and blood, with his 5 paws fierce ravening for food, in others' hurt will his chief pleasure find. Such like are women. Man, beware their kind. Verily, Friend Panamuka, these creatures are not mere harlots, wenches or street walkers, they are not so much strumpets as murderesses, I mean these harlots, wenches, and street walkers. They are like unto robbers with braided locks, like a poisoned drink, like merchants that sing their own praises, crooked like a deer's horn, evil-tongued like snakes, like a pit that is covered over, insatiate as hell, as hard to satisfy as a she-ogre, like the all-rapacious Yama, all-devouring like a flame, sweeping all before it as a river, like the wind going where it lists, undiscriminating like Mount Meru, fruiting perennially like a poison tree. Here too occurs a further verse. Like poison draught or robber fell, crooked as horn of stag. Like serpent evil-tongued are they, as merchant apt to brag. Murderous as covered pit, like hell's insatiate maw are they. As goblin greedy, or like death that carries all away. Devouring like a flame are they, mighty as wind or flood. Like Neru's golden peak that I confuses bad and good. Pernicious as a poison tree they fivefold ruin bring. On household gear, wasters of wealth and every precious thing. Once upon a time, they say, Brahmadatta, king of Kosu, owing to his having an army, seized on the kingdom of Kosala, slew its king and carried off his chief queen, who was then pregnant, to Benares and there made her his consort. By and by she gave birth to a daughter, and as the king had neither son nor daughter of his own begetting, he was greatly pleased and said, Fair lady, choose some boon at my hands. She accepted the boon, but reserved her choice. Now they named the young princess Kanya. So when she was grown up, her mother said, Dear child, your father offered me a boon, which I accepted but put off my choice. Do you now choose whatever you like? From the excess of her passion breaking through maidenly shame she said to her mother, Nothing else is lacking to me. Get him to hold an assembly to choose me a husband. The mother repeated this to the king. The king said, Let her have whatever she wishes, and he had an assembly for choosing a husband proclaimed. In the palace yard a host of men assembled, arrayed in all their splendor. Kanya, who with a basket of flowers in her hand stood looking out of an upper lattice window, approved of no single one of them. Then Arjuna, Nakula, Bhimasena, Yudhishthira, Sahadeva, of the family of King Pandu, these 5 sons of King Pandu, I say, after receiving instruction in arts at Takasila from a world-famed teacher, traveling about with the idea of mastering local customs, arrived at Benares, and hearing a commotion in the city and learning in answer to their inquiry what it was all about, they came and stood all 5 of them in a row, in appearance like so many golden statues. Kanya on seeing them fell in love with all 5, as they stood before her, and threw a wreathed coil of flowers on the head of all the 5 and said, Dear mother, I choose these 5 men. The queen told this to the king. The king, because he had given her the choice, did not say, You cannot do this, but was greatly vexed. On asking however what was their origin and whose sons they were, when he learned that they were sons of King Pandu, he paid them great honor, and gave them his daughter to wife, and by the force of her passion she won the affection of these 5 princes in her 7-storied palace. Now she had as an attendant a humpbacked cripple, and when by the force of passion she had won the hearts of the 5 princes, as soon as they had gone forth from the palace, finding her opportunity, and fired by lust she sinned with the humpbacked slave, and conversing with him she said, There is no one dear to me like you. I will slay these princes and have your feet smeared in the blood from their throats. And when she was in the company of the eldest of the royal brothers, she would say, You are dearer to me than those other 4. For your sake I would even sacrifice my life. At my father's death I will bestow the kingdom on you alone. But when she was in the company of the others, she acted in just the same way. They were greatly pleased with her, thinking, She is fond of us and owing to this the sovereignty will be ours. One day she was sick, and gathering about her, one sat chafing her head, and the rest each of them a hand or foot, while the humpback sat at her feet. To the eldest brother, Prince Arjuna, who was chafing her head, she made a sign with her head, implying, No one is dearer to me than you are. So long as I live I shall live for you, and at my father's death I will bestow the kingdom on you. And so she won his heart. To the others too she made signs with hand or foot to the same effect. But to the humpback she made a sign with her tongue which said, You only are dear to me, for your sake shall I live. All of them, owing to what had been said by her before, knew what was meant by this sign. But while the rest of them each recognized the sign given to himself, Prince Arjuna, when he saw the motions of hand, foot or tongue, thought, as in my case, so also with the others, by this sign some token must be given. And there must be some intimacy with this humpbacked fellow. So going outside with his brothers he asked, Did you see the lady with 5 husbands making a sign with her head to me? Yes, we did. Do you know the meaning of it? We do not. The meaning of it was so and so. Do you know what was meant by the sign given you with hand or foot? Yes, we know. In the same way she gave me too a sign. Do you know the meaning of the sign given to the humpback by a motion of her tongue? We do not know. Then he told them, with him too she has sinned. And when they did not believe him, he sent for the humpback and asked him, and he told him all about it. When they heard what he had to say, they all lost their passionate love for her. Ah! Surely, they said, womankind is evil and vicious. Leaving men like us, nobly born and blessed by fortune, she goes wrong with a disgusting, loathsome, humpbacked fellow like this. Who that is wise will find any pleasure in consorting with women so shameless and wicked as this? Thus censuring womenfolk in many a turn, the five princes thought, we have had enough of married life, and retired into the Himalayas, and after going through the casino rite, at the end of their life they fared according to their deeds. Kunalā the bird king was Prince Arjuna, and it was for this reason that in setting forth anything that he himself had seen, he began his story with the words, I saw. In relating other things that he had seen of old he used the same words, and here follows an explanation of an incident given in the first introductory story. Once upon a time, they say, a white nun named Sikatapavi had a hut of leaves built in a cemetery near Benares, and living there she abstained from 4 out of 5 meals, and throughout the city her fame was blazed abroad like as it were that of the moon or sun, and natives of Benares, if they sneezed or stumbled, said, Praise be to Sikatapavi. Now on the first day of a festival some goldsmiths had a tent erected in a certain spot where a crowd was gathered, and bringing fish, meat, strong drink, perfumes, wreaths and the like, they started a drinking bout. Then a certain goldsmith, who was addicted to drink, in vomiting said, Praise be to Sikatapavi. On a certain wise man amongst them saying, Alas! Blind fool, you are paying honor to a fickle-minded woman, oh! You are a fool, he replied, Friend, speak not thus, nor be guilty of a deed that leads to hell. Then the wise man said, You fool, hold your tongue. Lay a wager with me for 1,000 crowns, and on the 7th day from this, seated in this very spot, I will deliver into your hands Sikatapavi in splendid apparel and made merry with strong drink, and I too will have a good drink myself with her. So unstable are womankind. He said, You will not be able to do so, and took his wager for 1,000 crowns. So he told the other goldsmiths, and early next morning, disguised as an ascetic, our wise man made his way into the cemetery, and not far from her place of abode stood worshipping the sun. She saw him as she was setting out to collect alms, and thought, Surely this must be an ascetic with miraculous powers. I dwell on one side of the cemetery, but he in the center of it, his heart must be full of a holy calm. I will pay my respects to him. So she drew nigh to him and saluted him, but he neither looked nor spoke. On the next day he acted in the same way. But on the 3rd day when she saluted him, he looked down and said, Depart. On the 4th day he spoke kindly to her and said, Are you not tired begging for alms? She thought, I have had a kind greeting, and departed well pleased. On the 5th day she received a still kinder greeting, and after sitting a while she saluted him, and went her ways. But on the 6th day she came and saluted him as he sat there. He said, Sister, what in the world is this great noise of song and music in Benares today? She answered, Holy sir, do you not know that a festival is proclaimed in the city, and this is the sound of those that make merry there? Pretending not to know he said, Yes, this doubtless is the noise I hear. Then he asked, How many meals, sister, do you omit to take? 4, sir, she said, And how many do you omit? 7, sister. But in this he spoke falsely, for he used to eat all day and night. Then he asked, How many years is it since you took religious vows? And when she said, 12, and how many since you took orders, he answered, This is the 6th year. Then he asked, Sister, have you attained to a holy calm? I have not, sir. Have you? Neither have we, he said. We get, sister, neither the joy of sensual pleasure, nor the bliss of renunciation. What is it to us that hell is hot? Let us follow in the way of the multitude. I will become a householder, and as I own the treasure which belonged to my mother, I shall come to no harm. On hearing what he said, through her want of stability she conceived a passion for him and said, I too, sir, feel spiritual discontent. If you do not reject me, I too will keep house with you. So he said to her, I will not reject you, you shall be my wife. Then he brought her into the city and cohabited with her. And going to the drinking booth with her he himself took strong drink, and handed her over to his friends the worse for liquor. So that other fellow lost his wager of 1,000 crowns, and she was blessed with numerous sons and daughters by the goldsmith. At that time Kunalā was the goldsmith, and in telling the story he began with the words I saw. In the second tale is a story of the past, which is told at length in the fourth book in the Kakata birth story. Now at this time Kunalā was the Garuda, and this is the reason why in illustrating what he had seen with his own eyes he began with the words I saw. In the third story once upon a time Brahmadatta slew the king of Kosala, and seized on his kingdom. Carrying off his chief queen, who was big with child, he returned to Benares, and though he knew her condition, he made her his queen consort. When her time was fully come she gave birth to a son like an image of gold. And the queen thought, when he is grown up, the king of Benares will say, he is a son of my enemy, what is he to me, and will put him to death. Nay, let not my boy perish by an enemy's hand. So she said to his nurse, cover this child, my dear, with a coarse cloth and go and lay him in the charnel ground. The nurse did so and after bathing returned home. The king of Kosala too after death was born in the form of a guardian angel of the boy, and by his divine power a she-goat belonging to a goat herd, who was keeping his flock in this spot, on seeing the child conceived an affection for him and after giving him milk to suck wandered off for a bit, and then came back twice, thrice or even 4 times, and gave him suck. The goat herd, on seeing what the goat was about, came to the spot, and when he saw the child conceived an affection for it and brought it to his wife. Now she was childless and therefore had no milk to give him. So the she-goat continued to give it suck. From that day 2 or 3 goats died every day. The goat herd thought, if this boy goes on being tended by us, all our goats will perish. What is he to us? Then he laid him in an earthenware vessel, covering him up with another, and smeared his face all over, without leaving any chink, with the flour of beans, and dropped him into the river. The child was carried down by the stream, and was found on the lower bank, near the king's palace by a low-caste mender of old rubbish, who was there with his wife, washing his face. He ran up in haste, pulled the vessel out of the water and laid it on the bank. What have we here, he thought, and uncovering the vessel found the child. His wife too was childless, and she also conceived an affection for him. So she took him home and watched over him. When he was 7 or 8 years old, his father and mother would take him with them when they went to the palace. When he was 16 years old, the lad often went to the palace to mend old things. And the king and queen consort had a daughter named Kurangavi, a girl of extraordinary beauty. From the moment she set eyes upon him she fell in love with the youth, and not caring for any one else, she constantly repaired to the place where he worked. From there repeatedly seeing one another they were mutually enamored, and secretly within the royal precincts guilty relations were established. In course of time the servants told the king. In his rage he called his councillors together and said, such and such acts have been committed by this low-caste fellow, consider what must be done with him. His councillors made answer, great is his offence. After exacting all manner of punishment we must put him to death. At this moment the lad's father, the king of Kosala, who had become his guardian angel, took possession of the body of the youth's mother, and under the influence of the divine being she drew nigh to the king and said, Sire, this youth is no low-caste fellow. He is the son born to me by the king of Kosala. In saying that my boy was dead, I lied to you. Knowing him to be the child of your enemy I gave him to a nurse, and had him exposed in a charnel ground. Then a goat herd watched over him, but when his goats all began to die, he had him cast into the river, and being transported hither by the stream, he was found by the low-caste man, who repairs old rubbish in our palace and fostered by him. And if you do not believe me, call for all these people and inquire of them. The king summoned all of them, beginning with the nurse, and learning on inquiry that the facts were as she stated, he was delighted to find that the youth was nobly born, and giving directions that he should take a bath and put on splendid apparel, he gave him his daughter in marriage. Now from his having brought about the death of the goats they named him Alakamara, Goat's Bane. Then the king assigned him a transport and an army and sent him off, saying, Go and take possession of the kingdom that was your father's. So he set off with Kurangavi, and was established on the throne. Then the king of Benares thought, he is quite uneducated, and to instruct him in arts he sent Chulangakumara to be his teacher. Accepting him as his teacher, he conferred on him the post of commander-in-chief. By and by Kurangavi misconducted herself with him. And the commander-in-chief had an attendant named Danantevasi, and he sent by his hand robes and other adornments to Kurangavi, and she went wrong with him too. So vicious and immoral are wicked women, and therefore I praise them not. This the great being taught in telling a story of the past, for at that time he was Chulangakumara, and therefore the incident he related was one he saw with his own eyes. In the fifth story, once upon a time a king of Kosala seized the kingdom of Benares and made the king's chief queen, who at that time was pregnant, his queen consort, and then returned to his own city. By and by she gave birth to a son. The king, because he had no children of his own, fondly cherished the boy and had him instructed in all learning, and when he was of age he sent him away, bidding him take possession of the kingdom, which had belonged to his father. He went and reigned there. Then his mother, saying she longed to see her boy, took leave of the king of Kosala, and setting out for Benares with a large escort, took up her abode in a town lying between the two kingdoms. In this place dwelt a certain handsome Brahmin youth named Pankalakanda. He brought her a present. On seeing him she fell in love and misconducted herself with him. After spending a few days there, she went to Benares and saw her son. On returning she took up her abode in the same town, and after spending several days in guilty intercourse with her lover, she departed to Kosala city. Very soon after this, giving this or that reason for visiting her son, she took leave of the king and in going and returning stayed a fortnight in the same town, misconducting herself with her lover. So wicked and false, Sampanamuka, are women. And in telling this story of the past he began with the words, to the same effect also is this tale. Hereafter, in a variety of ways exhibiting the charm with which he preached the law, he said, Friend Panamuka, there are 4 things which, if certain circumstances arise, prove injurious. These, I say, are not to be lodged in a neighbor's household: an ox, a cow, a chariot, a wife. From these 4 things a wise man would keep his house clear. Ox, cow, nor car to neighbors lend, nor trust a wife to house of friend. The car they break through want of skill, the ox by over-driving kill, the cow is over-milked ere long, the wife in kinsman's house goes wrong. There are 6 things, friend Panamuka, which under certain circumstances prove injurious: a bow lacking its string, a wife living in a kinsman's family, a ship, a car with broken axle, an absent friend, a wicked comrade, under certain circumstances, prove injurious. Verily on 8 grounds, friend Panamuka, a woman despises her husband, for poverty, for sickness, for old age, for drunkenness, for stupidity, for carelessness, for attending to every kind of business, for neglecting every duty towards her. Verily, on these 8 grounds a woman despises her lord. Here moreover occurs this verse: if poor or sick or old, a sot, or reckless thought, if dull or by his cares of business overwrought, or disobliging found, such lord a wife esteems as naught. Verily on 9 grounds does a woman incur blame: if she is fond of frequenting parks, gardens, and river banks, fond of visiting the houses of kinsfolk or of strangers, given to wearing the adornment of cloth worn by gentlemen, if she is a drinker of strong drink, given to staring about her, or of standing before her door. On these 9 grounds, I say, a woman incurs blame. Here moreover occurs the following verse. A woman dressed in smart cloth vest, dram drinking, apt to roam. In pleasance, park, by riverside, to friends or strangers' home. Standing before her door, to stare about with idle gaze. In 9 such ways corrupted soon from path of virtue strays. Verily, friend Punnamuka, in 40 different ways a woman makes up to a man. She draws herself up, she bends down, she frisks about, she looks coy, she presses together her fingertips, she plants one foot on the other, she scratches the ground with a stick, she dances her boy up and down, she plays and makes the boy play, she kisses and makes him kiss her, she eats and gives him to eat, she either gives or begs something, whatever is done she mimics, she speaks in a high or low tone, she speaks now indistinctly, now distinctly, she appeals to him with dance, song and music, with tears or coquetry, or with her finery, she laughs or stares, she shakes her dress or shifts her loin-cloth, exposes or covers up her leg, exposes her bosom, her armpit, her navel, she closes her eye, she elevates her eyebrow, she pinches her lip, makes her tongue loll out, looses or tightens her cloth dress, looses or tightens her headgear. Verily in these 40 ways she makes up to a man. Verily, friend Punnamuka, a wicked woman is to be known in 25 different ways. She praises her lord's absence from home, she rejoices not in his return, she speaks in his dispraise, she is silent in his praise, she acts to his injury, and not to his advantage, she does whatever is harmful to him and refrains from what is serviceable, she goes to bed with her clothes on and lies with her face averted from him, she tosses about from side to side, she makes a great ado, she heaves a long drawn sigh, she feels a pain, she frequently has to solicit nature, she acts perversely, on hearing a stranger's voice she opens her ear and listens attentively, she is a waster of her lord's goods, she is intimate with her neighbors, she gads abroad, she walks the streets, she is guilty of adultery, disregarding her husband she has wicked thoughts in her heart. Verily in these 25 ways, friend Punnamuka, is a wicked woman to be known. Here moreover occurs this utterance. Her husband's absence she approves nor grieves should he depart. Nor at the sight of his return rejoices in her heart. She ne'er at any time will say aught in her husband's praise. Such are the signs that surely mark the wicked woman's ways. Undisciplined, against her lord some mischief she will plot. His interest neglects and does the thing that she ought not. With face averted lies she down beside him, fully dressed. By such like signs her wickedness is surely thus confessed. Restless she turns from side to side nor lies one moment still. Or heaves a long drawn sigh and groans, pretending she is ill. As if at nature's call from bed she oftentimes will rise. By such like signs her wickedness a man may recognize. Perverse in all her acts, she does the thing she should eschew. And hearkens to the stranger's voice, her favors should he sue. Her husband's wealth is freely spent some other love to gain. By signs like these her wickedness to all is rendered plain. The wealth that by her lord with toil was carefully amassed. The gear so painfully heaped up, behold, she squanders fast. With neighbors far too intimate the lady soon will grow. And by such signs the wickedness of women one may know. Stepping abroad behold her how she walks about the streets. And with the grossest disrespect her lord and master treats. Nor of adultery stops short, corrupt in heart and mind. By such like signs how wicked are all womenfolk we find. Often she will at her own door all decency defy. And shamelessly expose herself to any passing by. The while with troubled heart she looks around on every side. By such like signs the wickedness of women is descried. As groves are made of wood, as streams in curves and windings flow. So, give them opportunity, all women wrong will go. Yea, give them opportunity and secrecy withal. And every single woman will from paths of virtue fall. Thus will all women wantons prove, should time and place avail. And e'en with humpbacked dwarf will sin, should other lovers fail. Women that serve for man's delight let every one distrust. Fickle in heart they ever are and unrestrained in lust. Ladies of pleasure fitly called, the basest of the base. To all then such as common are as any bathing place. Moreover he said, once upon a time at Benares was a king named Kandari, who was a very handsome man, and to him daily his counsellors would bring 1,000 boxes of perfume, and with this perfume, they would make the house trim and neat. And then splitting up the boxes they would make scented firewood and cook the food therewith. Now his wife was a lovely woman named Kanara, and his chaplain Pankalakanda was the same age as himself and full of wisdom. And in the wall near the king's palace grew a rose apple tree, and its branches hung down upon the wall, and in the shade of it dwelt a loathsome, misshapen cripple. Now one day Queen Kanara looking out of her window saw him, and conceived a passion for him. And at night after winning the king's favour by her charms, as soon as he had fallen asleep, she would get up softly and putting all manner of dainty food in a golden vessel and taking it on her hips, she would let herself down through the window by means of a rope of cloth, and climbing up the rose apple tree drop down by a branch of it and give her dainty food to the cripple and take her pleasure with him, and then ascend to the palace the same way that she had come down, and after shampooing herself all over with perfumes lie down by the king's side. In this way she would constantly misconduct herself with this cripple, and the king knew nothing of it. One day the king, after a solemn procession round the city, was entering his palace, when he saw this cripple, a pitiable object, lying in the shade of the rose apple, and he said to his chaplain, "Just look at this ghost of a man." "Yes, sire." "Is it possible, my friend, that any woman moved by lust would come nigh such a loathsome creature?" Hearing what he said, the cripple, swelling with pride, thought, "What is it this king said? Methinks he knows nothing of his queen's coming to visit me." And stretching out his folded hands towards the rose apple tree he cried, "O my lord, thou guardian spirit of this tree, excepting thee no one knows about this." The chaplain noticing his action thought, "Of a truth the king's chief consort by the help of this tree comes and misconducts herself with him." So he said to the king, "Sire, at night what is it like when you come into contact with the queen's person?" "I notice nothing else," he said, "but that at the middle watch her body is cold." "Well, sire, whatever may be the case with other women, your queen Kanara misconducts herself with him. What is this you say, my friend? Would such a charming lady take her pleasure with this disgusting creature? Well then, sire, put it to the proof." "Agreed," said the king, and after supper he lay down with her, to put it to the test. At the usual time for falling asleep, he pretended to drop off, and she acted as before. The king following in her steps took his stand in the shade of the rose apple tree. The cripple was in a rage with the queen and said, "You are very late in coming," and struck with his hand the chain in her ear. So she said, "Be not angry, my lord. I was watching for the king to fall asleep," and so saying she acted as it were a wife's part in his house. But when he struck her, the ear ornament, which was like a lion's head, falling from her ear dropped at the king's feet. The king thought, "Just this will be the best thing for me," and he took it away with him. And after misconducting herself with her lover she returned just as before and proceeded to lie down by the side of the king. The king rejected her advances and next day he gave an order, saying, "Let Queen Kanara come, wearing every ornament I have given her." She said, "My lion's head jewel is with the goldsmith," and refused to come. When a second message was sent, she came with only a single ear ornament. The king asked, "Where is your ear ring?" "With the goldsmith." He sent for the goldsmith and said, "Why do you not let the lady have her earring?" "I have it not, sire." The king was enraged and said, "You wicked, vile woman, your goldsmith must be a man just like me." And so saying he threw the earring down before her and said to the chaplain, "Friend, you spoke the truth. Go and have her head chopped off." So he secured her in a certain quarter of the palace and came and said to the king, "Sire, be not angry with the Queen Kanara, all women are just the same. If you are anxious to see how immoral women are, I will show you their wickedness and deceitfulness. Come, let us disguise ourselves and go into the country." The king readily agreed and, handing over his kingdom to his mother, he set out on his travels with his chaplain. When they had gone a league's journey and were seated by the high road, a certain gentleman of property, who was holding a marriage festival for his son, had seated the bride in a close carriage, and was accompanying her with a large escort. On seeing this, the chaplain said, "If you like, you can make this girl misconduct herself with you. What say you, my friend? With this great escort the thing is impossible." "Well then, see this, my lord." And going forward he set up a tent-shaped screen not far from the high road, and placing the king inside the screen, himself sat down by the side of the road, weeping. Then the gentleman on seeing it asked, "Why, friend, are you weeping?" "My wife," he said, "was heavy with child, and I set out on a journey to take her to her own home, and while still on the way her pangs overtook her, and she is in trouble within the screen, and she has no woman with her, and I cannot go to her there. I do not know what will happen. She ought to have a woman with her. Do not weep, there are numbers of women here, one of them shall go to her." "Well then, let this maiden come, it will be a happy omen for the girl." He thought, "What he says is true, it will be an auspicious thing for my daughter-in-law. She will be blessed with numerous sons and daughters," and he brought her there. Passing inside the screen, she fell in love at first sight with the king and misconducted herself with him, and the king gave her his signet ring. So when the deed was done and she came out of the tent, they asked her, "What has she given birth to?" "A boy the color of gold." So the gentleman took her and went off. The chaplain came to the king and said, "You have seen, sire, even a young girl is thus wicked. How much more will other women be so? Pray, sir, did you give her anything?" "Yes, I gave her my signet ring. I will not allow her to keep it." And he followed in haste and caught up the carriage, and when they said, "What is the meaning of this?" he said, "This girl has gone off with a ring my Brahmin wife had laid on her pillow. Give up the ring, lady." In giving it she scratched the Brahmin's hand, saying, "Take it, you rogue." Thus did the Brahmin in a variety of ways show the king that many other women are guilty of misconduct, and said, "Let this suffice here, we will now go elsewhere, sire." The king traversed all India, and they said, "All women will be just the same. What are they to us? Let us turn back." So they went straight home to Benares. The chaplain said, "It is thus, sire, with all women, so wicked is their nature. Forgive Queen Kinara." At the prayer of his chaplain he pardoned her, but had her thrust out from the palace. And when he had ejected her from the place, he chose another queen consort, and he had the cripple driven forth and ordered the rose apple branch to be lopped off. At that time Kunalā was Pankalakanda. So in telling the story of what he had seen with his own eyes, in illustration he spoke this stanza. This much from tale of Kandari and Kinara is shown. All women fail to find delight in homes that are their own. Thus does a wife forsake her lord, though lusty he and strong, and will with any other man, in cripple vile, go wrong. Another story is this. Once upon a time a king of Benares, Baker by name, ruled his kingdom righteously. At that time a certain poor man, who dwelt by the eastern gate of Benares, had a daughter named Pankapapa. It is said that in a former birth, as a poor man's daughter she was kneading clay and plastering a wall. Then a Pachakabutta thought, "Where am I to get clay to make this mountain cave neat and trim? I can get it in Benares." So putting on his cloak, and bowl in hand, he went into the city and took his stand not far from this woman. She was angry, and, looking at him, thought, in his wicked heart he is begging for clay as well as alms. The Pachakabutta stood without moving. So, when she saw that he remained motionless, she was converted, and looking at him once more, she said, "Priest, you have got no clay," and she took a big lump, and put it in his bowl, and with this clay he made things neat in his cave. And as a reward for this lump of clay, her person became soft to the touch, but in consequence of her angry look her hands, feet, mouth, eyes and nose became hideously ugly, and so men knew her by the name of Pankapapa, the 5 defects. Now the king of Benares was once wandering about the city by night and came to this spot, and she was playing with the village girls, and not recognizing the king she seized him by the hand. As the result of her touch he lost all control over himself, and was as it were thrilled by a heavenly touch, and inflamed by passion he caught her by the hand, though she was so hideous to look upon, and asked whose daughter she was. When she answered, daughter of a dweller by the gate, and he heard she was unmarried, he said, I will be your husband, go and ask your parents' consent. She went to her father and mother and said, a certain man wishes to marry me. On their assenting, and saying, he too must be a poor, sorry creature, if he desires one like you, she came and told him that her parents consented. So he cohabited with her in that very house, and quite early in the morning sought his palace. From that day the king constantly came there in disguise, and did not care to look at any other woman. Now one day her father was attacked with a bloody flux. The remedy for his sickness was a constant supply of rice gruel prepared with milk, ghee, honey, and sugar, and this, owing to their poverty, they could not procure. Then the mother said to the daughter, my dear, would your husband be able to procure us some rice gruel? Dear mother, she said, my husband must be even poorer than we are, but even if this is so, I will ask him, do not be worried. So saying, about the time when he should return, she sat down as if in a disconsolate state. When the king came he asked why she was so sad, and on hearing what was the matter, he said, my dear, whence shall I get this very powerful remedy? And he thought, I cannot continually keep coming here in this way, one must consider the risk one runs in the journey to and fro, but if I were to take her to the court, being ignorant of her possession of a soft touch, they will make a mock of me and say, our king has returned with a female goblin. But if I make all the city acquainted with her touch, I shall do away with all reproach against myself. So he said to her, my dear, do not vex yourself, I will bring your father some rice gruel, and so saying, after taking his pleasure with her he returned to his palace. The next day he had some rice gruel such as she described boiled for her, and taking some leaves, made 2 baskets with them, and in one he put the rice gruel, and in the other he placed a jeweled diadem, and fastened them up. And at night he came and said, my dear, we are poor. I got this with great difficulty. You are to say to your father, today eat the rice gruel from this basket, and tomorrow from that. She did accordingly. So her father, after eating a very little of it, from its invigorating qualities was soon satisfied, and the rest she gave to her mother, and herself partook of it, and all 3 of them felt very happy, and the basket containing the jeweled diadem they reserved for the needs of the next day. The king on reaching his palace washed his face and said, bring me my diadem. On their saying, we cannot find it, he said, search through the whole city. They searched, but still did not find it. Well then, he said, search in the houses of the poor outside the city, beginning with the baskets of leaves for food. They searched and found the jewel diadem in this house, and crying out, this woman's father and mother are thieves, they bound them and brought them to the king. Then her father said, my lord, we are no thieves, a certain man brought us this jewel. Who was it? He said. My son-in-law, he answered. When asked where he was, he said, my daughter knows. Then he had a word with her. My dear, he said, you know who your husband is. I do not know. If this is so, we are undone. Dear father, he comes when it is dark, and departs before it is light, so I do not know his appearance, but I can recognize him by the touch of his hand. Her father told this to the king's officers, and they told the king. The king, pretending ignorance of the whole matter, said, well, place the woman in a tent screen in the palace yard, and cut a hole in the curtain as big as a man's hand and call the citizens together, and detect the thief by the touch of his hand. The officers did as he bade them. On going to her and seeing what she was like they were filled with loathing, and said, she is a goblin, and in their disgust they did not dare to touch her. But they brought and placed her within a screen in the palace yard, and gathered together all the citizens. Seizing hold of the hand of every one that came, as it was stretched out through the hole, she said, this is not the man. The people were so captivated by the heavenly touch of her they could not tear themselves away. They thought, if she be worthy of punishment, though we should have to inflict blows upon her with a stick, yet we should be ready to undergo any servile tasks for her, and to take her home, as our wedded wife. Then the king's men beat them and drove them away, and all of them, beginning with the viceroy, behaved like madmen. Then the king said, "Could I possibly be the man?" and stretched forth his hand. The woman, seizing his hand, cried aloud, "I have got the thief." The king inquired of his men, "When your hand was seized by her, what did you think of it?" They told him exactly how it was with them. So the king said, "This is why I made them bring her to my house. Had they known nothing of her touch, they would have despised me. And now that all of you have learned the facts from me, say in whose house ought she to dwell as wife?" They said, "In your house, sire." So, with the ceremonious sprinkling, he recognized her as his chief consort, and bestowed great power on her father and mother. Thenceforth in his infatuation he neither set on foot any inquiries about her, nor so much as looked at any other woman. The other queens sought to discover the mystery respecting her. One day she saw in a dream some indication of her being the chief queen of two kings, and she told her dream to the king. The king summoned the interpreters of dreams and asked, "What is the meaning of such and such a dream being seen by her?" Now they had received a bribe from the other women, and said, "The fact of the queen sitting on the back of a perfectly white elephant is a token of your death, and that she touches the moon as she rides upon the elephant's back is a sign of her bringing some hostile king against you." "What then is to be done?" said he. "You cannot put her to death, sire, but you must place her on board a ship, and let her drift down the stream." The king in the night put her on board, with food, garments, and adornments, and sent her adrift on the river. As she was carried down in the vessel by the stream, she came face to face with King Pavaria, as he was disporting himself in the river. His commander-in-chief on seeing it said, "This ship belongs to me." The king said, "Its cargo is mine," and when the ship reached them and they saw the woman, he said, "Who are you, so like a goblin as you are?" She, smiling, said she was the chief consort of King Baker, and told him all her story, and that she was renowned throughout India as Pankapapa. Then the king, taking her by the hand, lifted her out of the vessel, and no sooner had he taken her hand than he was inflamed with passion at her touch, and in the case of his other wives ceased to regard them as worthy the name of women, and he raised her to the position of chief queen, and she was as dear as his own life to him. Baker, on hearing what had happened, said, "I will not allow him to make her his queen consort," and getting together an army, he took up his quarters in a port on the opposite side of the river, and sent a message to this effect, that Bavaria was either to surrender his wife or give battle. His rival was ready for battle, but the councillors of the two kings said, "For the sake of a woman there is no need to die. From his being her first husband she belongs to Baker, but from his having rescued her from the ship she belongs to Bavaria. Therefore let her be for the space of 7 days at a time in the house of each of them." After due deliberation they gained over the two kings to this view, and they both were highly pleased, and built cities on opposite banks of the river, and took up their abode there, and the woman accepted the position of chief consort to the pair of kings, and they were both infatuated with her. Now she dwelt 7 days in the house of one of them, and then crossed over in a ship to the abode of the other, and when in midstream she misconducted herself with the pilot, who steered the vessel, a lame and bald old man. At that time Kunalā, the king of birds, was Baker, and so he spoke of this as something he had seen with his own eyes, and to illustrate it he repeated this stanza. Wife of Pavarika and Baker too. Two kings whose lust no pause or limit knew. Yet sins with her devoted husband's slave. With what vile wretch would she not misbehave? Yet another story. Once upon a time the wife of Brahmadatta, Pingayana by name, opening her window looked out and saw a royal groom, and when the king had fallen asleep, she got down through the window and misconducted herself with him, and then again climbed back to the palace and shampooed her person with perfumes and lay down with the king. Now one day the king thought, "I wonder why at midnight the person of the queen is always cool. I will examine into the matter." So one day he pretended to be asleep, and got up and followed her, and saw her committing folly with a groom. He returned and climbed up to his chamber, and she too after she had been guilty of adultery came and lay down on a truckle bed. Next day the king, in the presence of his ministers, summoned her and made known her misconduct, saying, "All women alike are sinners." And he forgave her offense, though it deserved death, imprisonment, mutilation, or cleaving asunder, but he deposed her from her high rank, and made someone else his queen consort. At that time King Kunalā was Brahmadatta, and so it was that he told this story as of something he had seen with his own eyes, and by way of illustration he repeated this stanza. Fair Pingayani was as wife adored by Brahmadatta, earth's all-conquering lord, yet sinned with her devoted husband's slave, and lost by lechery both king and knave. After telling of the sins of women in old world stories, in yet another way, still speaking of their misdeeds, he said, "Poor fickle creatures women are, ungrateful, treacherous they. No man if not possessed would deign to credit aught they say. Little reck they of duty's call or plea of gratitude. Insensible to parents' love and ties of brotherhood. Transgressing every law of right, they play a shameless part. In all their acts obedient to the wish of their own heart. However long they dwell with him, though kind and loving he. Tender of heart and dear to them as life itself may be. In times of trouble and distress, leave him they will and must. I for my part in womenfolk can never put my trust. How often is a woman's mind like shifty monkeys found? Or like the shade cast by a tree on height or depth around. How changeful to the purpose lodged within a woman's breast. Like tire of wheel revolving swift without a pause or rest. Weaner with due reflection they look round and see their way. To captivate some man of wealth and make of him their prey. Such simpletons with words so soft and smooth they captive lead. E'en as Cambodian groom with herbs will catch the fiercest steed. But if when looking round with care they fail to see their way, to get possession of his wealth and make of him a prey, they drive him off, as one that now has reached the furthest shore, and cuts adrift the ferry boat he needeth nevermore. Like fierce devouring flame they hold him fast in their embrace, or sweep him off like stream in flood that hurries on apace. They court the man they hate as much as one that they adore, e'en as a ship that hugs alike the near and farther shore. They not to one or two belong, like open stall are they. One might as soon catch wind with net as women hold and sway. Like river, road, or drinking shed, assembly hall or inn. So free to all are womenfolk, no limits check their sin. Fell as black serpent's head are they, as ravenous as a fire. As kind the choicest herbage pick, they lovers rich desire. From elephant, black serpent, and from flame that's fed on ghee. From man besprinkled to be king, and women we should flee. All these whoso is on his guard will treat as deadly foe. Indeed their very nature it is very hard to know. Women who very clever are or very fair to view. And such as many men admire, all these one should eschew. A neighbour's wife and one that seeks a man of wealth for mate. Such kind of women, 5 in all, no man should cultivate. When he had thus spoken the people applauded the great being, crying, "Bravo, well said," and after telling of the faults of women in these instances he held his peace. On hearing him Ananda, the vulture king, said, "My friend, Kunalā, I too by my own powers of knowledge will tell of women's faults," and he began to speak of them. The blessed one by way of illustration said, "Then, verily, Ananda, the vulture king, marking the beginning, middle and end of what the bird Kunalā had to say, at this time uttered these stanzas. Although a man with all this world contains of golden gear, should her endow of womankind his heart may count most dear. Yet, if occasion serves, she will dishonour him withal. Beware lest thou into the hands of such vile wretches fall. A manly vigour he may show, from worldly taint be free. Her maiden war may perhaps winsome and loving be. In times of trouble and distress leave him she will and must. I for my part in womankind can never put my trust. Let him not trust because he thinks she fancies me, I trow. Nor let him trust because her tears oft in his presence flow. They court the man they hate as much as one that they adore. Just as a ship that hugs alike the near and farther shore. Trust not a litter strewn with leaves and branches long ago. Trust not thy whilom friend, perchance now grown into a foe. Trust not a king because thou think'st, my comrade once was he. Trust not a woman though she has borne children 10 to thee. Women are pleasure-seekers all and unrestrained in lust. Transgressors of the moral law, in such put not your trust. A wife may feign unbounded love before her husband's face. Distrust her, women common are as any landing place. Ready to mutilate or slay, from nothing do they shrink. And after having cut his throat they in his blood would drink. Let no man fix his love on them, creatures of passions base. Licentious and as common as some Ganges landing place. In speech they no distinction make betwixt the false and true. As kind the choicest herbage pick, rich lovers they pursue. One man they tempt with looks and smiles, another by their walk. Some they attract by strange disguise, others by honeyed talk. Dishonest, fierce and hard of heart, as sugar sweet their words. Nothing there is they do not know to cheat their wedded lords. Surely all womenfolk are vile, no limit bounds their shame. Impassioned and audacious they, devouring as a flame. Women are not so formed, this man to love and that abhor. They court the man they hate as much as one that they adore. E'en as a ship that hugs alike the near and farther shore. 'Tis not a case of love or hate with womenfolk we see. It is for gold they hug a man, as parasites a tree. A man may corpses burn or e'en dead flowers from temples rake. Be groom of horse or elephant, or care of oxen take. Yet women after such low castes will run for money's sake. One nobly born they leave if poor, as 'twere a low outcast. To such an one, like carrion vile, if rich, they hie them fast. Thus did Ananda, the vulture king, keeping to facts within his own knowledge, tell of the bad qualities of women, and then held his peace. Narada, too, after hearing what he had to say, keeping to what he himself knew, spoke of their bad qualities. In illustrating this the master said, Then verily Narada, hearing the beginning, middle and end of what Ananda, the vulture king, had to say, at this point repeated these stanzas. 4 things can never sated be, list well to these my words. Ocean, kings, Brahmins, womenkind, these 4, O king of birds. All streams in earth that find their home will not the ocean fill. Though all may with its waters mix, something is lacking still. A Brahmin cons his Vedas and his legendary lore. Yet still he sacred knowledge lacks and craves for more and more. A king by conquest holds the world, its mountains, seas and all. The endless treasures it contains his very own may call. Yet sighs for worlds beyond the sea, for this he counts too small. One woman may have husbands 8, compliant to her will. All heroes bold, well competent love's duties to fulfill. Yet on a 9th her love she sets, for something lacks she still. Women like flames devour their prey. Women like floods sweep all away. Women are pests, like thorns are they. Women for gold oft go astray. That man with net might catch the breeze. Or single-handed bail out seas. Clap with one hand, who once should dare. His thoughts let range on woman fair. With women, clever jades, truth eyes found a rarity. Their ways as much perplex as those of fishes in the sea. Soft speaking, ill to satisfy, as rivers hard to fill. Down, down they sink, who women know should flee far from them still. Seducing traitresses, they tempt the holiest to his fall. Down, down they sink, who women know should flee afar from all. And whomsoever they may serve for gold or for desire, they burn him up as fuel burns cast in a blazing fire. When Narada had thus set forth the vices of women, the great being once more by special instances illustrated their bad qualities. To show this the master said, So verily the bird Kunalā, after learning the beginning, middle and conclusion of what Narada had to say, repeated at this time these stanzas. E'en a wise man may dare to exchange a word. With goblin foe armed with sharp whetted sword. Fierce snake he may assail, but ne'er too bold. Alone with woman should he converse hold. Man's reason is o'ercome by woman's charms. Speech, smiles, with dance and song, their only arms. Unstable souls they harass, as erewhile. Fell demons merchants slew in Goblin Isle. Given to strong drink and meat, one tries in vain to curb their appetite or lust restrain. Like to some fabled monster of the deep, into their maw man's whole wealth they sweep. Lust's five-fold realm they own as their domain. Their swelling pride uncurbed none may restrain. As rivers all to ocean find their way, so careless souls to women fall a prey. The man in whom these women take delight, moved by their greed or carnal appetite. Yea, such an one inflamed by strong desire, they clean consume as fuel in the fire. If one they know is rich, on him they fall, and off they carry him, his wealth and all. Round him thus fired with lust their arms they fling, as creepers to some forest sal tree cling. Like vimber fruit red-lipped, so bright and gay, 'gainst man they many a stratagem essay. With laughter now assailing, now with smiles. Like Samvara, that lord of many wiles. Women with gold and jewels rich bedecked, by husbands' kin received with due respect. Though strictly guarded 'gainst their lords will sin. Like how the demons more conveyed within. A man may very famous be and wise, revered and honored in all people's eyes. Yet fallen 'neath woman's sway no more will shine than moon eclipsed by Rahu's power malign. The vengeance wreaked by angry foe on foe, or such as tyrants to their victims show. Yea, a worse fate than this o'ershadows all, that through their lust 'neath woman's sway shall fall. Threatened with person scratched or hair pulled out, scourged, cudgelled, buffeted or kicked about. Yet woman to some low-born lover hies, delighting in him as in carrion flies. Shun women in highways and lordly hall, in royal city or in township small. A man of insight, would he happy be, avoids the snare thus laid by Namuchi. He who relaxes good ascetic rule, to practice what is mean and base, poor fool, will barter heaven for hell, like unto them who change a flawless for a blemished gem. Despised is he in this world and the next, and, willingly by evil women vexed, goes stumbling recklessly, fall upon fall, as vicious as runs wild with car and all. Now in silk cotton grove of iron spears, now in Padapana he disappears, now lodged in some brute form is seen to flit, in ghostly realms that he may never quit. In Nandana love's heavenly sport and play, on earth the monarch's universal sway, is lost through woman, and through her alas, all careless souls to state of suffering pass. Not hard to attain a heavenly sport and play, nor upon earth the world-wide monarch's sway. Nymphs too in golden homes by these are won, who with concupiscence long since have done, to pass from realm of sense with life renewed, to world of form, with higher powers endued, is by rebirth in sphere of arhats won. By these who with concupiscence have done, the bliss that doth all sense of pain transcend, unwavering, unconditioned, without end, is by pure souls, now in nirvana, one, who with concupiscence long since have done. Thus did the great being, after bringing about their attainment of the eternal great nirvana, end his lesson. And the elves and mighty serpents and the like in the Himalayas, and the angels standing in the air, all applauded, saying, Bravo! Spoken with all the charm of a Buddha. Ananda, the vulture king, Narada, the Brahmin angel, Panamuka, the royal cuckoo, each with his own following, retired to their respective places, and the great being too departed to his own abode. But the others from time to time returned and received instruction at the hands of the great being, and abiding by his admonition became destined to heaven. The master here ended his lesson and identifying the birth repeated the final stanza. Udai royal cuckoo was, Ananda vulture king. Good Saripurna Kunalā that sing. Thus are ye to understand this birth. Now these brethren, when they came by the supernatural power of the master, and on returning returned by their own power. And the master revealed to them in the great forest the means by which ecstasy may be induced, and that very day they attained to arhatship. There was a mighty gathering of angelic beings, so the Blessed One declared to them the Mahahamsa Jataka, the discourse preached to a great company. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 21 Astanipta. 537, Maha Sutasoma Jataka. Master of dainty flavors, etc. This story the master while dwelling at Jetavana told concerning the elder, Angulimala. The manner of his birth and admission to the priesthood is to be understood as fully described in the Angulimala Sutta. Now from the time, when by an act of truth he saved the life of a woman having a difficult delivery he easily obtained offerings of food, and by cultivating retirement he afterwards attained to arhatship, and became recognized as one of the 80 great elders. At that time they started this subject in the Hall of Truth, saying, "Oh! What a miracle, sirs, was wrought by the Blessed One in that he thus peacefully, and without using any violence converted and humbled such a cruel and blood-stained robber as Angulimala. Oh! Buddhas verily do mighty works." The master seated in the perfumed chamber, by his divine sense of hearing caught what was said, and knowing that today his corning would be very helpful, and that there would be an exposition of a great doctrine, with the incomparable grace of a Buddha he went to the Hall of Truth, and there sitting on the seat reserved for him he asked what theme they were discussing in conclave, and when they told him what it was he said, "There is no marvel, brethren, in my converting him now, when I have attained to the highest enlightenment. I also tamed him, when I was living in a previous stage of existence, and in a condition of only limited knowledge," and with these words he told a story of the past. Once upon a time a king named Kauravya exercised a righteous rule in the city of Indapata, in the kingdom of Kuru. The Bodhisattva came to life as the child of his chief queen, and from his fondness for pressed soma juice they called him Sutasoma. When he was come of age his father sent him to Takasila, to be educated by a teacher of world-wide fame. So taking his teacher's fee he started on his way there. At Benares too, Prince Brahmadatta, son of the king of Kosi, was sent by his father for a like purpose, and set out upon the same road. In the course of his journey Sutasoma, to rest himself, sat down on a bench in a hall by the city gate. Prince Brahmadatta, too, came and sat down with him on the same bench. After a friendly greeting Sutasoma asked him, saying, "Friend, you are tired with your journey. Whence have you come?" On his saying, "From Benares," he asked whose son he was. "The son of Brahmadatta." "And what is your name?" "Prince Brahmadatta." "With what object are you come?" "To be instructed in arts," he replied. Then Prince Brahmadatta said, "You too are tired with your journey," and questioned him in like manner. And Sutasoma told him all about himself. And they both thought, "We are two princes going to receive instruction in arts at the hands of the same teacher," and struck up a friendship one with another. Then entering the city they repaired to the teacher's house and saluted him, and after declaring their origin they said they had come to be instructed in arts. He readily agreed with their proposals. Offering him the fee for instruction they entered upon their studies, and not merely they, but other princes, who were at that time in India, to the number of 101, received instruction from the teacher. Sutasoma, being the senior pupil, soon attained to proficiency in teaching, and without visiting the others he thought, "This is my friend," and went to Prince Brahmadatta only, and becoming his private teacher, he soon educated him, while the others only gradually acquired their learning. They, too, after zealous application to their studies, bade farewell to their teacher, and forming an escort to Sutasoma set out on their return journey. Then Sutasoma, standing in front of them, dismissed them, saying, "After you have given a proof of your learning to your respective fathers, you will be established each in your own kingdom. When so established, see that you obey my instructions." "What are they, master?" "On the days of the new and full moon to keep vipassanā vows, and to abstain from taking the life of anything." They readily agreed to this. The Bodhisattva, from his power of prognosticating from personal appearance, knew that great danger would arise with regard to the Prince of Benares in the future, and thus after due admonition he dismissed them. And they all returned to their own countries, and after an exhibition of their learning to their fathers succeeded to their respective kingdoms. And to make known this fact and that they were continuing in his admonition, together with a present, they sent letters to Sutasoma. The great being, on learning the state of affairs, answered their letters, bidding them be earnest in the faith. One of them, the king of Benares, never ate his rice meal without meat, and to observe a holy day they would take his meat and put it on one side. Now one day when the meat was thus reserved, by the carelessness of the cook, the well-bred dogs in the king's palace ate it. The cook, not finding it, took a handful of coins, and going around failed to procure any meat, and said, "If I should serve a meal without meat, I am a dead man. What am I to do?" But thinking, there is still a way, late in the evening he went to a cemetery, where dead bodies are exposed, and taking some flesh from the thigh of a man, who had just died, he roasted it thoroughly and served it up as a meal. No sooner was a bit of the meat placed on the tip of the king's tongue than it sent a thrill through the 7,000 nerves of taste, and continued to create a disturbance throughout his whole body. Why was this? From his having previously resorted to this food. For it is said that as a Yaka, in the birth immediately preceding this, he had eaten quantities of human flesh, and so it was agreeable to his taste. The king thought, "If I shall eat this in silence, he will not tell me what this meat is," so in spitting he let a piece fall to the ground. When the cook said, "You may eat it, sire, there is nothing wrong with it," he ordered all his attendants to retire and said, "I know it is all right, but what meat is it? What your majesty has enjoyed on previous days? Surely the meat had not this flavor at any other time. It was well cooked today, sire. Surely you cooked it exactly like this before." Then seeing him reduced to silence he said, "Either tell me the truth or you are a dead man." So he prayed for an assurance of indemnity, and told the exact truth. The king said, "Do not say a word about it. You are to eat the usual roast meat, and cook human flesh only for me. Surely this is a difficult matter, sire. Do not be afraid, there is no difficulty. Whence shall I be able to get it continually? Are there not numbers of men in prison?" Thenceforth he acted on this suggestion. By and by, when prisoners failed him, he said, "What am I to do now?" The king said, "Throw down in the high road a parcel of 1,000 pieces of money, and seize as a thief any one that picks it up, and put him to death." He did so. By and by, not finding a creature so much as looking at the packet of money, he said, "Now what am I to do? At the time when a drum sounds the night watches, the city is crowded with people. Then, taking your stand in the cleft of a house wall, or at a crossways, strike down a man and carry off some of his flesh." From that day he used to come with some fat flesh, and in various places dead bodies were found. A sound of lamentation was heard, "I have lost my father, I have lost my mother, or brother or sister." The men of the city were panic-stricken and said, "Surely some lion or tiger or demon has devoured these people." On examining the bodies they saw what looked like a gaping wound and said, "Why, it must be a man that eats their flesh." The people gathered together in the palace yard and made a complaint. The king asked, "What is it, my friends?" "Sire," they said, "in this city is some man-eating robber, have him seized." "How am I to know who it is? Am I to walk round and guard the city?" The people said, "The king has not a care for the city, we will report it to the commander-in-chief, Cullahamsa." They told him and said, "You must search for this robber." He answered, "Wait for 7 days and I will seek out the robber, and hand him over to you." And dismissing the people he gave orders to his officers, saying, "My friends, they say there is a man-eating robber in this city. You are to lay an ambuscade in various places and capture him." They said, "All right," and from that day they surround the whole city. Now the cook was concealed in a hole in the wall of a house, and he killed a woman, and began to fill his basket with pieces of solid flesh. So the officers seized and buffeted him, and tying his arms behind him they raised a loud cry, "We have caught the man-eating robber." A crowd of people gathered around them. Then beating him soundly and fastening the basket of flesh upon his neck they brought him before the commander-in-chief. On seeing him he thought, "Can it be that this fellow eats this flesh, or does he mix it with other meat and sell it? Or does he kill people at the bidding of somebody else?" And inquiring into the matter he spoke the first stanza. "Master of dainty flavors, what dire need has urged thee on to do this dreadful deed? Hast thou for food to eat or wealth to gain? Misguided wretch, these men and women slain." The verses that follow are of obvious connection, and are to be understood as uttered by alternate speakers in accordance with the scripture context. "Neither for wife or child, friends, kin or pelf. Nor did I slay this woman for myself. My gracious Lord, the sovereign of this land, eats human flesh, I sinned at his command. If thus suborned to sate thy master's greed, thou hast been guilty of this awful deed. Let us at early dawn seek out the king, and in his face the accusation fling. O Cullahamsa, worshipful good Lord, so will I do according to thy word. At early dawn will I seek out the king, and in his face this accusation fling." So the commander had him laid down, firmly bound, and at dawn he took counsel with his officers, and as they were unanimous he stationed guards in every direction, and having got the city well in hand he bound the basket of flesh on the cook's neck and went off with him to the palace. And the whole city was in an uproar. The king had breakfasted the day before, but had gone without his supper, and had spent the whole night in a sitting posture, expecting the cook to come every moment. Today, too, he thought, no cook comes, and I hear a great uproar in the city. What can it all be about? And looking out of the window he saw the man being dragged thither as described, and thinking everything was discovered he plucked up his courage, and took his seat on his throne. And Cullahamsa drew nigh and questioned him, and the king answered him. The master, to make the matter clear, said, "'Twas now sunrise and day had scarce begun to break, as Kunalā to the court with cook his way did take. And drawing nigh the king words such as these he spake. Sire, is it true this cook was sent into the street, and men and women slew to furnish thee with meat? Kunalā, 'tis even so, 'twas done at my request. Why blame him then for what he did at my behest?" On hearing this the commander-in-chief thought, with his own mouth he confesses it, "Oh, the ruffian! All this long time he has been eating men. I will stop him from this." And he said, "Sire, do not this thing, eat not the flesh of men." "Cullahamsa, what is it you say? I cannot cease from it." "Sire, if you do not cease from it, you will destroy both yourself and your realm." "Even though my realm be destroyed, I cannot possibly cease from it." Then the commander, to bring him to a better mind, told him a story by way of illustration. Once upon a time, there were 6 monster fishes in the ocean. Amongst them were Ananda, Timanda, Ajhohara. These 3 were 500 leagues in extent, Titamitai, Mingala, Timarapingala. These were 1,000 leagues long, and all of them fed upon the rock Sevala weed. Of them Ananda dwelt on one side of the ocean, and many fish came to see him. One day they thought, amongst all bipeds and quadrupeds kings are to be found, but we have no king, "We will make this fish our king." And being all of one mind they made Ananda their king, and from that day the fish evening and morning came to pay their respects to him. Now one day Ananda on a certain mountain was feeding on rock Sevala, and unwittingly ate a fish, thinking it to be Sevala. Its flesh was pleasing to his taste, and wondering what it could be that was so very sweet, he took it out of his mouth, and looking at it found it was a piece of fish. He thought, "All this long time in my ignorance I never ate this. Evening and morning when the fish come to pay their respects to me, I will devour one or two of them, for if when they are being eaten I make the fact too clear to them, not a single one will come near me, but they will all scurry off." So lying in concealment he struck at any that were retreating from behind and devoured them. The fish as their numbers gradually diminished thought, "From what quarter will this peril to our kind be threatening us?" Then a sage amongst them thought, "I am not satisfied with what Ananda is doing. I will investigate what he is about," and when the fish came to pay homage to Ananda, the sage hid himself in the lobe of Ananda's ear. Ananda on dismissing the fish devoured those that were struggling behind. The wise fish seeing it reported it to the others and they all were panic-stricken and fled. From that day Ananda in his greedy longing for the flavor of fish refused every other kind of food. Growing sick from hunger he thought, "Where in the world can they be gone?" And in searching for them he espied a certain mountain and thought, "From fear of me the fish, methinks, are dwelling near this mountain. I will encircle it and keep a watch over it." So encircling it with his head and tail he compassed it on both sides, thinking, "If they live here, they will be for escaping," and catching sight of his own tail, as it coiled round the mountain he thought, "This fish lives near the mountain and is trying to elude me." And in his rage he seized his own tail, which was 50 leagues long, and believing he had got hold of a fish, he devoured it with a crunching sound, suffering thereby excruciating pain. At the smell of the blood the fish gathered together, and pulling bit after bit out of Ananda's tail ate it up till they reached his head. Having such a big carcass he could not turn round, but then and there came to his end. And there was a heap of bones as big as a mountain. Holy ascetics, male and female, travelling through space, saw it and told men of it. And the inhabitants of all India knew of it. Cullahamsa, by way of illustration, told this story and said, "Ananda ate of every fish and when his sweet had fled, he his own tail right greedily devoured till he was dead. The slave to appetite no other pleasure knows. Poor careless fool, so blind is he to coming woes. He children, kith and kin in ruin low will lay. Then turns and rends himself, to monstrous greed a prey. To these my words, O king, I pray thee, hearken well. Eat not the flesh of men, forego thy purpose fell. Lest thou perchance shouldst share that fish's awful fate. And leave, O Lord of men, thy kingdom desolate." On hearing this the king said, "Cullahamsa, I too know an example as well as you," and as an instance he told an old story in illustration of his greed for human flesh and said, "Sudhabhojana's son and heir for some rose apples loudly cried. For loss of them the lad so grieved, he laid him down and died. So, Kunalā, I who now long time have fed on daintiest fare. Failing this human flesh, methinks, for life would cease to care. Once upon a time, they say, a landed gentleman named Sudhabhojana at Benares lodged in his park and ministered to 500 ascetics, who had come down from the Himalayas to procure salt and vinegar. Food was constantly set out in his house for them, but these ascetics sometimes went on a pilgrimage for alms in the country, and brought back pieces of big rose apples to eat. When they were feeding on the rose apples they had brought, Sudhabhojana thought, "Today it is the 3rd or 4th day that these holy men have not come to me here. Where in the world can they have gone?" So making his little boy take hold of his hand he went there while they were taking their repast. At that moment a novice was giving the elders water to rinse their mouths, and was eating a bit of rose apple. Sudhabhojana saluted the ascetics and when he was seated he asked, saying, "Holy sirs, what are you eating?" "Pieces of large rose apples, sir." The boy on hearing this felt thirsty, so the leader of the company of ascetics had a small piece given to him. The boy ate it and was so charmed with the delicate flavor that he kept on continually begging them to give him another piece. The gentleman, who was listening to the preaching of the law, said, "Do not cry, when you get home, you shall have a piece to eat," thus deceiving the boy for fear lest the holy brethren might be worn out by his cries. So comforting the boy, he took his leave of the band of ascetics and returned home. From the moment they arrived there, the boy kept up a cry of, "Give me a piece." The ascetics too said, "We have stayed here a long time," and departed for the Himalayas. Not finding the boy in the park, the ascetics sent him a present of pieces of mangoes, rose apples, bread fruit, bananas and other fruits, all mixed with powdered sugar. This mixture was no sooner placed on the tip of his tongue than it acted like a deadly poison. For 7 days he took no food and then died. This story the king told by way of illustration. Then Cullahamsa thought, "This king is a great glutton. I will tell him further instances," and he said, "Great king, desist from this." "It is impossible," he said. "Should you not desist, you will gradually be dropped by your family circle, and deprived of your kingly glory." Once upon a time too, in this very Benares, there was a Brahmin family, which kept the 5 moral precepts. An only son was born to this family, the darling and delight of his parents, a wise lad and well seen in the 3 Vedas. He used to go about in the company of a band of youths of the same age as himself. The other members of the company ate fish, meat and similar food and took strong drink. The young boy neither ate meat nor drank strong drink. The thought struck them, "This boy, because he takes no strong drink, does not pay his reckoning. Let us devise a plan to make him drink." So when they were gathered together, they said, "My friend, let us hold a festival." He said, "You drink strong drink, but I do not. You go without me. Friend, we will take some milk for you to drink." He consented, saying, "All right." The rogues went to the garden, and tied up some fiery spirit in a leaf cup, and put it amongst some lotus leaves. So when they began to drink, they offered the lad some milk. One of the rogues cried, "Bring us some lotus nectar," and having had it brought to him, he cut a hole in the bottom of the leaf cup placed in the lotus, and putting it to his mouth sucked it. The others too had some brought to them and drank it. The lad asked what it was and took some strong drink, believing it to be lotus nectar. Then they offered him some broiled meat, and this too he ate. And when from repeated draughts of liquor he was intoxicated, they told him, "This is no lotus nectar, it is spirit." All this long while, he said, "I never knew what a sweet taste was. Bring me more strong drink, I say." They brought it and once more gave it him, for he was very thirsty. Then when he asked for more, they told him it was all finished. He said, "Come, I say. Fetch me some more," and gave them his signet ring. After drinking with them all the day, being now quite drunk and his eyes bloodshot, trembling and babbling, he went home and lay down. Then his father, finding out he had been drinking, when the effects of it had passed off, said to him, "My son, you have done very wrong, being a member of a Brahmin family, to drink strong drink. Never do so again." "Dear father, what is my offense?" "Drinking strong drink." "How say you, father? In all my life I never before tasted anything so sweet." The Brahmin repeatedly besought him to give it up. "I cannot do it," he said. Then the Brahmin thought, "If this is so, our family tradition will be destroyed and our wealth will perish," and he repeated this stanza. A sign of a Brahmin house, withal a comely boy. Thou must not drink the accursed thing no Brahmin may enjoy. And after these words he said, "My dear son, abstain from it, otherwise I shall put you out of my house and have you banished from my kingdom." The lad said, "Even so, I cannot give up strong drink," and he repeated 2 stanzas. "Since, father, from this best of tastes thou fain wouldst me debar, to get it, where it may be found I'll go however far. Depart will I in haste and ne'er dwell with thee any more. For now the very sight of me, methinks, thou dost abhor." Moreover he said, "I will not abstain from dram drinking, do what you please." Then the Brahmin, saying, "Well, as you give us up, we too will give you up," repeated this stanza. Surely some other sons we'll find as heirs our wealth to claim. Go, rascal, where we never more may hear thy cursed name. Then taking his son into court he disinherited him, and had him driven out of his house. This youth later on, being a poor destitute wretch, put on a coarse garment, and taking a beggar's bowl in his hand he went round begging for alms, and resting against a wall so died. Cullahamsa, relating this incident by way of a lesson to the king, said, "If, sire, you refuse to hearken to our words, they will have you banished from the kingdom," and so saying he spoke this stanza. So hearken well, O King of men, obeying my command. Or like that drunken youth wilt thou be banished from the land. Even after the instance thus adduced by Cullahamsa, the king could not desist from his habit, and to illustrate yet another story he said. Disciple of the perfect saints, Sudhabhojana, it is said, abstained from food and drink through love felt for a heavenly maid. As dewdrop on a blade of grass to waters of the sea, is human love compared with love for some divinity. So, Kunalā, I who now long time have fed on daintiest fare. Failing this human flesh, methinks, for life would cease to care. The story is just like the one already related. This Sudhabhojana, they say, on seeing that the ascetics, at the time when they ate pieces of big rose apple did not return, thought, I wonder why they do not come back. If they are gone anywhere, I will find it out, otherwise I will listen to their preaching. So he went to the park and heard the law preached by the leader of the company, and when the sun set, though he was dismissed he said, I will remain here today, and saluting the company of saints he went into his hut of leaves and lay down. At night Jātaka, king of heaven, accompanied by a troop of angelic beings, together with his handmaids, came to pay his respects to the band of ascetics, and the whole hermitage was one blaze of light. Sudhabhojana, wondering what this might be, rose up and looking through a chink in his hut of leaves, saw Jātaka come to salute the company, attended by a troop of heavenly apsaras, and no sooner did he see them than he was fired with passion. Jātaka took a seat and after listening to a sermon on the faith departed to his own abode. The landed proprietor next day saluted the ascetics and asked, saying, Who was it, reverend sirs, came in the night to pay his respects to you? Jātaka, sir. And who were those that sat round about him? They are called heavenly apsaras. Saluting the band of ascetics he went home, and from the moment he got there he kept up a foolish cry of, Give me an apsaras. His kinsmen, standing about him, wondered if he were possessed of an evil spirit, and snapped their fingers. He said, It is not this snapping of the fingers I speak of, but of the heavenly apsaras. And when they dressed up and brought to him a wife or even a courtesan and said, Here is an apsaras, he said, This is no apsaras, it is a female gal, and went on with his foolish cry, Give me an apsaras, and taking no food he died. On hearing this Cullahamsa said, This king is a great glutton, I will bring him to a better mind. And he said, The golden geese too that gabble through the air perished from eating the flesh of their kin, and to illustrate this he repeated two stanzas. Just as these Jātaka geese that travel through the air, all died because they lived upon a most unnatural fare. So too do thou, O King of men, list well to what I say. For eating this unlawful food, thee too they'll drive away. Once upon a time, they say, 90,000 geese dwelt in Golden Cave on Mount Jataka. For 4 months in the rainy season they do not stir out. If they should do so, their wings being full of water, they would be unable to take a long flight, and would fall into the sea, and therefore they do not stir out, but when the rainy season is drawing near, they gather wild paddy from a natural lake, and filling their cave with it live upon rice. But no sooner had they entered the cave than an Unanaba spider, as big as a chariot wheel at the entrance of the cave used to spin a web every month, and each thread of it was as thick as a cow's halter. The geese give 2 portions of food to a young goose, thinking he will then be able to break through the web. When the sky clears, this young goose being in front of them severs the web, and the rest all escape by the same way. Now once the rainy season lasted 5 months, and the food of the geese grew short. They consulted as to what was to be done and said, If we are to live, we must take the eggs. First they ate the eggs, then the goslings, and after that the old geese. At the end of 5 months the rain left off, the spider had spun 5 webs, and the geese from eating the flesh of their kin had grown feeble. The young goose that had received a double portion of food, striking at the webs, broke 4 of them, but could not break the 5th, and stuck there. So the spider cut off his head and drank his blood. First one and then another came and struck the web, and the spider said, "Here's another of them stuck in the same place," and sucked the blood of all of them, and at that time the family of the Jataka geese became extinct, they say. The king was anxious to give yet another illustration, but the citizens rising up said, "My lord commander, what do you propose to do? How will you proceed now you have caught the man-eating rogue? If he does not give it up, have him expelled from his kingdom," and they would not suffer the king to say a word. Hearing the common talk of the people, the king was terrified and could say nothing more, and once again the commander said to him, "Sire, will it be possible for you to give it up?" "Impossible," he said. So the commander placed on one side all his harem, his sons and his daughters, arrayed in all their splendor, and said, "Sire, behold this circle of your kinsfolk, this band of counselors and your royal pomp, be not undone, but cease from eating man's flesh." The king said, "All this is not dearer to me than man's flesh. Then depart, sire, from this city and kingdom." "Cullahamsa," he said, "I do not want my kingdom, I am ready to depart, but grant me one favor, let me have my sword and my cook." So they let him take a sword, a vessel for cooking man's flesh and a basket, and giving him his cook they carried out his expulsion from the kingdom. Taking his cook he set out from the city and entered a forest and made his dwelling at the foot of a banyan tree. Living there he would take his stand on the road which led through the forest, and killing men he would bring their bodies and give them to the cook, and he cooked the flesh, and served it up, and both of them lived after this manner. And when he sallied forth, crying, "Here am I, the man-eating robber," no one could hold his own, and they all fell to the ground, and any one of them that he fancied, he seized, heels upwards or not as it might happen, and gave him to his cook. One day, he did not find any man in the forest, and when on his return the cook said, "How is this, sire?" he told him to put the pot on the brazier. "But where is the meat, sire?" "Oh, I will find some meat," he said. Thought the cook, "I am a dead man," and all of a tremble he made a fire and put the pot on the brazier. Then the man-eater killed him with a stroke of his sword and cooked and ate his flesh. Thenceforth he was quite alone and had to cook his food himself. The rumor spread throughout all India, "The man-eater murders wayfaring men." At that time a certain wealthy Brahmin, who traded with 500 wagons, was traveling from the east in a westerly direction, and he thought, "This man-eating robber, they say, murders men on the road. By a payment of money I will make my way through the forest." So he paid 1,000 pieces of money to the people who lived at the entrance of the forest, bidding them convoy him safely through it, and set out on the road with them. He placed all his caravan in front of him, and having bathed and anointed himself, and put on sumptuous apparel, he seated himself in an easy carriage drawn by white oxen, and escorted by his convoy he travelled last of all. The man-eater climbing up a tree was on the lookout for men, but though he felt no appetite for any of the rest of the convoy, no sooner did he catch sight of the Brahmin than his mouth watered through desire to eat him. When the Brahmin came up to him, he proclaimed his name, crying, "Here am I, the man-eating robber," and brandishing his sword, like to one filling men's eyes with sand, he leaped upon them, and no man was able to stand up against him, but they all fell prone upon the ground. Seizing the Brahmin as he sat in his easy carriage by the foot, he slung him on his back, head downwards, and striking his head against his heels so carried him off. The men rising up cried one to another, "Ho! My man, bestir yourself. We received 1,000 pieces of money from the Brahmin's hands. Who amongst us wears the semblance of a man? Let us, one and all, strong man or weakling, pursue him for a short space." They pursued him, and the man-eater stopped and looked back, and not seeing anyone went slowly on. At that moment a bold fellow running at full speed came up with him. On seeing him, the robber leaping over a fence trod upon an acacia splinter which, wounding him, came out at the top of his foot, and the robber went limping along with the blood trickling from the wound. Then his pursuer, on seeing it, said, "Surely I have wounded him, you just follow on behind and I will catch him." They saw how feeble he was and joined in the pursuit. When the robber saw that he was pursued, he dropped the Brahmin, and secured his own safety. The Brahmin's escort, as soon as they had recovered him, thought, "What have we got to do with this robber?" and turned back. But the man-eater, going to the foot of his banyan tree, lay down amongst the shoots and offered up a prayer to the spirit of the tree, saying, "My lady, nymph of the tree, if within 7 days thou canst heal my wound, I will bathe thy trunk with blood from the throats of 101 princes from all India, and will hang the tree all round with their inwards and offer up a sacrifice of the 5 sweet kinds of flesh." Now, in consequence of having nothing to eat or drink, his body wasted away, and within the 7 days his wound healed. He recognized that his cure was due to the tree nymph, and in a few days he recovered his strength by eating man's flesh and thought, "The spirit has been very helpful to me. I will discharge my vow." Taking his sword, he sallied forth from the foot of the tree and set out, purposing to bring the kings. Now, a Jātaka, which had gone about as his comrade, eating man's flesh with him, when in a former existence he himself had been a Jātaka, caught sight of him, and knowing that he had in a former existence been his friend, he asked him, saying, "Do you not recognize me, friend?" "I do not," he said. Then he told him about something they had done in a former state, and the man-eater recognized him, and gave him a kind greeting. When asked where he had been reborn, he told him of his place of birth, and how he had been banished from his kingdom, and where he was now living. He told him moreover how he was wounded by a splinter, and that he was now going on an expedition to redeem his promise to the tree nymph. "I must get over this difficulty of mine by your help. We will go together, my friend," he said. "I cannot go, but there is one service I can render you. I certainly know a spell characterized by words of priceless value. It ensures strength, speed of foot, and an increase of prestige. Learn this spell." He readily agreed to this, and the goblin gave it to him and went off. The man-eater got the spell by heart, and from that time became swift as the wind and very bold. Within 7 days he found 101 kings on their ways to parks and other places, and leaped upon them with the swiftness of the wind, proclaiming his name, and by jumping about and shouting he greatly terrified them. Then he seized them by the feet and held them head downwards, and striking their heads with his heels carried them off with the swiftness of the wind. Next he drilled holes in the palms of their hands and hung them up by a cord on the banyan tree, and the wind striking them, as they just touched the ground with the tips of their toes, they hung on the tree, revolving like withered wreaths of flowers in baskets. But he thought, "Sutasoma was my private teacher, let not India be altogether desolate," and did not bring him. Being minded to make an offering to the tree, he lighted a fire and sat down, sharpening a stake. The tree nymph, on seeing this, thought, "He is preparing to offer sacrifice to me, but it was not I that healed his wound, he will now make a great slaughter. What is to be done? I shall not be able to stop him." So she went and told the 4 great kings of it, and bade them stop him. When they said they could not do it, she approached Saka, and told him the whole story, and asked him to stop him. He said, "I cannot do it, but I will tell you someone who can." She said, "Who is that?" "In the world of men and gods," he answered, "there is no one else, but in the city of Indapata in the Kuru kingdom is Sutasoma, prince of Kuru. He will tame and humble this man, and will save the lives of these kings, and cure him of eating human flesh, and will shower nectar over all India. If you are anxious to save the lives of the kings, bid him first bring Sutasoma, and then offer his sacrifice to the tree." "All right," said the tree spirit, and went quickly, disguised as an ascetic, and approached close to the man-eater. At the sound of footsteps he thought, "Can one of the kings have escaped?" Looking up and seeing him, he thought, "Ascetics surely are Kshatriyas. If I capture him, I shall make up the full number of 101 kings and offer my sacrifice." He rose up and sword in hand pursued the ascetic, but though he chased him for 3 leagues he could not overtake him, and streams of sweat poured from his limbs. He thought, I once could pursue and catch an elephant, or horse, or chariot going at full speed, but today though I am running with all my might I cannot catch this ascetic, who is going just his natural pace. What can be the reason for this? Then thinking, ascetics are accustomed to obey, if I bid him stand and he does so, I shall catch him, he cried, stand, holy sir. I am standing, he answered, do you too try and stand. Then he said, ho there. Ascetics even to save their life do not tell a lie, but you speak falsely, and he repeated this stanza. Although I bid thee stand, thou still dost forward fly. And crying, lo, I stand, methinks thou dost but lie. Unseemly 'tis, this sword, O priest, thou must assume to be a harmless shaft equipped with heron's plume. Then the nymph spoke a couple of stanzas. Steadfast in righteousness am I, nor change my name or family. Here robbers but brief moment dwell, soon doomed to pass to woes of hell. Be bold and captive here great Sutasoma bring, and by his sacrifice shalt thou win heaven, O king. With such words the nymph put off her disguise as an ascetic, and stood revealed in her own form, blazing in the sky like the sun. The man-eater hearing what she had to say and beholding her form asked who she was, and on her replying that she had come to life, as the spirit of this tree, he was delighted and thinking, I have looked upon my tutelary divinity, he said, O heavenly sovereign, be not troubled by reason of Sutasoma, but enter once more into thine own tree. The spirit entered into the tree before his very eyes. At that moment the sun set, and the moon arose. The man-eater being versed in the Vedas and their auxiliaries and acquainted with the movements of the astral bodies, looking at the sky, thought, tomorrow it will be the Fusa asterism. Sutasoma will come to the park to bathe and then will I lay hands upon him. But as he will have a strong guard and the dwellers throughout all India will come to guard him for 3 leagues around, at the first watch, before the guard is posted, I will go to the Mrigasira park, and descend into the royal tank, and there take my stand. So he went down into the tank and stood there, covering his head with a lotus leaf. By reason of his great glory the fish, tortoises and the like fell back and swam about in large bodies at the water's edge. Whence, it may be asked, came this glory of his? From his devotion in a former existence. For at the time when Kassapa was Buddha, he started a distribution of milk by ticket. Owing to this he became very mighty, and having got the assembly of the brethren to erect a hall for a fire to dispel the cold, he provided fire, firewood, and an axe to cleave the wood. As the result of this he became famous. So now when he had gone into the garden, while it was still early dawn, they picked a guard for 3 leagues round about, and King Sutasoma quite early in the morning after breakfast, mounted on a richly caparisoned elephant, with a complete force of 4 arms, sallied from the city. At that very moment a Brahmin named Nanda from Takasila, bringing with him 4 stanzas, each worth 100 pieces of money, reached the city after a journey of 120 leagues, and took up his abode in a suburb. At sunrise on entering the city he saw the king issuing forth by the eastern gate, and raising his hand he cried, Victory to the king! Now the king being far-sighted, as he was riding along, saw the outstretched hand of the Brahmin, as he stood on some rising ground, and drawing nigh to him on his elephant he spoke after this manner. Born in what realm and why, I pray? Dost hither come, O Brahmin, say? This said, today I grant to thee thy prayer, whatever it may be. Then the Brahmin answered him. 4 verses, mighty king, to thee, of import deep as is the sea. I hither bring, list to them well. Secrets of highest worth they tell. Great king, he said, these 4 verses taught me by the Buddha Kassapa are worth 100 pieces of money each, and having heard that you take pleasure in libations of soma juice, I am come to teach you. The king was greatly pleased and said, Master, in this you have done well, but it is impossible for me to turn back. Today, because it is the Fusa conjunction, it is the day for bathing my head. When I return I will listen to you. Be not dissatisfied with me. And with these words he bade his counselors, saying, Go ye and in a certain house of a Brahmin prepare a couch, and arrange a dining place under cover, and he retired into his park. This was girt about by a wall 18 cubits high, and guarded all round by elephants within touch of one another. Then came horses, then chariots, and finally archers and other foot soldiers. Like a mighty troubled ocean was the army that had been transported thither. The king, when he had put off his heavy adornments and had been shaved and shampooed, bathed in all his royal majesty in the lotus tank, and coming up out of the water he stood there clad in bathing garments, and they brought him scented garlands to adorn him. The man-eater thought, when he is fully dressed, the king must be a heavy weight. I will seize him just when he is light to carry. So shouting and jumping about and whirling a sword above his head as quick as lightning he proclaimed his name, crying, Ho! Here am I, the man-eating robber, and he laid his finger on his forehead and stepped out of the water. As soon as they heard his cry, the elephant riders with their elephants, the horsemen with their horses, and the charioteers with their chariots fell to the ground, and all the host of them dropping the weapons they held lay prone upon their bellies. The man-eater seized Sutasoma, holding him erect. The rest of the kings he had caught by the foot and held head downwards and had gone off with them, knocking their heads against his heels, but in coming up to the Bodhisattva, he stooped down and lifting him up placed him on his shoulders. Thinking it would be a roundabout way by the gate he leaped over the wall, 18 cubits high, at the point where it faced him, and going forward he trampled on the temples of elephants exuding the juice of rut, overthrowing them, as it were mountain peaks. Next he trod on the backs of the horses, swift as the wind were they and of priceless worth, laying them also low. Then as he stepped on the fronts of the splendid chariots, he was like to one whirling a humming top, or as it were one crushing the dark green falaka plant or banyan leaves. And at a single burst he ran a distance of 3 leagues. Then wondering if anyone were following to rescue Sutasoma, he looked and seeing no one he went on slowly. Noticing the drops that fell upon him from Sutasoma's hair he thought, there is no man living free from the fear of death. Sutasoma, too, methinks, is weeping from this fear, and he said, Men versed in law, in whom high thoughts arise. Such never weep, the learned and the wise. All find herein a refuge and a stay. That sages thus can sorrow drive away. Is it thy kin, wife, child, perchance thyself? Thy stores of grain, thy gold and silver pelf? What, Sutasoma, caused thy tears to flow? Great Kuru Lord, thy answer we would know. Sutasoma said, Nay, I no tears am shedding for myself, nor for my wife or child, my realm or pelf. The practice of the saints of old I keep, and for a promise unfulfilled I weep. Once to a Brahmin I my word did plight. What time in mine own realm I ruled with might. That plighted word I fain would keep and then, my honor saved, return to thee again. Then the man-eater said, I'll not believe if any one should be, by happy chance from jaws of death set free, he would return to yield him to his foe. No more wouldst thou, if I should let thee go. Escaped from fierce man-eater shouldst thou come, full of sweet longings, to thy royal home. Dear life with all its charms restored to thee. Why in the world shouldst thou come back to me? On hearing this the great being, like a lion still fearless, said, If innocent, a man would death prefer to life o'erclouded with some odious slur. Should he, to save his life, a falsehood tell, it may not shield him from the woes of hell. The wind may sooner move some mountain high, or sun and moon to earth fall from the sky. Yea, rivers all upstream may flow, my lord, ere I be guilty of one lying word. Though he spoke thus, the man-eater still did not believe him. So the Bodhisattva, thinking, he does not believe me, by means of an oath I will make him believe, said, Good Mr. Man-eater, let me down from your back and I will take an oath and make you believe me. After these words he was let down by the man-eater and placed upon the ground, and in taking an oath he said, Lo! As I touch this spear and sword, to thee I pledge my solemn word. Release me and I will debt free, my honor saved, return to thee. Then the man-eater thought, this Sutasoma swears under penalty of violating Kshatriya rules. What do I want with him? Well, I too am a Kshatriya king. I will take blood from my own arm, and make an offering to the spirit of the tree. This is a very faint-hearted fellow. And he said, the word thou once didst to a Brahmin plight. What time in thine own realm thou ruledst with might. That plighted word I bid thee keep, and then, thy honour saved, return to me again. Then the great being said, my friend, do not vex yourself. After I have heard the 4 verses, each worth 100 pieces of money, and have made an offering to the preacher of the law, I will return at daybreak. And he spoke this stanza. The word I once did to a Brahmin plight. What time in mine own realm I ruled with might. That plighted word I first will keep, and then, my honour saved, return to thee again. Then the man-eater said, you have taken an oath under penalty of violating the custom of Kshatriyas. See that you act accordingly. My man-eating friend, he said, you have known me from a boy, never even in jest have I aforetime told a lie, and now that I am established on the throne and know right and wrong, why should I lie? Trust me, I will provide an offering for you. Being induced to believe him, he said, well, sire, depart, and if you do not return, there can be no offering, and the spirit does not agree to it without you. Do not place any obstacle in the way of my offering. And he let the great being go. Like the moon escaped from the jaws of Rahu, and with the strength of a young elephant he speedily reached the city. And his soldiers thought, King Sutasoma is wise and a sweet preacher of the law. If he can have a word or two with him, he will convert the man-eater, and will return, like a furious elephant escaping from the lion's mouth. And thinking, the people will chide us and say, after giving up your king to the man-eater are ye come back to us? They remained encamped outside the city walls, and when they saw him coming from afar off, they went out to meet him, and saluting him with a friendly greeting they asked, were you not, sire, heartily sick of the man-eater? The man-eater, he said, did something far harder than anything my parents ever did. For being such a fierce and violent creature, after listening to my preaching of the law, he let me go. Then they decked out the king, and mounting him on an elephant escorted him into the city. On seeing him the inhabitants rejoiced, and owing to his zeal for the law, he did not visit his parents, but thinking, I will see them by and by, he entered his palace, and took his seat upon his throne. Then he summoned the Brahmin and gave orders for him to be shaved, and when his hair and beard had been trimmed, and he was washed and anointed and decked out with brave apparel, they brought him to the king. And when the Brahmin was presented, Sutasoma himself afterwards took a bath, and ordered his own food to be given to the Brahmin, and when he had eaten he himself partook of the food. Then he seated the Brahmin on a costly throne, and to mark his reverence for him he made offerings of scented garlands and the like to him, and seating himself on a low seat he prayed him, saying, Master, we would hear the verses which you have brought to us. To throw light upon this the master said, released from fierce man-eater's hand he flies. To Brahmin friend and fain would we, he cries. Here stanzas worth 100 pieces each. Us for our good if thou wouldst deign to teach. The Brahmin, when the Bodhisattva made his request, after shampooing his hands with perfumes, pulling a beautiful book out of a bag, took it in both hands and said, well, sire, listen to my 4 stanzas, each worth 100 pieces of money. They were taught me by Kassapa Buddha, and are destructive of passion, pride and similar vices, and procure for man the removal of desire, the cessation of the faculties, even the eternal mighty nirvana, to the decay of lust, the cutting of the circle of transmigration and the rooting out of attachment. And with these words, looking at his book, he repeated these stanzas. In union with the saints just once, O Sutasoma, be, and ne'er consort with evil men, and peace shall compass thee. With holy men consorting I, as friends such only know. From holy men true doctrine learn, and daily better grow. As painted cars of royalty wax dim and fade away, so too our bodies frail wear out and suffer swift decay. But faith of holy men abides and never waxes old. Good men proclaim it to the good through ages yet untold. The sky above us stretches far, far stretches earth below. And lands beyond the boundless sea far distant are we know. But greater still than all of these and wider in its reach is doctrine whether good or bad that saints or sinners preach. Thus did the Brahmin teach him the 4 stanzas, each worth 100 pieces, just as he had been taught them by Kassapa Buddha, and then remained silent. The great being was delighted at hearing them and said, "My journey here is not without its reward," and thinking, "These verses are not merely the words of a disciple, or a saint nor the work of a poet, but were spoken by the Omniscient One. I wonder what they are worth. Though one were to give a whole world that extends to the Brahma heaven, after filling it with the 7 precious things, one could not make an adequate return for these stanzas. Surely I can give him sovereignty in the city of Indapata covering 7 leagues in the realm of Kuru, which extends over 300 leagues. Doubtless it is his merited fate to be king. But regarding him with the power he possessed of divining a man's future from his personal appearance, he found no such signs. Then he bethought him of the office of commander-in-chief and similar posts, but did not find that he was destined even to the headship of a single village. Next, considering the case of acquisition of wealth and starting from a crore of money, he found he was destined to receive 4,000 pieces. And thinking to honor him, with just this sum he bestowed on him 4 purses containing 1,000 pieces each, and he asked him, saying, "Master, when you teach other princes these verses, how much do you receive?" "100 for each one, sire," he said, "so they are worth just 100 pieces." The great being said, "Master, you are ignorant of the priceless value of the goods you hawk about. Henceforth let them be considered worth 1,000 pieces," and so saying he repeated this stanza. "Not hundreds merely are they worth, nay thousands rather say. So Brahman here 4,000 take and, quick, with them away." Then he presented him with an easy carriage and gave orders to his men, saying, "Convey this Brahman safely to his home," and so dismissed him. At this moment loud sounds of applause were heard and cries of "Bravo, bravo." King Sutasoma has highly honored these verses, deeming worth 1,000 pieces what was valued at 100. The king's parents hearing the noise asked what it meant, and on learning the true state of things, by reason of their covetousness were angry with the great being. But after dismissing the Brahmin he went to them, and stood saluting them. Then his father said, "My son, you have escaped from the hands of one described as a fierce robber," and instead of expressing pleasure at seeing him, through his greed of money he asked, "Is it true what they say, that you gave 4,000 pieces of money for hearing 4 stanzas?" And on his confessing it was so, his father repeated this verse. "Verses may be worth 80 pieces each, or in 100 may in value reach. But, Sutasoma, thou thyself must own, a stanza worth 1,000 is unknown." Then the great being, to induce him to see things in a different light, said, "Dear father, it is not increase in wealth I desire, but increase in learning," and he uttered these stanzas. "Increase in holy law I most desire, and to the friendship of the saints aspire. No rivers can the void of ocean fill, so I good words imbibe, insatiate still, as flames for wood and grass insatiate roar, and seas I fed with streams crave more and more. E'en so do sages, mighty Lord of lords, insatiate hearken to well-spoken words. If from the mouth of my own slave I err, should verses full of deepest import hear, his words I would accept with honor due, unsated still with doctrines good and true." After having thus spoken he said, "Do not just for the sake of money blame me. I have come here, after swearing an oath that when I had heard the truth I would return. Now then I will go back to this monster. Do you then accept this sovereignty?" And handing it over to him he spoke this stanza. "This realm is thine with all its wealth of gold, trappings of state and joy and bliss untold. Why blame, should I from sensual pleasures fly, and at man-eater's hand go forth to die?" At this moment the heart of the king's father grew hot within him and he said, "What, my dear Sutasoma, is this you say? I will come with a complete host of all 4 arms and will seize the robber," and he repeated this stanza. "For our defense lo, valiant soldiers come, Some riding elephants, on chariots some. Foot soldiers these horsemen armed with bow. Marshal our host and let us slay our foe. Then his father and mother, their eyes swimming with tears, besought him, saying, Go not, my son, nay, you cannot go. And 16,000 dancing girls and the rest of his suite lamented and said, Leaving us helpless, whither wouldst thou go, sire? And no one throughout the city could restrain his feelings, and they said, He has come, they tell us, after giving a promise to the man-eater, and now that he has heard 4 stanzas worth 100 pieces each, and has paid due honor to the preacher of the law and bidden farewell to his parents, he will return once more to the robber. And the whole city was greatly stirred. And on hearing what his father and mother said, he repeated this stanza. Wondrous this deed of our man-eating foe, to capture me alive and let me go, calling to mind his friendly acts of yore. How can I violate the oath I swore? Comforting his parents he said, Dear father and mother, be not anxious about me. I have wrought a virtuous action, and mastery over the desires of the 6 senses is no hard matter. And bidding farewell to his parents he admonished the rest of the people and so departed. The master, to make the matter clear, said, Farewell to parents said, with counsel wise. Townsmen and soldiers he did straight advise. Then true to plighted word refused to lie. And to man-eater back again did hie. Then the man-eater thought, If my friend Sutasoma wishes to return, let him return, otherwise not, and let my tree spirit do whatsoever she pleases. And I will put these princes to death, and make an offering of their flesh with the 5 sweet things. So he reared a funeral pile and kindled a fire, thinking he would wait till the coal was red hot, and while he sat and sharpened his spit Sutasoma returned. Then the man-eater at the sight of him was glad at heart and asked, saying, My friend, have you gone and done what you wanted to do? The great being said, Yes, your majesty. I have heard the stanzas that were taught the Brahmin by the Kassapa Buddha, and I paid due honor to the preacher of the truth, and so I have come back, having done the thing I had to do. To illustrate this, he repeated this stanza. My word I once did to a Brahmin plight. What time in mine own realm I ruled with might. And now that I have kept my plighted word, and saved my honor, have returned, my lord. So slay and offer me to thy tree sprite. All for man's flesh sate thy fell appetite. On hearing this the man-eater thought, This king has no fear, he speaks with all the terrors of death dispelled. I wonder from whence comes this power. It can be nothing else. He says, I have heard the verses that the Kassapa Buddha taught. This supernatural power must come from them. I will make him utter these verses in my hearing, and so will I too be free from all fear. And being so resolved he repeated this stanza. The fire still smokes, though I somewhat delay. I forfeit not the right to eat my prey. Meat roast o'er embers clear is roasted well. These strains 100 pieces worth, come, tell. The great being on hearing this thought, This man-eater is a sinner, I will rebuke him somewhat and by my words I will put him to shame, and he said. Thou, O man-eater, art a wicked wight. Fall e'en from thy throne through carnal appetite. These verses do proclaim the right to me. But how, I pray, can right and wrong agree? To wicked robber, one whose hands are steeped in gore. Whence cometh truth or right? What profits holy law? Even when addressed in these words the man-eater was not angry. Why was this? It was owing to the mighty power of charity in the great being. So he said, Am I only, friend Sutasoma, unrighteous? And he repeated this stanza. The man that hunts a beast to make him savory meat, and one that slays a man, his fellow's flesh to eat, both after death in guilt are counted much the same. Then why am I alone for wickedness to blame? On hearing this the great being, in refuting his heresy, repeated this stanza. Of 5 clawed things a warrior prince all-witting 5 may eat. Wicked art thou, O king, in that thou eatest forbidden meat. On receiving this rebuke, as he saw no other means of escape, he tried to conceal his own wrongdoing and repeated this stanza. Escaped from fierce man-eater didst thou come, full of sweet longings to thy royal home, and then to foe entrust thy life once more. Well versed art thou, forsooth, in astral lore. Then the great being said, Friend, one like me must be well versed in the law of Kshatriyas. I know it well, but I do not regulate my actions accordingly, and he spoke this stanza. All such as are in Kshatriya doctrine versed, in hell are mostly doomed to life accursed. Therefore I have all Kshatriya law abhorred, and here returned, true to my plighted word. Make then thy sacrifice and eat me up, dread lord. The man-eater said, Palatial halls, broad acres, steeds and kine, perfumes, rich robes and many a concubine. All these as mighty lord thou hold'st in fee. In truth what blessing, prithee, dost thou see? The Bodhisattva said, Of all the sweets this world can yield to me, none sweeter than the joys of truth I see. Brahmins and priests that in the truth abide, birth, death, escaping, reach the further side. Thus did the great being discourse to him of the blessing of truth. Then the man-eater, regarding his face, glorious as a lotus in bloom or as the full moon, thought, This Sutasoma sees me preparing a pile of embers and sharpening a spit, and yet does not show an atom of fear. Can this be the magic power in these verses that are worth 100 pieces, or does it arise from some other truth? I will ask him. And in the form of a question he repeated this stanza. Escaped from fierce man-eater didst thou come, full of sweet longings to thy royal home, and then once more return to meet thy foe. Thou, surely, prince, no fear of death canst know, to keep thy plighted word and worldly lusts forego. The great being in answer to him said, As mine I countless acts of virtue claim, my bounteous offerings are known to fame. To the next world a path I have kept clear. Who that abides in faith holds death in fear. As mine I countless acts of virtue claim, my bounteous offerings are known to fame. With no regrets to heaven I'll take my way. So sacrifice and then devour thy prey. My parents have I cherished with fond care. My rule wins praise as eminently fair. To the next world a path I have kept clear. Who that abides in faith holds death in fear. My parents have I cherished with fond care. My rule wins praise as eminently fair. With no regrets to heaven I'll take my way. So sacrifice and then devour thy prey. To friends and kin due service I have done. My rule was just and praise from all has won. With no regrets to heaven I'll take my way. So sacrifice and then devour thy prey. Gifts manifold to many I supplied. Yea, priests and Brahmins fully satisfied. To the next world a path I have kept clear. Who that abides in faith holds death in fear. Gifts manifold to many I supplied. Yea, priests and Brahmins fully satisfied. With no regrets to heaven I'll take my way. So sacrifice and then devour thy prey. On hearing this the man-eater thought, This King Sutasoma is a good and wise man. Supposing I were to eat him, my skull would split into 7 pieces. Or the earth would open her mouth and swallow me up. And being terrified he said, My friend, you are not the sort of man that I ought to eat. And he repeated the stanza. He knowingly would quaff a poison cup. Or fiery snake, so fell and fierce, take up. Yea, into fragments 7 his head would fly. That dares to eat a man that cannot lie. Thus did he address the great being, saying, You are, as it were, a deadly poison, methinks, who will eat you. And being anxious to hear those verses he besought him to tell him them, and when in order to produce a due reverence for holy things his prayer was rejected by the great being, on the ground that he was no proper recipient of verse of such unexceptionable morality, he said, In all India there is no sage like this, for when he was released from my hand he went and heard these verses. And after paying due honor to the preacher of the law he came back again, with death written on his forehead. These verses must be of transcendent excellence, and being still more filled with a reverent desire to hear them, he besought the great being and repeated this stanza. Hearing the truth men soon discern betwixt the good and ill. Perchance if heard these strains my heart with joy in truth may fill. Then the great being thought, the man-eater is now eager to hear. I will reveal them to him, and he said, well then, my friend, listen carefully. And having gained his attention he sang the praises of these verses exactly as he was taught them by the Brahmananda, while the gods in the 6 worlds of sense all broke into one loud cry, and the angels in heaven shouted applause, and the great being thus proclaimed the truth to the man-eater. In union with the saints just once, O Sutasoma, be. Owing to these verses being so well delivered by the great being and to the fact that he himself was wise, the man-eater thought, these stanzas are, as it were, the words of an omniscient Buddha, and his whole body thrilled with the 5 kinds of joy, and he felt a tender pity for the Bodhisattva, and regarded him in the light of a father that was ready to confer on him the white umbrella of royalty. And he thought, I see no offerings of yellow gold to give to Sutasoma, but for each stanza I will grant him a boon, and he spoke this verse. Pregnant with meaning and in accents clear. Thy goodly words, O Prince, fall on mine ear. So glad am I at heart, that I rejoice. 4 boons, good friend, to offer thee for choice. Then the great being upbraided him and said, what boon, forsooth, will you offer me? And he repeated this stanza. 1 His own mortal state that fails to learn. Or good from evil, heaven from hell discern. The slave of carnal appetite, how can a wretch like thee know any boon for man? Suppose I say, grant me this boon, and then thou shouldst thy promised word take back again. Who that is wise would knowingly incur so clear a risk of quarrelling, good sir? Then the man-eater said, he does not believe me. I will make him believe, and he repeated this stanza. No one should claim to grant a boon and then his promised word, false man, take back again. Amongst these boons, my friend, all fearless choose. I'll grant it thee, though life itself I lose. Then the great being thought, he has spoken like a brave fellow and will do what I tell him, I will accept his offer. But if I should choose as the very first boon, that he should abstain from eating human flesh, he will be very sick at heart. I will first choose 3 other boons, and after that I will choose this, and he said. Who with a saint lives face to face ever with saint agrees. So too a sage is ever sure a brother sage to please. Thus safe and sound 100 years I pray to see thee live. This is the first of all the boons I fain would have thee give. The man-eater, on hearing this, thought, this man, even though I have driven him from his sovereignty, now wishes long life for me, the noted robber that lusteth after human flesh, and would do him a mischief. Ah! He is my well-wisher. And he was glad at heart, not knowing that this boon had been chosen to cheat him to his good, and in granting the boon he uttered this stanza. Who with a saint lives face to face ever with saint agrees. So too a sage is ever sure a brother sage to please. Thou fain wouldst see me safe and sound for years twice 50 live. Lo! At thy prayer this first of boons to thee I gladly give. Then the Bodhisattva said, these warrior chiefs held captive in thy hand, by sprinkling hailed as kings in many a land. These mighty lords of earth thou must not eat. For this a second boon I next entreat. Thus did he in choosing a second boon gain the boon of life for over 100 Kshatriyas, and the man-eater in granting the boon to him said, these warrior chiefs held captive in my hand, by sprinkling hailed as kings in many a land. These mighty lords, I'll not eat them, I swear. This second boon too grant I to thy prayer. Well, did these kings hear what they were talking about? They did not hear at all. For when the man-eater lighted a fire, for fear of any injury to the tree from the smoke and flame, he stepped back a space from it, and the great being conversed with him, seated in the interval between the fire and the tree, and consequently these kings did not hear all that they said, but heard only partially, and they comforted one another, saying, fear not, now will Sutasoma convert the man-eater, and at this moment the great being spoke this stanza. Thou captive hold'st 100 kings and more, all strung up by their hands and weeping sore. Restore then each to his own realm again. This the third boon I would from thee obtain. Thus did the great being in making his third choice choose the restoration of these kshatriyas, each to his own kingdom. Why was this? Because the ogre, supposing he did not eat them, through fear of their hostility would either enslave them all and make them dwell in the forest, or would slay them and expose their dead bodies, or would bring them to the border country and sell them as slaves. And therefore he made choice as his boon of their restoration to their own kingdoms. And the man-eater in granting his request spoke this stanza. I captive hold 100 kings and more, all strung up by their hands and weeping sore. All will I to their realms restore again. This third boon too thou shalt from me obtain. Now in making his fourth choice the Bodhisattva spoke this stanza. Distracted is thy realm and sick with fright. In caves much people hide them from thy sight. From eating human flesh, O king, abstain. This the fourth boon I would from thee obtain. When he had so spoken, the man-eater clapped his hands and laughing said, Friend Sutasoma, what in truth is this that you say? How can I grant you this boon? If you are anxious to receive another boon, choose something else, and he uttered this stanza. Much to my taste I surely find this food. 'Twas for this cause I hid within the wood. How then from such delights should I abstain? For thy fourth boon, good sir, pray, choose again. Then the great being said, Because you love man's flesh, you say, I cannot abstain from it. He verily that does evil because it is pleasant is a fool, and he repeated this stanza. A king like thee should not his pleasure take, nor sacrifice his life for pleasure's sake. Life in its highest sense, best gift, attain, and future joys thou shalt by merit gain. When these words had been spoken by the great being, the man-eater was overcome with fear and thought, I can neither repudiate the choice Sutasoma has made nor abstain from human flesh. What in the world am I to do? And with his eyes swimming in tears he repeated this stanza. I love man's flesh, thou too must know. Great Sutasoma, it is so. From it I never can abstain. Think, sir, of something else and choose again. Then the Bodhisattva said, Whoso shall ever his own pleasure take, and sacrifice in life for pleasure's sake, the poison cup like drunkard will he drain, and so hereafter suffers endless pain. Who knowingly shall pleasure here eschew, the arduous path of duty to pursue, as one in pain that drains the healing cup, so he to bliss in the next world wakes up. After he had thus spoken, the man-eater sorely lamenting repeated this stanza. The five-fold joys that from our senses spring, and parents dear and all abandoning. For this cause came I in this wood to live. How then can I the boon thou askest give? Then the great being spoke this stanza. Sages in speech duplicity ne'er show. True to their promise are good men, we know. Choose, friend, some boon is what thou saidst to me. What now thou say'st with this will scarce agree. Once more, still weeping, the man-eater spoke this stanza. Demerit, with disgrace and shame combined. Misconduct, lust and sin of every kind. All this, to eat man's flesh, I did incur. Why then should I this boon on thee confer? Then the great being said, No one should claim to grant a boon and then his promised word, false man, take back again. Amongst these boons, my friend, all fearless choose. I'll grant it thee, though life itself I lose. When he had thus pointed out the stanza uttered in the first instance by the man-eater, to inspire him with courage to grant the boon, he spoke this stanza. Good men will life give up, but never right. True to their word e'en in their own despite. If thou shouldst promise, best of kings, a boon, perfect thy work and see it done right soon. One who to save a limb rich treasure gave, would sacrifice a limb, his life to save. Yea, wealth, limbs, life and all away would fling. Right and its claims alone remembering. Thus did the great being by these means establish the man-eater in the truth, and now to make clear to him his own title to respect he spoke this stanza. one from whose lips a man the truth may prove. Yea, all good men that will his doubts remove. A refuge sure is he, a rest, a stay. The wise man's love for him should ne'er decay. After repeating these verses he said, My man-eating friend, it is not right that you should transgress the words of so excellent a master, and I, too, when you were young, acted as your private teacher, and gave you much instruction. And now with all the charm of a Buddha I have repeated to you stanzas worth 100 pieces each. Therefore you ought to obey my words. On hearing this the man-eater thought, Sutasoma was my teacher, and a learned man, and I granted him the choice of a boon. What am I to do? Death verily is a certainty in the case of an individual existence. I will not eat human flesh, but will grant him the boon he asks. And with tears streaming from his eyes he rose up and fell at King Sutasoma's feet, and in granting the boon he repeated this stanza. Sweet to my taste and pleasant is this food. 'Twas for this cause I hid within the wood. But if thou askest me to do this thing, this boon I'll grant to thee, my friend and king. Then the great being said, So be it, friend, to one firmly grounded in moral practice, verily even death is a boon. I accept, sire, the boon you have offered me. From this very day you are established in the path of a spiritual guide, and this being so I beg this favor of you, if you have any love for me, accept, sir, the 5 moral laws. Very good, he answered, teach me, friend, these moral laws. Learn then from me, sire. So he saluted the great being with the 5 rests, and took a seat apart, and the great being established him in the moral law. At that moment the deities that dwell on the earth gathered together and said, There is no one else from the inhabitants of the Avachi hell to those of the highest of the formless worlds, that by inspiring affection, for the great being could make this man-eater abstain from eating human flesh. Oh! A miracle has been wrought by Sutasoma, and they applauded, making the jungle re-echo with their loud cries, and hearing the tumult the 4 great kings did likewise, and there was one universal roar reaching even to the Brahma world. And the kings suspended on the tree heard this noise of applauding spirits, and the tree nymph still standing in her abode uttered a sound of applause. So the cry of the angel spirits was heard, but their form was invisible. The kings on hearing the loud applause of the spirits thought, Owing to Sutasoma our lives are saved. Sutasoma has wrought a miracle in converting the man-eater, and they offered up their praises to the Bodhisattva. The man-eater after bowing down to the feet of the great being stood apart. Then the great being said to him, Friend, release these warrior princes. He thought, I am their enemy, if they are released by me, they will say, Seize him, he is an enemy of ours, and will do me a mischief, but even if I lose my life, I cannot transgress the moral law which I have accepted at the hands of Sutasoma. I will go with him and release them, and in this way I shall find safety. Then bowing to the Bodhisattva he said, Sutasoma, we will go together and release the warrior princes, and he repeated this stanza. My teacher and my friend art thou in one. Behold, good sir, thy bidding I have done. Do thou in turn what I have bidden thee. And straight we'll go and set these princes free. Then the Bodhisattva said to him, Thy teacher and thy friend am I in one. And thou in truth my bidding, sir, hast done. I too will do what thou hast bidden me. And straight we'll go and set these princes free. And drawing nigh to them he said, Strung up upon this tree your tears fast flow, because of ogre that has wronged you so. Still we would fain from you a promise wring, never to lay a finger on this king. Then they replied, Strung up upon this tree and weeping sore, this ogre that has wronged us we abhor. Yet will we all a solemn promise give, to harm him not, if only we may live. Then the Bodhisattva said, Well, give me this promise, and he repeated this stanza. Just as fond parents to their children may a merciful and tender love display, in such a father may he ever prove, and may ye him as children dearly love. They, too, agreeing to this, repeated this stanza. Just as fond parents to their children may a merciful and tender love display, In such a father may he ever prove. And may we him as children dearly love. Thus did the great being exact a promise from them, and summoning the man-eater he said, Come and release these princes. And the man-eater took his sword and severed the bonds of one of the kings. And as this king had been fasting for 7 days, and was maddened with pain, no sooner was he released by the cutting of his bonds than he fell on the ground, and the great being on seeing this was moved with compassion and said, My man-eating friend, do not cut them down like this, and taking hold of a king firmly with both hands he clasped him to his breast and said, Now cut his bonds. So the man-eater severed them with his sword, and the great being, endowed as he was with great strength, placed him on his breast, and letting him down tenderly, as though it were his own son, laid him flat upon the ground. Thus did he lay them all on the ground, and after bathing their wounds he gently pulled the cords from their hands, just as it were a string from a child's ear, and washing off the clotted blood he rendered the wounds harmless. And he said to the man-eater, My friend, pound some bark from the tree on a stone and bring it to me. And when he had got him to fetch it, he performed an act of truth and rubbed the palms of their hands, and at that very moment their wounds were healed. The man-eater took some husked rice and cooked it as a prophylactic, and the pair of them gave it to the 100-and-odd warrior princes to drink, as a prophylactic, and so all of them were satisfied, and the sun set. On the next day at dawn and at noon and in the evening they still gave them rice water to drink, but on the 3rd day they gave them gruel with boiled rice, and so on till they were convalescent. Then the great being asked them if they were strong enough to go home, and when they answered they were equal to the journey he said, Come, my man-eating friend, let us depart to our own kingdom. But weeping he fell at the great being's feet and cried, Do you, my friend, take these kings and depart, but I will continue to live here on roots and wild berries. What would you do here, my friend? Your kingdom is a delightful one, go and reign at Benares. Friend, what is this you say? It is out of the question for me to go there, all the inhabitants of that city are my enemies. They will revile me and say, This fellow ate my mother or my father, seize this brigand, and with a clod of earth they will deprive me of life, but if I am firmly established in the moral law by you, I could not kill anyone else, not even to save my life. I will not go. In consequence of my abstaining from eating human flesh, how long shall I live? And now I shall no more set eyes on you. And he wept, saying, Do you go? And the great being stroked him on the back and said, My friend, my name is Sutasoma. I have ere now tamed just such a cruel wretch as yourself, and if you ask what story you are to tell in Benares, why I will either establish you there, or dividing my own kingdom, I will hand over the half of it to you. In your city too I have enemies, he said. Sutasoma thought, In obeying my word this man has achieved a difficult task. By some means or other I must establish him in his former state of glory, and to tempt him he sang the praises of the great glory of his city and said, Of beasts and birds of every kind the flesh thou once didst share. By skilful cooks prepared was it, in sooth a dainty fare, yielding such joy as Indra felt, to taste ambrosial food. Why leave it all, to take delight alone within this wood? These noble dames with slender waists, magnificently dressed, that round about thee formerly, a thronging bevy, pressed. Whilst thou, like Indra midst his gods, didst step in happy mood. Why leave them thus, to take delight alone within this wood? In midst of ample couch, O king, thou once at ease didst lie, with many a woolen coverlet around thee piled on high, and pillow red beneath thy head, and bedding clean and white. Why leave it thus, within this wood alone to take delight? There thou oft times at dead of night the beat of drum wouldst hear, and sounds surpassing human strains would strike upon the ear. Music and song in unison, inspiring cheerful mood. Why leave it all, to take delight alone within this wood? Thou hadst a charming park wherein flowers in abundance grew. Migasira, so known to fame, as park and city too. There horses, elephants, and cars innumerable stood. Why leave them all, to take delight alone within this wood? The great being thought, haply this man, calling to mind the flavour of dainties he enjoyed long ago, will be eager to come with me, and so he tempted him first with food, next by appealing to his passions, thirdly by the thought of a bed, fourthly by song, dancing and music, fifthly by remembrance of a park and a city. With all these thoughts he tempted him, saying, Come, sire, I will go with you to Benares and firmly establish you there and afterwards return to my own kingdom, but if we shall fail in securing the kingdom of Benares, I will grant you the half of my realm. What have you to do with a forest life? Only do what I tell you. The man-eater after hearing his words was eager to go with him, and he thought, Sutasoma is anxious for my well-being and is a merciful man. He first established me in virtue and now says he will restore me to my former glory, and he will be able to do so. I ought to go with him. What have I to do with a forest? And being glad at heart he was eager by reason of his merit to sing Sutasoma's praises, and he said, Friend Sutasoma, there is nothing better than consorting with a virtuous friend, nothing worse than consorting with a wicked one. And he repeated these verses. As in the dark half of the month the moon wanes day by day, so friendship with the bad, O king, will suffer like decay. Thus I consorting with that cook, the lowest of the low, wrought evil deeds, for which in time to hell I'm doomed to go. As in the mouth's clear half the moon I waxes day by day, so friendship with the good, O king, will suffer no decay. Thus with thee, Sutasoma, I consorting, thou must know, shall after working righteousness to heaven all blissful go. As copious floods when shed upon dry ground, are ever fleeting, transitory found. In so is union of bad men, O king.